Good morning, Cosmoverse Dubai 2024. This is day 3. Wow, we've had 2 incredible days, and this is the final stretch. We have lots of incredible speakers today as well. I consider quite a few of them some of my friends who are based here in Dubai. And when you've been in the industry a while, you truly do consider these people your friends. Because let's be honest, sometimes you see the same people repeatedly and they do become part of your life because you go on this journey with them, you travel with them, you see them in different countries, you see the good sides of them, you see them sometimes in the morning in the gym and you think, gosh, that's a different person today. But that's what's wonderful about our industry. We truly are friends. We're one big community. So please do see it like that. Enjoy it. Have fun. Smile. This is our final day as well. So tonight, you guys can go and party, have lots of fun. If you did it last night, I hope you've had lots of coffee and you're ready for today. So just letting you guys know that today is also Bitcoin Day sponsored by Babylon, so please do go and check that out. We also have our executive lounge, which if you haven't been there yet, also go and relax there when you need a little bit of a break, when your mind is a bit overwhelmed, go again, sit down, have a coffee with someone and see who you can meet. It's also our Hackamos this weekend, starting Friday at the 25-hour hotel here in Dubai. So I hope any developers out there will be heading there because it's going to be amazing. And we're going to start today with our amazing ZK EVM track. So we are going to have a little fireside chat to begin the day, to bring you lots of energy for the start of day 3. We have Antony from Alpha Zero, and we have Karel from Union. A big round of applause for our first 2 speakers.
Jam, everyone. This was supposed to be a panel with the Polygon team as well, but I think we changed it to a fireside chat last minute, which is a shame, because now we don't really have anyone representing the EVM. I'm Karel from Union. We do zero-knowledge-based interoperability, so we're really focused on the ZK portion in between chains. I don't know that much about Aleph Zero, so maybe you can give me a bit of an idea about it.
Happy to. I was just reading your docs while sitting with Nick before the chat. But hi everyone. So what we do, we started as an L1 back in 2018. Then we also deployed, and this was based on our own consensus protocol and the substrate stack. Then we've also expanded to essentially an L2 EVM with ZK precompile. So what we do is the client side of ZK, which then we use to achieve on-chain privacy very, very fast. So think of it as essentially an equivalent of end-to-end encryption, I guess.
Okay, that's cool. So basically, the on-chain portion, you don't do a ZKP of your L1 transition function, but every single user generates ZKPs
Correct.
For themselves.
On their devices, whether it's desktop or mobile, and we just recently got it down to as fast as 0.3, 0.4 seconds, which is quite cool, because I don't think it was done before.
Yeah, that's something we're looking into now as well, to do more client-side proving. So in Union's model, IBC relayers generate ZKPs to facilitate bridge transfers. But technically, in this model, you don't need to have a server generate a ZKP. Theoretically, you could do it in the browser. As of now, we can do it, but the latency increases too much. I think the proving time would be about a minute if we were to do it in the browser, maybe a bit more. For those that participated in our trusted setup ceremony so far, you've also noticed you had to download a separate program because we just couldn't get the WebAssembly portion to actually be fast enough. How did you guys handle that?
Well, I think right now over 8 months of optimizing Halo 2. We're pre-ceremony, so we're gonna have that soon. This is right now on testnet. You can generally play around with it if you go to common.fi/shield. So this is the first implementation. The overall goal that we have with this tag is to create somewhat of an omni-chain privacy pool. Because right now what we have are solutions that are specifically deployed on each given chain, and that decreases the size of the privacy pool and makes essentially everything more fragmented. So we rely on certain bridging infrastructure that I'm not gonna name out of respect, but I think we should also talk to achieve this. And IBC is a part of it. So are all the let's say Ethereum rollups. So should be quite cool.
Okay, so I heard privacy here. How do you guys handle that from a regulatory perspective? I'm Dutch myself, so it's my fear to get arrested in Amsterdam.
Sure. We start with anonymity revokers. Essentially, it's not an ideal solution from the sort of the privacy purist standpoint, I guess. And then we also work with IDOS, which is a team that recently also raised their seed round, where they look to solve the interoperability of KYC. But that comes in a bit later. Right now, it's going to be just based on AML monitoring from Chainalysis CoinFirm and the anonymity revoking feature.
Okay, so when you get into the chain, that's when you need to do KYC.
Not at first, but when you cross a certain threshold, then yeah. And from your guys' perspective, how do you differ from other bridging solutions, basically?
Yeah, so
trustlessness, I guess.
Exactly. If you look at a lot of bridging solutions out there, they might say they have like configurable security models. You can choose your own like contract to handle verification. It always turns out to be a 2 out of 3 multi-sig or an oracle somewhere deep down the stack. I think probably everyone saw the big fight between Hart and Primordial on Twitter, shitting on each other's codes, on how you could technically for both layer 0 and across do a complete takeover as the team and mint and burn all the assets in that system. So we wanted to have a system where that wasn't the case. And then you're going to end up with some model where you do light client-based bridging, which is a model where you take proofs of the validators of the individual chains and basically make them underwrite the bridge transfers. We first wanted to do this on Ethereum, and that's when you encounter that this becomes too expensive to do for regular IBC. You're just going to waste hundreds of thousands of dollars a week, potentially, on just light client verification. And that's where we apply the ZK portion, because there you get about a 90% decrease in gas costs by doing so, and then the system starts to become actually competitive. So what we see with Union right now is if there's about, let's say, 5 transfers enqueued to go into Ethereum, the average gas cost per transfer on the destination side is only 60K in total. So that's about half the price of XLR at the moment. So myself very happy with that. Like the model works really nicely if you go the ZK route, and it has a few other really nice properties. Because with these like configurable verification backends that other teams use, you need to bootstrap a new oracle or create a new multi-sig layer set. With our kind of ZK model, that's not the case. You deploy a new contract yourself to support a new chain, and you can start bridging yourself automatically. So you don't need to actually get permission from the Union team to join the Union interoperability network. That portion itself is permissionless. You could even build out a complete tech stack yourself, and without doing a governance proposal or talking with us, you could actually get supported in open IBC channels.
So, okay, so like with regards to this openness thing, would it be fair to compare this let's say philosophy of openness to what Hyperlane was doing to a degree?
Yeah, to a degree. So indeed, like the same permissionless nature. I think where we differ a lot is Hyperlane is very open in the fact that it's an open source tech stack that you can leverage, but you kind of leverage it to build your own, at least with Hyperlane, if you want like multi-sig bridge yourself. You're still running some infrastructure yourself. So there wasn't necessarily in the early versions a network effect of security, right? And so one Hyperlane route might have a lower security level than another Hyperlane route. That's not the case with Union. You have one big global security level that every connection inherits.
Pretty cool. That's cool. Yeah, we should definitely talk.
Yeah, sounds good. And so regarding the ZK space itself, like what excites you the most at the moment?
End user applications. So what I do most of the time is basically figure out how we can use this for this year and next year. Our focus is going to be primarily retail applications. So essentially, if you look at modern financial products or crypto products, like vast majority of the revenue from Coinbase is coming from retail. Not volume, but just purely revenue. And banks are the same way. So Coinbase, as far as I know, is like 90+% based on retail revenue. And then banks 70+% based on our data from various European banks. And the goal is how do we essentially make on-chain privacy unnoticeable. So if we look at the current solutions that we're using, like whether that's iPhone, WhatsApp, whatever it is, as users, we have some degree of that privacy, whether that's like hardware-based or software-based. But we don't really notice that. There's just like a small end-to-end encrypted pop-up. And when we want to do the same with Web3, it's way more complex. The UX is difficult, it takes a long time, and it's just inconvenient. We're not essentially saying that privacy is the argument that's gonna convince the masses to join, but it's gonna be one of the crucial elements to help us get there, as long as we make it essentially very, very, very seamless. And to make it seamless, you probably want to have it on the client side and not necessarily trust validators or third parties, like in the case of TE, which is generally by design also less secure. So yeah, that's pretty much where we're at. And then the question is, what can you do with it while being still careful around this entire compliance debate, which has been happening for a while now.
Yeah, I kind of assume we probably both agree on TEs being kind of a cop-out. At least that's my belief. People often will see me tweet about the fact that if you go for trusting your hardware manufacturer, you're basically just trusting the Intel private key, which can be fine for tiny applications, but not if you actually want to secure a bridge, for example, or an L1 and ensure that your users have actual privacy.
Yeah, and then with ZK, all you have to do is essentially, well, you gotta trust the people that deployed the code, but in the end, then for keeping secrets, you are trusting yourself.
Yeah. Yeah, for me personally, what I've seen, what excites me a lot that I've seen over the last year is the massive computational increase we've achieved with ZK, and especially the more general purpose VMs. I think when we started out with Union, we wrote all of our circuits ourselves. We forked NARC to do our own precompiles, went through the kind of painful development journey. And in the meantime, like RISC-0, for example, they really got their GPU acceleration on point. I think they're right now at 25 megahertz. And for those that want to know kind of about the numbers, when you want to do a computation on a regular CPU and kind of compute it in how many megahertz your CPU is capable of doing, or gigahertz, with ZK you see like a 1000x decrease in performance normally. So with RISC-0, we're right now at 25 megahertz, but I think 2 years ago there was about 1. So actually it's already like 25x. And I think with like GPU acceleration and dedicated hardware, what are some CPU manufacturers making right now, we might see it reach like 100 or even 200 in a year. And that just allows us at Union to do so much more potentially, right? Fold so much more of our product in the ZK stack. And then in turn results that we spend less gas on chain. So the end cost for the user just goes down. That's what I'm hoping for, that at some point we kind of reach the like sub 1 cent, sub 1 second bridge messages across the Cosmos without like needing to use Oracle's relayers intense, but just generating a ZKP and have that end-to-end stack just executed that quickly.
Yeah, I mean, all this, because we're, since there's, I think high level you can categorize ZK into the server side stuff and the client side stuff. And in our case, with the client side, it's pretty much the same. So we want to optimize this for the devices that you use today. And it finally managed to do it. But then also with time, it's just going to be less and less noticeable, even that something like this, like a client-side ZK proof, is being generated on your device. And right now with new iPhones, we managed to go to this, the record was like 0.27 seconds. So that's quite cool. And then we're hoping with the new releases, it's gonna go down to sub 0.1 second, I hope.
Yeah, I think perhaps client-side CK versus server-side CK really mirrors the thought stream in AI as well right now, right? Will we do client-side AI or will it remain server-side AI? But at Union, we've partnered with like Sindri and Firma, for example, to support our ZK proving pipeline, so 3 layers can leverage them. I'm not yet sure, like if we're going to see maybe a 2 or 3 year dominant streak by these companies that provide server-side ZK at a really low cost with dedicated hardware. And then we'll see client-side take over, or if client-side is already far enough, that we'll just see these new companies not actually corner the market.
No, I mean, that would be pretty cool. Like the end game, I think, would be to build something that is, I guess, more akin to, at least from our side, more akin to a fintech app, but absolutely self-custodial, where you have a simple, unified interface for all the, say, the most popular lending protocols and so on. And then you have easy off ramps, on ramps. So this, we also want the privacy part to be a core message of there's this new movement, let's call it, it's called OpenFi, where you try to push for the self-custodial alternatives to centralized finance, whether that's in crypto or in conventional finance, or TradFi. Yeah.
I know there's a few projects out there right now that indeed do like non-custodial on-ramping based, or at least like you can generate a ZKP of what I guess is either some certificate that banks generate when they use Swift or something like that to prove that you've deposited fiat in the right account, and then the smart contract allows you to mint stables. What I haven't seen yet happen is the other way around, though. I feel like on-ramping, we can figure out how to do that permissionlessly, trustlessly. But then actually off-ramping, I feel the market is really behind. Is there a solution to that, or?
I don't think there is. I mean, no, I don't think there is yet. So,
That's kind of good for crypto. That means people can get in, but they can't get out. Move everyone to Web3.
At least I don't know of one. No.
Yeah, you kind of, because, yeah, even with like zk-TLS and stuff, there's like no way to actually get a fully smart contract controlled bank account. It might be a cool project if everyone wants to build it out, a bank purely on chain that I can just control for my EVM contracts.
Yeah, I mean, what you can check out is Harbor. This is like, we just recently launched a very fast, I guess, on ramping, where you can go from a bank account to stable coins in a matter of 1-2 seconds. So it's quite fast. It's a UK-based company. Still on the testnet, so we'll see how this works in the near future. But yeah, I mean, in the end, it's all about the UX and being honest with users and having as little trust assumptions as possible. Which brings me to your sort of daily bread, because interoperability is tricky. And, like 3 years ago, we wouldn't even think of building like this cross-chain privacy pool, because it wouldn't be even possible due to the times and sort of complexity and costs associated with it. So where do you think that bridging is going? Is this going to be invisible ultimately, or?
Yeah, that's the objective I have with Union as well. Like, sure, we're still in the phase right now where people need to be aware that they're using a bridge. You even need to host an Explorer and a UI specifically. No. But that's not really the future that we want. The future that I want is that wallets can support thousands of chains, that when I go to an app, the wallet infrastructure, Explorer infrastructure figures out what my financial positions are. So when basically I want to start LPing USDC, the underlying network will basically handle that the least amount of hops are taken, the cheapest route is taken, and I'm not actually aware that one DEX might be on Berachain and another DEX might be on Arbitrum, right? That should just be taken care of for me altogether. And that's, I think, what the modular thesis needs the most right now, because then we can compete with Solana, right? Once we're in this world where we do sub-second bridging without any extra security assumptions, then this like network of 1,000 chains will start to make sense.
Yeah. And then essentially, do you think we will end up with, again, wallets? Do you think it's going to go more into, like, let's say we fast forward 2 years from now. Are we still using wallets, or are we using apps where all of this is happening in the background, and wallet is just a feature of a sort of app that is a bit more akin to what we see now in Revolut N26, Mondo?
Yeah, I think those will actually start doing really well. We're working specifically with a team that wants to build kind of a super app for the modular stack and just move really quickly into supporting new protocols. I think if you build out a really solid code base, perhaps leverage web container technology, passkeys, you could probably like integrate a new DeFi protocol every day almost. So indeed, like build a super app that in probably a year actually can support almost any DeFi application that we've going on right now, and then just have a very UX-focused experience, but also uniform, right? Instead of needing to hop through all the different UIs, because every single DeFi protocol wants to be unique with their own UI, right? Even though they export similar functions, just have one super app that does so. I'm hoping there's going to be better browser extensions as well. Like, I'm really hoping that browsers will at some point just accept that they're going to provide like all the signing capabilities, nonce management that is necessary, or maybe password managers, like OnePass, for example. I would love to get rid of all of my wallets and just use OnePass to store the secrets, and then have apps be able to access that.
That would be, yeah, that would be definitely pretty cool. Like because I'm gonna refer to what we do because, well, like I know it best, but I guess so. We've started with a side panel essentially instead of a browser. And when Uniswap deployed their side panel, it was like essentially a confirmation of the direction because it's just more convenient. Like extensions just disappear whenever you do something. It's not the best UX choice. But then again, I'm a huge believer in mobile, so I would just switch everything to mobile and do everything from the app. Yeah.
This is, by the way, one of the cases where I actually think TEs or SGX could serve. Right now, why we need browser extensions is because a browser extension is isolated from the actual web page. We never want the actual web page to access my private key because I'm not sure if the DeFi protocol I'm interacting with is not going to send the private key over an API to the devs. So you want to have a kind of sandboxed wallet implementation in between. And the only way to do that in browsers is with extensions at the moment to achieve that sandbox. But it was never intended really to do it. And that's why it's the horrible UX that we have right now where it just disappears the moment you go to a new tab.
Yeah, but well, hopefully side panels are going to be accepted by users more broadly. So that is a fix to the problem of just being forced to use an extension.
Yeah, but to be honest, on our end, like I love being nerds now by UX and what's possible with those technologies. I think right now with Union, we're still in the stage that we're really trying to figure out how do we get this to be even more optimized. Right now, the fastest bridge transfer we did end-to-end on testnet was try to bearer chain 22 seconds. Out of that, we spent 7 seconds generating the proof. Each have like a 1 second block time, so add 2 seconds. So theoretically, it should have been 9 seconds. Okay. We ended up with 22. So those other 13 seconds are spent by RPC latency, the time delta between the block proposer and the network propagating the block. So I think actually for us, like we could get a 2x latency improvement by getting our data faster after the block is produced. So maybe validator sidecars, maybe some type of service which proactively push to us. And that's necessary if we want to achieve that sub-second block latency transfer for asset transfers. Because the RPC latency is something that we can't solve by having a faster prover. That's because we need to deal with thousands of nodes gossiping with.
But what this allows you to do is that a user doesn't have to expose their strategy on-chain. I think if we all think about V1 Urine, that's like the biggest problem really. It was that everyone can just see what the actual liquidity is going to do, which means everyone can counter trade it and you just lose a bunch of rewards, or you actually even lose your underlying capital. This is also the reason why hedge funds pay millions of dollars to people that are leaving, so they never leak the strategy. So we try to figure out a way how we can actually kind of come forward towards the trading flows that we are used to from TradFi, but make them DeFi possible. And that is how we do it through the decentralized governance. So for the Quasar roadmap, anyone here that's been with Quasar, we've actually had quite an interesting few months. We've announced our expansion to EVM, which is why we are on this track. We started off in Cosmos and we realized that the DeFi fragmentation and the complexity of destinations is actually significantly worse on the EVM side and significantly more interesting to look at just because there's more total liquidity. The same, by the way, goes for BTC-Fi as well. And so what we've come up with to get to the LSA, which is, again, our North Star, is a Lego block design. So we have to start from the bottom and then build up different vaults that actually say primitive agnostic vaults, and then you have the ecosystem-specific vaults, and then you have the shared security provider vaults, and you kind of start building that system together. So what we're doing next, and you're going to hear some of this in the next few weeks, is build the first Pro Vault, which really is almost the last stage before the actual LSAs. The strategy keeper network, finishing that up. Now, I think at this point, are probably the only Cosmos project that went private again. So we actually had a token launch, had a token out, and then took it private again, which is setting us up for this ability to expand to the EVM, whether that is through becoming an AVS and using the core processor capabilities of an AVS, or whether that's through actual just relisting on the main EVM. And then in the end, we're going to get to this actual LSA future where I can envision multiple years from now, say 3, 4, 5 years, you can just have an actual app and you just pick your favorite asset, whether it's BTC or ETH, just click deposit, and like that's going to be the new staking, which is actually providing capital efficiency into DeFi. So what is kind of the triangle goal here with a single product? It's solving the need to search for yield for the end user, which at this point is unbelievably time intensive. It also solves how you allocate liquidity as a protocol and as an ecosystem. At the end of the day, we create a DeFi native product for all of the ecosystems, the shared security providers that are specifically looking at stakers as who they want to onboard, but are suffering from the unbelievable complexity in the back end of where the actual yield is. So Quasar.fi is the domain. If you want to look more into the actual specifics of what I talked about, it's docs.quasar.fi. Thanks everybody for listening. I appreciate your time and have a nice third day at Cosmoverse. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Vallejo. Yes, I love that presentation. I always talk about making DeFi simple. And then sometimes when I'm talking to my friends, I have to realize they don't even know what DeFi is. I say it like, yeah, we're working to make things simple. For most of the general market, they don't even understand TradFi. We've never really been taught finances in school that much. So when we talk about DeFi, that also goes over people's heads. So it is all about making things simple, making things inclusive, finding ways to explain things in the most simple ways possible. We can't assume that everyone understands what we're talking about. So it's how we use our systems to make things as simple as we can and not overcomplicate them. So we're moving on with our next amazing keynote. This is one of our speakers that we had on our panel the other day, and he is back again. This is Anthony from Midnight. Let's get some energy in here, guys.
Thank you. What a wonderful introduction. Thank you very much. I love presenting all day. People really care that actually turn up. Everybody else who doesn't really give a shit at this point is drunk, hungover, or probably left already. So thank you for being here, and I promise to leave you with something that will be hopefully informative and interesting as we get to the end of the session. What I want to try and do is give you guys a reason to continue to care about ZK. You already care enough to be here for this part of the session, but when you leave, I'd like you to leave with an understanding of why ZK matters not just for Web3, but for humanity in general, and that zero knowledge is a technology that actually solves a bunch of non-Web3 problems that we have a huge opportunity in being able to enable. It's also a mass adoption machine for Web3, and I'll get into why. Click. And there's an important fundamental point behind this that sits under everything, which is with zero knowledge, we're able to send proofs of data, not the sensitive data itself. Right? This sounds like an obvious thing, but I'll point out why it is completely normalized that this is not the way we do things today and why we need to change it. So data, broadly speaking, is a bit like a leaky bucket. We could keep pouring data in, keep pouring information into the internet, into our applications, through our phones, through our devices, but somehow it always manages to leak out and we lose control of what we've got and where. Right? Our data today is not our own, it is not controlled, it is not within our control most of the time. And you've seen a million charts like this, I'm sure, of how many billions of terabytes of data is produced every second on different applications. This is not the slide to be taking a photograph of, but I will cue you on the ones that you do need to take a photograph of, so keep your phones ready. I can't believe I'm saying that at a conference, but for those people who have phones, get ready for that. And it's only going to get bigger and more significant as we start seeing a significant growth in bots, devices, autonomous vehicles, autonomous sensors. We are only going to see more bots and more data and more identity and more sensitive information being passed around the internet as we know it. And that's not a good thing. Here's how apps work today. Many of you, I'm sure, are technical, so this may not be a surprise, but for those who are not, at least let me baseline. This is how applications work today. A user or a company or an entity on the left-hand side sends encrypted data packets to a third party over the internet. This is a radical simplification, I know, but broadly speaking, we send data packets over the encrypted web to a third party. This is how Web 2 works today. We're not going to talk about why encrypted data on the internet is necessarily a bad thing. We're not going to challenge that encryption on the internet is necessarily flawed today, but we are in the quantum era as we know it, and encryption and putting encrypted things on chain or over the internet is not necessarily a guaranteed safety for the rest of our lives. So that's also something we have to challenge. So we're already normalizing sharing more data than we necessarily need to. How many of you in the room have sent a photocopy of your passport, your driver's?
At the execution layer, that's why we're here using Cosmos SDK. So you have all the Cosmos SDK functionalities with proof of authority, so 26 validators. You have the proof of authority choosing, like determining who are the validators that have voting rights. And then FMOS SDK for the EVM compatibility using IBC. So really, again, you get all the best, a great combo of tech, bringing robustness and scalability to the sidechain with being like modular and customizable. So for you as developers, again, you get like powerful EVM functionalities, Cosmos SDK's access, and cross-chain the apps. So when we look at the way it was built, like XRPL, as I was saying, the DNA is very much, it was the first DNA was payment of financial use cases, so payments, now it's like a tokenization. And so you have Axelar that's going to power like the cross-chain interoperability with Cosmos, but also like 55 other blockchains. We all love Axelar. I love the fact that it's like a decentralized bridge. So great tech. And so they're building this interoperability, again, launching in Q1. So when you look at the type of asset, like tokenized financial assets, for example, so we have like, there are strong partnerships that are being worked on. Or, OpenEden in Singapore is already live on XRPL with like millions of assets. They are bringing millions of assets and signing some distribution partnerships in different countries. So going very, very strong with OpenEden. We have other partners like more at the tech level. So if you are an issuer that wants to issue on XRPL EVM sidechain, you can just reach out to the tech providers like Archax, like Zonix, and it's like almost like a tokenization tokenization as a service. And they are bringing like top financial institution, asset managers, really issuing very easily in just a few clicks on XRPL and on the XRPL EVM sidechain. And when we talk about tokenization, we've heard that word over and over about tokenization. I feel now we've reached that inflection point. Like the assets, it's like when you look at RW.XYZ, like 200 billion, a lot of that being fiat, but we're seeing more and more, I would say, like financial institutions that are liquid. And why financial institutions that are liquid? That's the first wave of innovation because of the secondary market liquidity. Basically, I want to go into my position. I want to make sure that I can get out. The best way is to have a secondary market liquidity, not being stuck with my position. So that's a core use case, payment, tokenization. And the end goal of tokenization is not just tokenizing. It's way beyond that because it's not just, okay, I put assets on the blockchain, but it's also what can I do with those assets? I have assets on my portfolio as an investor. What do I do with those assets? So it's like using that as a collateralization, as a collateral, and unlocking lending opportunities. So very, very strong use case. Then the cross-chain DApp. So how do you get the best of both worlds between the XRPL EVM sidechain and XRPL? So as I was saying, like XRPL is very fast, secure, has never been hacked in more than 10 years. And so the way you can use this collaboration, this interoperability between the XRPL EVM sidechain using Cosmos SDK and XRPL mainnet, you can leverage XRPL mainnet to have your assets that are secured. And under the hood, like all the smart execution layer on the EVM sidechain. So it's like you have this UI on the front end on mainnet and the back end on EVM, or you can build fully on EVM. So again, you see like XRPL mainnet, XRPL EVM with a secured bridge in between, so Axelar, proof of association, consensus from on the mainnet side, proof of authority, we talked about that, with 26 validators currently live, with strong geographical distribution for the validators. Wallets, so we have wallets that are getting built on both sides, with some that are cross-chain between the two chains, and looking forward to seeing more and more interoperability with the Cosmos ecosystem. When we look at the validators, so currently 26 validators are live. Can be, like we think 32 is a good number, with some very strong geographical distribution on the validator side. So you can see the University of Texas, Linkpool, Catalyze Research is very strong in Korea, FMOS, BlockScout, Persist, obviously. Again, Persist being the main developer behind the XRPL EVM sidechain. Feel free to talk to them. Again, you have like Ferran, the CEO, and Adria, the CTO, just sitting in the middle of the room. So why would you build on the cross-chain the apps on the EVM sidechain, on the XRPL EVM sidechain? So first, like unlock XRP utility. I want to stress like XRP utility. Why do we care about XRP? XRP is one of the few digital assets that has now regulatory clarity by the SEC. It's not a security. So that's one of the few. And I want to stress that because it took like years of sweat and hard work with the SEC to get there. So XRP, not a security, determined not a security by the SEC. It was a huge win for XRP and for the whole ecosystem. Locally, DFSA, so Dubai Financial Services Authority, under the DIFC construct, has also authorized XRP to be used by the DIFC companies. So that's strong, like XRP being approved by DFSA for DIFC companies to use. So that's one. Then you can tap on the 5 million plus XRPL wallet that is growing, like exponentially growing. You can build new apps that blend the best of both worlds between XRPL and EVM. And you get all the support that you need. So you'll have access to docs, you'll have support from Persist, from Ripple, and funding to build the next big thing. So if you need funding, you can reach out. So I would like to personally invite you, and very thrilled to see like you joining the first cohort to build cross-chain apps on the XRPL ecosystem. It's a very exciting opportunity to be at the forefront of innovation. So let's work together to create a future where cross-chain interoperability becomes the norm. Thank you for listening and have a good day. Thank you, guys.
Thank you very much, Aurélie. Wow, guys, yes, there's still lots of people here for day 3. I think you guys have been checking out the agenda and you know how many amazing speakers we've still got to come. I'm really excited for what they're going to be saying on this very stage. We have panels. We also have our startup pitch final happening later this afternoon. If you were here yesterday, you would have heard me say how important startups are in this space and how important it is that we nurture them in the right way. We bring them together with the right VCs, the right marketing agencies, all of these things to help accelerate their growth in the best way possible. Because as a startup, it's really hard to know where to go, who to speak to. So hopefully here at Cosmoverse, we've helped to achieve that as well. So our panel is all ready and lined up. They're ready to go. So this is titled IBC Everywhere. I want you guys to give me extra energy, right? This is 5 people on this panel, so let's put your hands together. For Daniel from Evemos, we have Daria from Be In Crypto, we have Farhan from Pearson, we have back again Aurelie from Ripple, and Mary from Interchain Foundation. Let's go for this panel.
The female side, okay.
Morning, everyone. Daria from Being Crypto here, and I'm really happy to see that many people, because I know it's not an easy task sometimes to show up on the third day of the event. But anyways, I'm quite sure you won't regret it, because in the next 23 minutes, we'll keep exploring Ripple steps in Cosmos ecosystem. But before we start, let's ask our amazing speakers to introduce themselves briefly. For those who missed the early amazing keynote, can you please? Yeah.
Okay, good. Hi, I'm Aurélie Delem. I lead partner success for RippleX, and I'm based in Dubai. Yeah.
Thank you.
My name's Mary McGilvray. I was the product marketing lead for IBC at the Interchain Foundation, and now I'm moving into a new role as a marketing director at the Interchain Foundation across the ecosystem.
Thank you. Daniel?
Hey, I'm Dan. I lead growth and product at EVMOS. EVMOS is the standard for building blockchains and products with block space, and we brought EVM compatibility and customizability to Ripple, and so I'm really happy to be here, so let's talk.
And the last but not least.
Yeah. Hi everyone, I'm Farhan, I'm the CEO of Pearson Technology, a tech firm based in Barcelona. We've been building blockchain since about 8 years now, and we are very focused and big contributor to the XRP Ledger ecosystem.
Coolio. Okay, let's start. When I hear Ripple, I instantly think of 2 things. Payments, of course, and liquidity, because like historically, they're your areas you're working with. So how do you envision these use cases evolving when Ripple is diving into Cosmos ecosystem, and what opportunities you see?
No, I see a lot of great opportunities, like I was just saying, like connecting 2 of the best ecosystems between XRPL Cosmos with the EVM compatibility thanks to EVMOS. And so in terms of, you're right, like the DNA of Ripple and even the vision like from the founders of XRPL was really about like making a better Bitcoin, I would say, in terms of making it faster, like without using mining, faster, cheaper, most importantly. And so yes, XRPL was like originally designed for payments, 100%. And it has evolved now, and when you look at Ripple, the main businesses, you have like payments. We just acquired Metaco, which is now called Ripple Custody. So when I think about custody, it's this entry point, like when you get into, the first interaction you have with a bank, it's like, okay, I open my bank account, so that's the custody. So it's good entry point, good like for like level of trust. Okay, I have that trust, my assets are custodized. So payment, custody, stablecoin, so the RLUSD stablecoin getting launched soon. And like now, like what I was saying, like tokenization, so it's a huge exponential growth area. So I would recommend any of you to look into that. I always feel like crypto is almost like the POC of blockchain, but tokenization is going to be how we get like TradFi on chain and disintermediate. So yeah, looking forward to that. Yeah.
Can you please name a few things that will contribute to your retail user base, not just like institutional ones?
Yeah. So a great question. So people are always thinking about institutional and retail, but I think it comes hand in hand. Like institution, they won't come if there's no retail, and you need both. And so on the retail side, like one of our strongest partner is OpenEden that I was talking about on the tokenization front. They are based in Singapore, and they give access to retail to tokenized assets. And right now, they are not announced yet, but they're looking to partner with some distribution channel that's going to democratize even more access to T-bills. And not only like lowering the minimum ticket for, because like now if you want to access like government bond in the US, at least for me as a French person, I need to be like a high net worth and like a private banking. Here you democratize access to retail, to T-bills. And then, as I was saying on stage, it's not only, okay, I have access to T-bills, but what do I do with my T-bills? How can I put it in collateral and unlock lending beyond that? So for me, that's huge.
Yeah, thank you. Because many people still think that actually like tokenization game, RWA, mostly for institutionals and retail can get anywhere there. But yeah, thanks for clarifying this. Okay, Ferran, I need some builder's perspective here. Can you please share how persistent experience on building on both XRPL and Cosmos ecosystem make the project unique? So what new features it does bring to the table?
Yeah, sure. When we started the XRP EVM project, we were mostly focusing on XRP EVM itself. So we've been across different ecosystems. Our experience was on EVM and with the XRP ledger, and we've exploring solutions such as Polkadot, such as Avalanche, and we came to Evmos as well, Ethermin by the time. And we feel that this was a very production-ready, allowing modular customization for the future of your chain. So that was a very important point. So bringing all these walls together allowed us to add like this third party. Initially, we wanted to merge XRPL ecosystem with EVM ecosystem. Just by integrating Evmos, we get Cosmos in the same pack. And then after that, we started discovering Cosmos ecosystem. We started seeing that was huge, was vibrant. It was a lot of innovation, especially in interoperability. It's groundbreaking, and I think that makes an extra receipt to this product, that it makes it very unique and joins, I guess, some of the three most unique and used ecosystems right now in the world.
What are like the most exciting applications for you, of course, that could possibly emerge from XRPL integration into the Interchain?
Well, I don't want to highlight one specifically above all the others, because the main reason that we've built XRPL EVM is to provide programmability. As Aurelie pointed, XRPL, it's been built in 2012, so right after Bitcoin. So basically, it's before Ethereum. There was no general purpose programmability. So by the time, it's very difficult on the XRP ledger to build your custom code. You can do it. It's designed for that, but you need to make a fork, and it takes a lot of time, and you need to make an amendment in C++ that needs to be in consensus with the rest of the network, and it's quite difficult, right? So there is like this Pareto law, so 20% of the use cases are still 80% of the usage, or probably more. But there is a long tail of projects or customizations that we are not allowing right now. So the points I'm more interested are probably in one side, DeFi itself. I think XRP ledger, XRP token itself has been quite isolated. If you see it, it has about $2 billion volume daily. So it's one of the most traded assets in some of the most developed economies like the US, Japan, Korea. It's among the top 3 most traded assets.
Yeah, especially now, like when the status is finally clear.
Yeah, so I think like the point is that if it had this adoption and this volume without being exposed enough to DeFi, I'm very interested in seeing like now, thanks to the Interchain stack that will be connected to all the EVMs and Cosmos ecosystems, what people does with it. And in extension of what Aurelie said, Ripple and the XRP ledger will have now all this huge range of tokenized assets that will, I think, XRP ledger will lead on that. And through all this interconnectivity, these assets will be able to be ported then to all the Cosmos ecosystem, to the EVM ecosystems. And there is a huge range of applications that can take benefit of that and create very interesting use cases on top of it.
Yeah, thank you. Interesting. Daniel, from EVMOS
Yes.
perspective, what are the opportunities of integrating EVM into XRPL, and how does it contribute to breaking the borders of interoperability across the whole interchain?
So I think generally, I mean, we're also talking about IBC here at Cosmos, the Interchain, and I think I want to see this as like building bridges, not just between blockchains, but also between like enterprise and decentralized finance, or institutionals and decentralized finance, but also between crypto and fiat. And so I think what I really, when I think about building anything on blockchain technology, I think about the underlying benefits. We already talked about custody, right? There's portability, verified compute, privacy. There's so many things we can bring to the table. And so I think what I really think is interesting about the Ripple product as itself, it's like based on real demand, right? Ripple and XRPL is based on like really enterprise great products, and bringing this into the Interchain stack is a huge opportunity, I think, for a more healthy economy, for more stable products. And I think it's also a really interesting choice working with the Interchain stack and EVMOS, because it is the standard way of building. I think we have shown this. There's like plus 90 or 100 zones at this point, and also using IBC as like the standard protocol for interoperability is, I think it just brings a lot of trust, I think, also in the system, and a proof of adoption of blockchain in enterprise-grade solutions. So I think overall, I think what has been lacking in the Interchain is not really the proof of the technology, but rather having real adoption and liquidity coming into the system. So I think from that point of view, I think it's really interesting. And then from a programmability point of view, I mean, since we've announced this collaboration, there's so many developers coming to us and saying, okay, great, we've been waiting for like building something like XRP with like an EVM compatibility, right? There's a lot of audited contracts, a lot of like opportunities for new developers coming into the XRPL ecosystem. So from a technological perspective, it's really interesting for developers to join the system. But then from an economic and like liquidity perspective, I think this is going to be great for the Interchain and the XRPL sidechain.
Same question as for Farhan. What, in your opinion, are the most exciting applications in this case?
So, I mean, I think also if we talk about IBC, like anything that takes advantage of the application-specific chains that are there already, right? We have, like Osmosis as a DEX, we have Stride as a liquid staking. There's so many different application-specific chains that can also be connected to the XRPL sidechain. But I think beyond that, I mean, I don't have a specific project that I would say is going to be the winner or anything. But I think based on, taking the XRP token as, representative for the XRP army, and, the developer mindshare there is already, and the product that's underlying for like cross-border payments, I think building any DeFi primitives on top of that would be really interesting.
So basically win-win for everyone.
I think so. I mean, also if you think of like what problems are being solved in terms of like international payments, like if you look at, for example, I don't know, at Venezuela, like the remittance payments is like 5% of the GDP. If you look at the African continent, we have like 55 countries, 26 plus currencies. There's so many inefficiencies actually between like cross-border payments. And so these are actually real problems that could be solved. And that's where I was talking about the bridge between like, like real problems and the blockchain space. I think this is a real opportunity of building like DeFi primitives on top of that.
Thank you. Mary, you're here. From Interchain Foundation point of view, Ripple is huge. We all know that. So what's your perspective on that? What the foundation and Interchain ecosystem will gain from this big step?
One of the most exciting things about Ripple, the organization, and then also the Ripple community joining the Interchain, is quite simply Ripple has, I believe, one of the strongest brands in crypto, and has an extremely passionate group of followers, the XRP army. And it's very exciting to me personally, for those individuals to finally have a way to interact with DeFi, to interact with the broader ecosystem of applications that are out there, and we're very excited that that you all have chosen the Interchain as your first, as one of your first forays into that. And I think it'll be a lot of fun, honestly, to see the two communities mix. I mean, we both have very distinct cultures. However, what we both have is a lot of passion and a lot of excitement about the future and the possibilities of blockchain and Web3. So from an Interchain Foundation perspective, we're really, really excited to be welcoming you and your community to the Interchain.
Thank you.
Do you think Ripple will bring more devs to the ecosystem?
That is the hope.
Projects.
And we're very excited also to have some excellent builders like EVMOS and Pyrrhus to be supporting those developers. I mean, I think with EVMOS and Pyrrhus, you have some of the best teams out there. EVMOS is really strong contributors to the ecosystem, so they'll definitely ensure you all are successful.
Okay, so guys, we all agree on the simple fact that this integration is a huge step for both Ripple and Cosmos. So let's try to predict the future and dream a little. What awaits us in, like, let's say 1 year, 2 years horizon? What do you expect from this collab and how it will expand with time? Aurelie, can you please start?
What's the prediction in the 1 or 2 years?
Yeah, for this collab, how will it expand and what do you really want to see?
Yeah, so what I really want to see is really like a seamless integration between the two ecosystems, like a good mix of retail and institutional adoption. And I really believe there's still so much to be done, especially in payments, tokenization, and there's always some exciting new use cases, including on the retail front. So really very much looking forward to see all the fun things we can build together.
Yeah, beautiful. Guys, have something to add here, I guess.
Yeah, I think, I mean, just from a retail perspective and
we
the
have time,
onboarding,
you can dive deeper.
Oh, yeah. From like the retail perspective and onboarding, I think there's like still like a huge challenge, right, to bring new users into the space, and having, token holders of XRP, kind of discover a new space also from like what you can do with blockchain technology. I mean, we just heard about also privacy and like other benefits, right? I think there's a huge world to discover, and so in the future, I would really love to see how the experience of interacting with applications is, super smooth. And, there's a lot of like, especially in the Interchain and like Cosmos ecosystem, there's so much like developer mindshare, a lot of innovation going on, and everybody's talking about, end user applications to scale and find distribution. And so I think beyond, just holding tokens and so on, having more usability and have a distribution is going to be really important. And so, yeah, I just want to be seeing like, it's not just XRPL and a side chain or like one specific other chain, like we want to abstract that away, right? So that's the future I see.
What are the biggest challenges to achieve this goal?
Well, I would say, I think the biggest challenge right now is like a lot of people in the industry, I feel, focus on the technology or the infrastructure, the underlying infrastructure. What I like to focus on is really finding, the applications that have real demand. And I think focusing the attention towards that is probably one of the biggest challenges, because I get into so many conversations that are always like kind of going to the same like rabbit hole. So I think, getting the right people excited to join the ecosystem is one of the biggest challenges, and I think this could be a really good milestone in that way.
Yeah, cool, thank you. Ferran, same question for you actually. Again, we all agreed that XRPL and Cosmos is a big deal, so how do you see here the project is contributing to overall growth of cross-chain liquidity and DeFi?
Yeah, I think the XRP ledger and XRP itself, it's going to experience an explosion of interoperability over the next few months, and especially in the long term. As I said, it's been quite isolated, and I think there is a significant number of initiatives right now. The XRP LEVM, it's providing a clear path of interoperability, but at the same time, we are integrating Axelar, which connects also the XRPL mainnet to the rest of the blockchains, and both chains will have also IBC enabled. So all this interoperability wall, I think it will create a huge opportunity, especially on liquidity, and especially, I guess, I'm very interested to see Cosmos developers and community. I think in terms of research and development, this ecosystem is quite advanced. I've been hearing during these days here very interesting conversations in many fronts, and I'm very curious to see what all these developers and bright minds are going to do when they have the capacity to access the liquidity and the institutional tokenized assets and all these products from the XRP ledger and bring it to more this Web3 economy, or the Web3 products that probably are more accessible or very accessible right now here. I think some people will create very amazing things, very difficult to predict exactly which ones, but there will be the finally new products that I'm very excited to see.
Yeah, so you think the amount of use cases that like Ripple is well known for will grow as well?
Yeah, like for example, payments. XRP Ledger is very good at payments, and not only that, but there is a big number of institutional clients that are using the XRP Ledger. This is very well known. And when you mixed the programmability, the use cases on DeFi, the interoperability of all that together to offer these solutions to these institutional clients, or vice versa, bringing these institutional products and bringing to the Web3 world, I think this is a very powerful mix and recipe that is for sure going to create something very unique. So I'm very excited to see that.
Thank you.
Just on payment, you know, like we're just scratching the surface on payment, to be honest. Like when you look at the footprint of stablecoins right now, it's like 99% USD. So there's still this huge hegemony from USD stablecoin, but still we see some bright, like some interest. Like we saw, like the big acquisition from Stripe into Bridge, like the $1 billion acquisition, showing like there's it's coming, you know. So looking for me, like another prediction, like looking forward to seeing like a footprint of like stablecoins, non-USD stablecoin, and seamless payment between those, bootstrapping liquidity on the FX front. So yeah, that would be huge. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. Mary. No avatars anyway, so we have just 1 minute, so of course, please, the final words will be yours from foundation perspective again. What do you await from this collaboration in like a horizon of like 1 or 2 years?
Again, we're very excited to have you all be joining the Interchain and to be offering additional use cases to your retail users in your community. And I echo the words that others have said around the potential for innovation that will come from the intersection between these two developer communities, because the IBC network currently is about 120 chains, around $1 billion in transaction volume per month. And I'm excited to see that volume scale, and it will definitely scale significantly with the addition of Ripple to the network and the XRPL network joining. So also excited to have our open source community begin to contribute and innovate based on the technologies that you all are bringing. So very glad to have you here.
Thank you.
And the same question as for the guys. How do you think the XRPL use cases and products will grow with this time? Maybe you have something to add to like DeFi applications and so on.
Specific use cases you're asking? I would say
because we all agreed on like payments first, RWA second,
yeah,
liquidity third. So what else?
What else? What else? I mean, the possibilities are endless, right? I think when you have a company like Ripple behind it, there's really a whole lot that can be done. I would say things the IBC network and contributors in the IBC network are really leading, I would say, in kind of fringe research in some areas. So, you know, we have people doing things with interoperability that have never been possible before. So very excited for some of those individuals to be contributing here.
And looking forward to seeing what the great minds in this room and beyond are going to build. You know, it's like grassroots and decentralized ideas. So looking forward to seeing that.
Yeah, beautiful.
Yeah.
So our time is over, guys. Thank you anyway for the convo.
Thank you, Dara.
Yeah, it was amazing. Thank
you.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
A big round of applause for our final panel of this first track of the morning. Thank you so much. The future definitely is bright for Ripple. I'm extremely excited. I'm also an investor, so I'm really hoping that these guys are being honest with their predictions. But I do believe, and I really do see that everyone out here, if we do come together, we really can push forward in this space. So no matter what the company is, no matter what your ideas are, let's come together and let's make this future even better than we thought possible, because it's all of these minds that can achieve that. So we are moving on to our next amazing track today. I know this morning has gone so quickly. We are moving on to Enterprise. So this keynote, it's a co-keynote. This is about telecom and Cosmos, connecting people, empowering the future. So please join me. Let's get some energy out here. I think it's almost midday. So please give a warm welcome to Maximilian and Alexander from T-Mobile. Round of applause, everyone.
Thanks for the introduction. We are really happy to kick off the enterprise track here at Cosmoverse. So I'm Alex. I'm the co-founder of Deutsche Telekom's Web3 unit.
And my name is Max. I'm the product owner of the Web3 unit infrastructure.
Perfect. So over the last minutes here, before we are discussing about the future of Cosmoverse, and we think the future of Cosmoverse is bringing enterprises on track, right? Building applications to enable Web2 users and Web2 clients using Web3 applications, using your networks, your Web3 networks. So we want to dig deeper in it, what we are doing at Deutsche Telekom here, because we are a fully Web2 company. We are only a small kind of Web3 company with a small team. But what we are doing here is staking. We are providing Web3 infrastructure, and Max will elaborate this later. But we are not only providing Web3 infrastructure, we're providing more for the Web3 ecosystem, for Web3 users. And what are our value proposition here? I will dig deeper in this now, because there are three pillars. One pillar is our connection, our B2B customer connection. So we have a broad variety of users who are using our service in the Web2 world, mobile customers, as well as broadband users. And on the other side, we are a B2B company. So we are one of the biggest IT service provider in Europe, and leveraging enterprises, using IT services, operating center, and so on. So these are two pillars. And the third pillar is brand. And let's elaborate on this, because brand is really important. We are one of the strongest brand in the world. We are at least the strongest brand in Europe. And brand, what means brand valuation? It counted customer and clients, enterprise clients as well as customers. They grant us with reliability, with trust, as well as with reputation. And we can bring these reputation, these brand value to Web2, to Web3. So transferring these reputations, these values from the Web2 world in the Web3 world is the challenge, or is these added value we can bring on the table. So we are not a classic staking provider. We have more to give here, to bring on the table. And look, our brand valuation increased massively since we started with staking in the early days. Maybe there's a coincidence, don't know, but so we're starting back in the days in 2020 with our staking, Oracle and indexing provisioning, and the brand valuation increasing massively. So this is one pillar, brand valuation. We can bring here the reputation of Deutsche Telekom in different activities, and bring a various of trust in a highly innovative ecosystem. Because we speak here over the last days, a lot of technical discussions, really fancy development and technical discussions, but to attract new customers, and especially Web2 customers, you need a kind of trust, a kind of reputation that they do the first step in your ecosystem. We can bring this here on the table. What are the other two pillars? I already mentioned, one pillar is definitely our B2C customer base. We have a massive customer touchpoint worldwide. So we are not only operating in Germany for sure. We are operating in the whole East Europe ecosystem. We are operating, and I guess you know this, in T-Mobile, with T-Mobile in the States. So we have a massive customer base of more than 200 million worldwide, and we can leverage this. Look, these are Web2 customers. They don't know somehow a little bit what Web3 is, but we can leverage these customer base with your use cases. And this is the point we want to bring on the table as well, because this makes fun and generating new business for us as well as for you. We have directly feedback from the customer side, so we use and want to leverage these customer base from the B2C side. But this is not the only thing. As I mentioned at the beginning, we are not only a mobile telco company, we are a huge IT provider as well. And we do this already now with our existing partnerships in the Web3 ecosystem, because we can leverage our B2B enterprise network. So we have more than 1,000 global partners worldwide, especially in Europe, but as well as in South America, industry cross-wide. So means automotive, banking, insurance, as well as public sector. So use cases the Web3 world can bring on the table, we can leverage to our B2B enterprise network. So means if you have a use case in automotive, if you have a use case in insurance or finance, we can leverage this with our existing customer connections we already have, because we're providing the IT services. It's quite easy to attract these customers, our customers, because we have a wide range of accounts and customer connections. So this, I think this is the main goal, how to bring crypto to Web2, or the Web3 world to Web2. Based on existing customer connection, based on existing IT service we are already providing there, for example, data centers, SAP systems, ERP systems, you name it, and we can add use cases out of the Web3 world there. Can pitch concrete products, can have direct feedback after what is the value of these products, what are my ROEs, where are the benefits, where are the needs, and we can be the bridge here. And we want to be the bridge here. We already tested this with our existing partnerships. So only to sum up, it's not only we bring infrastructure, Web3 infrastructure here to the Web3 ecosystem, it's the brand, it's the B2C ecosystem with our broad customer base in mobile connection as well as broadband users. And the third one is our B2B enterprise sector to push real world adoption and real world use cases to the Web2 world. So these are only the 3 pillars we can bring here for the Web3 world. What we are already doing in Web3 with our Web3 infrastructure, Max will now dig deeper in this.
Thanks, Alex. Yes, so we learned about brand, we learned about our customer base, is it B2B or B2C, and what we're really doing since a long, long time, and how we actually grew to this massive brand, number 9 worldwide, is doing infrastructure. And we're doing this since the early days, connecting people via telephone lines, enabling totally new way of connecting across the ocean or whatsoever. And since almost more than 20 years, we're supporting the internet backbone as Deutsche Telekom, as T-Mobile US, you name it, enabling totally new business models for organizations, peoples, and businesses alike. And in 2022, we figured the new vision would be, yes, we as a core infrastructure provider, we definitely need to step into this Web3 ecosystem and enabling a totally new way of connecting to each other, sharing value. And since then, we're running validators, indexing service, and oracles. Back in the days, 2020, we started with Chainlink as our first entrance into Web3 infrastructure. And as you can see, we continuously growed our ecosystem, our infrastructure provisioning inside Web3 and crypto. And I don't want to name all the specific networks here, but let me pinpoint out maybe the 2 latest important one. First is, yes, we stepped into Bitcoin mining, and this is a huge new way of infrastructure inside the Web3 ecosystem in general. Also for us, we want to leverage our infrastructure expertise here together with our vast partners and network, and trying to use the overproduction energy in Germany to somehow relieve and take out the stress of the energy grid. And the second one I want to pinpoint out here, since we're on Cosmoverse and we're very proud, since beginning of the year, we're part of the Fetch AI Foundation and also running a validator here. And as Alex mentioned, we already taking use of our partner network together with Bosch, for example, which is also part of the Fetch AI Foundation. Since the early days, we are trying to leverage our Web2 expertise, our network, to really bring life on those new ecosystems, for example, Fetch AI. So, now just like the key features again of infrastructure benefits at Deutsche Telekom. We're running our validators, oracles or indexes on our own cloud. Can also leverage our partner network with multi-cloud setup, and this is all done with an infrastructure know-how as we doing all our business, like for example 24/7 on-call duty for our validators. If something breaks, a team will react in minutes, and this is also all running on 100% green infrastructure, which is a core value inside Deutsche Telekom in general. And as you know, since we are corporate all across the world, we definitely need to be compliant, and this also definitely counts for the business we are running and we build up. So to sum it up, we are a huge player in the Web2 ecosystem. We bring customers, partners alike to all our partners. And we started in 2020 bringing this to the Web3 ecosystem, and we continuously grow. So happy to connect to the Cosmo ecosystem. This has been...
and to add one point, because we are here since the beginning on the Cosmoverse, and no offense, but we need, I think the whole industry, as not only the Cosmo in the Cosmos ecosystem, but the whole industry needs more use cases beside of DeFi, honestly. And because they are not, this is the enterprise track, and I guess we are the only enterprise here on the stage. Where are the other enterprises? I think this is the problem, right? You're in your own, everybody is in their own bubble, doing a lot of DeFi stuff. Yeah, it's cool, we as well, but we need to push this, our tech stuff, to other industries. Come on, it's not the finance industry in the world who are leading the GDP. It's other industries, right? What is with automotive, with health engineers, with insurance companies, with other industries, pharmaceutical industries. In the beginning, because I'm already in this ecosystem since 2014, we're starting with supply chain transparencies, diamond chains, all this stuff. What is happening now? No, there's no use case in this area, no feasible use case in this area where we can push this, because we have so much discussion on our side with our customers. Okay, you're not a blockchain unit anymore. What are you doing? Yeah, we're providing infrastructure for Web3, but we want to push other use cases, not DeFi use cases. We want to push use cases beside of this financial ecosystem. And I think this is a mission for everybody. Please connect to enterprises, to companies who has real value. And yeah, they will ask challenging questions. They will ask, where's the need for this? Because I need to invest in a new technology. I need to invest my IT company or my IT people to look in your tech. But you need to answer these questions. Where's the need? Where's the business benefit? Where's the ROI after 12 months, after 36 months? These are the questions we receive by our customers, and I think everybody in the Web3 industry needs to answer this to have a real value in the ecosystem in the Web2 world, because they are the users you want to attack.
And
happy to support here.
Yeah, and without identifying those pain points, you can't like leverage any use case inside the Web2 ecosystem, inside this huge market, and we only identify those if we talk to each other. So highly recommend to join and come to enterprises like us.
Yeah, perfect, on point. Then thank you very much, and yeah, see you later.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you very much for that amazing co-hosting of our keynote. It definitely is true. We all want to push into Web3, but we can't forget that most of the users are still in Web 2. So that is really where we need to be targeting if we want to push into our Web3 future. Now, our next fireside chat is titled Come to Dubai, Habibi. And for someone that's been here now for just over 3 years here in Dubai, I really have seen how this region has developed, especially in terms of tech, discussing Web3, innovation. It's always exciting to see what Dubai is going to do next. And actually, our next amazing speaker is someone that I met really not long after I moved here to Dubai. So I can honestly say he is a friend in the space as well. I think we've seen each other at, I don't even know how many events this year. A lot of events. And we've been due a coffee catch up at some point soon. So maybe we can squeeze that in today. So please, let's get a really big roar for our next amazing 2 speakers. This is Alvaro from Circulo and Mateus Mendy from Dubai Blockchain Center. Let's get a big round of applause for Mateus and Alvaro.
Hello, Alvaro.
Hi, Habibi. Welcome to Dubai.
Welcome to Dubai, Habibi.
How are you?
I am doing good, and you?
Very nice. For how long you been here?
I've been here 17 years.
What brought you to Dubai?
Well, originally it was cars, because at this time crypto and blockchain wasn't really, Bitcoin wasn't out, 2009, so I saw the birth of it here. What about you?
3 years ago, when Dubai Expo was happening, I came invited by the government of Colombia to talk about the future of citizenship. And at that point, the government of the UAE saw the future of real-world assets. And they actually, before everybody was talking about it, they say, you should come and develop the things here. So 2 months after, I was moving the headquarters of the company here from Kenya, and here I am, 3 years after.
Congratulations. So they saw the talent in what you do, and they invited you here. So I guess you have a golden visa too, right?
Yes, yes.
Incredible.
I think a particular thing about the UAE is that they focus on attracting the best talent to make sure that this country keeps and stays fresh in regards to its vision towards the future. As well, they focus on developing things that nobody's talking about. So then, like when the wave comes, they're always ahead of it. Like what you're developing, right? Like you're gamifying experiences in real life for people in blockchain.
Yeah, I mean, blockchain is the underlying layer of it, the layer of trust, because blockchain is a technology of magic. But yeah, let's get back to what you were saying. So yeah, they're looking ahead and they know the trends of tomorrow. And when the innovators come to those events, then of course it's nice to have them stay here and have a residence and actually move to the place and to grow with the place, help to grow the place. And I think what you do is very helpful. I read that you help companies, especially in Web3, to establish, but not just in UAE, in over 80 countries. Is that right?
We are the white label of in real-world assets in 83 countries, specifically for Web3 companies and governments. What we notice is that there is this kind of gap between governments, organizations, and Web3 companies because they don't understand what the digital citizens are, and digital citizens sometimes don't know how to interact with real-world assets, especially if you are holding all your money in crypto. And what we found is that we were very, very good in building those partnerships and bridging those using technology. And so far, yes, we developed in 83 countries a network of partners and people who can help us leverage the access of companies to infrastructure, such as hotels, restaurants, malls, and also contacts from presidents of countries and down, and as well incentives for citizenship programs and other things around the world.
Wonderful, wonderful.
What about you? What is the program, besides the Dubai Blockchain Center, which is very interesting, because become like that kind of enabler, right? Like of communities from the Dubai ecosystem to be able to connect with other people. Besides that, you have a very cool project that helps Web3 companies gamify real-life experiences.
Correct. So yeah, to the Blockchain Center, it's a lot about education, and also it was very much about crypto being actually really legal in the country. Because back in the day, you have Silk Road, you have Bitcoin, you have all this negative news, and nobody understands what is blockchain, how it works. So that's one of the first things what we taught. But then later, and today we make like workshops, courses about safety, security, how wallet works, and all those standard things to help people onboard easier, because the market, it's like a minefield. There are so many apps and so many websites and so many tutorials, and some of these things are also done by product companies who actually give you a tutorial to sell you a product at the end. So trying to filter a little bit and help people to touch the ground in a good way here in order to have a good future and don't make mistakes.
Why?
And about my project, which you said, so yeah, I loved blockchain and very much after I read the white paper of Satoshi, and I got really inspired by the technology. So, but back then I didn't know that it's slow, not scalable, and all those things. So the technologies which make the user experience amazing, we just have them maybe since 2 years. And user experience is very important. And our idea is to innovate everything what's already there even more. So if you have restaurants, hotels, touristic places, to gamify them in a kind of Pokemon Go way, like World of Warcraft, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 quests, even for tourists who come and they might actually not have enough money to go to certain places, but they have social media. They could go to a museum which is not busy, do stories there, help accelerate those places by giving their social media value and access those places for free with their family. And I feel it's like a win-win situation for the country and for the people, because they get something, they receive something, everybody wins.
I have a question. What do you think is the main value that this ecosystem, particularly in the Middle East, this city, Dubai, adds to your project and to the projects of any people, or any person who wants to move to the UAE?
Well, in general, I think the biggest value of the UAE is the safety. Number one, people just can be safe here. You can be rich here and safe, and you can be safe in any ways here. I mean, in UAE, you can have a lady walking with a short skirt in the night at 3, 4 a.m. on the street, and there will never anything happen, so she's safe. I think that's impossible in almost 90% of the places in the world. And what else is very good here? The tax benefits. We just have 5% VAT, and now there is this 9% tax coming.
Yes.
Still, they're figuring out in detail how to do everything, but it's a very efficient country. Like, I mean, here you can make money.
In my case, I would say that the UAE is a place where you can actually dream, but your dreams are supported by a network of institutions, organizations, people who are ready there to help. I remember how I was having this conversation with someone, Marina, like right after Dubai Expo, about what I wanted to do with Circolo. And right after this conversation, this person is like, I want to connect you with someone. Next day I had a meeting, and this was the vice president of Marriott International, and they are like, hey, we want to be partners with you. Somebody talked to us about us, and now you can have access to our more than 40,000 venues around the world. And it was in a matter of literally hours, and sometimes you cannot believe it because you might think that it's a scam, and it's true. Same as in anywhere, in the places of opportunities, there are many people who are smoke emitters. And at the same time, there are many people who are willing to help and support, and that's one of the best things about this environment.
Absolutely, because it's a very safe environment. So you can technically meet a chairman of a huge conglomerate or some big company just on the street. One of my friends who's sitting in the audience, he was just walking around my house and he met the King of Jordan just casually walking with one guy. So that's the safety part, and the opportunity part is great here. I mean, you can really do things fast, but also things can go wrong. That's why it's good to build a network, connect with some people who are in the game, who do some stuff, and ask questions. That's important.
As a Dubai Blockchain Center, what is that thing that if you are coming, you are new in the city, let's imagine that I'm new in Dubai. I don't know anyone and I don't know anything. What is that thing that I should do? And what is that thing that I shouldn't do here?
Well, we partnered with many conferences, specifically in Web3 and crypto. So I feel that those conferences are perhaps more safe to attend, because also I saw some conferences here which are like almost meme coin conferences, which I don't recommend for newcomers. But I feel these, like Cosmoverse, of course, is supported by us, but I feel these are the places, the recommendations. I mean, I would recommend to go to some restaurants just to have some good food. There's some classic places for everybody who's here. There's one close by, it's called Special Ustadi. It's an Iranian restaurant, but it's very great, classic. So everyone who goes there usually one time, he will go there last day before he leaves Dubai automatically because it's so good. But technically, I think to be aware and check out the website on the newest updates, the next conferences which are coming, and it's a huge playground here where dreams are possible to realize.
Why I should avoid doing?
Sorry?
What should I avoid doing?
Avoid. Well, avoid doing well in networking. It could happen that you meet a lot of very interesting people who overpromise things and they say how extremely easy they are. So it's good to not close deals also too fast and to make background checks on people and really check their social state, Google them and try to learn more, because at the end of the day, there are a lot of wolf in the sheep body also here, and everywhere it's dangerous a bit. But you have to be a bit clever and street smart and just ask the right questions. I feel one thing to avoid here is really not always to believe everything immediately, because a lot of people also, they exaggerate, I figured out. Even if they are a millionaire, they make themselves almost like a billionaire. And there's a lot of exaggeration, but smart people, they will know when they talk, they will have a feeling and a vibe.
I would say the same. Don't like avoid being fooled by people who are like promising you that they are connected to the sheikh. At some point when I just arrived in Dubai, everybody was connected to everybody.
Correct.
And they would say, I'm friends with them, I'm hanging out, I'm doing this, I'm doing that. And of course, if you are new in a city, if you are not used to so much abundance and so many things going on at the same time and how easy things are here, you might get fooled by this type of narrative. Yes. But it's good to find your place and to find the best community in the world, that is the real community in the UAE, where you can connect with people, where you can like interact with everybody. In the UAE, everybody is super friendly. People are surprisingly very accessible. And as well, I learned here that the only thing that you need to do is to ask a question.
Yes.
Ask the question, they will take you to the right people and things will happen here.
Exactly. It's almost like the genie in the bottle, just that it not always works out. But in general, what you say is very true, especially the thing with the royals and the sheikhs, because there are so many of them. And it doesn't really mean anything to know anybody, because personal relation and business relations, there are some total different things. And some of the super top guys, they don't even participate in business because they are government officials. So a lot of people, they leverage it for their advantage, and a lot of offices, they leverage it also to get ridiculous fees every year in order to make some things faster or better, but also this doesn't always work out. So it's not always the narrative of how people put it. That's why, especially brands and companies who establish here, I recommend to go through the normal recommended channels and pick up every other benefit or every other person like a bonus on the way in order to maybe later see if you can play this joker and it can add value.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. Very nice to talk to you again.
Alvaro, it was a pleasure, and I'm so glad you came to UAE and you're killing it here.
Yeah.
I wish you a lot of success.
Habibi, come to Dubai.
Habibi.
Thank you very much, Matthias. Yes, come to Dubai. If you are thinking about moving your business to Dubai, I can highly recommend it. As the guys were saying as well, it truly is a place where you can come with dreams and you can make them happen. When I was driving back the other day and I was looking at the Burj Khalifa and I was like, wow, how far I've come just from moving here to Dubai. Now I get to travel the world, meet a whole different range of people, see how crypto is operating across so many different jurisdictions. But here in Dubai, it truly is a very welcoming space for our industry. It really is. And someone that I meet all around the world is our next speaker. I think we last saw each other in Japan. I'm so delighted to have him here at Cosmoverse. So please, let's do a really, really warm welcome for the amazing Yatsu from Animoca Brands. Big round of applause, everyone.
So today, I want to spend a little bit of time talking about sort of how we see the market, some trends that we think are important, and of course, we're here in an Interchain conference, so more than happy to discuss some of those concepts as well. So thoughts about state of entities, Web3, the role of trust, tokenization, and of course, I'll sprinkle some meme coins into the discussion as well. All right, so quickly on Animoca Brands, if you haven't heard about us, we are an operating business that have a large investment portfolio. Today, we have over 540 companies that we've invested in Web3 really since 2017, 2018. And so what we believe in basically is this concept of a shared network, and which I'll go into later, which is very much fitting, I think, for the theme of the conference. So let's talk a little bit about sort of one area that I'm quite passionate about, is sort of what does it mean to be in Web3, and what does actually tokenization actually mean? And so we know that Web3 is about the web of ownership, right? It's a way in which you can own essentially a piece of that future internet. But what is it that you actually own, and how is it represented? And that ownership is represented through the token. Doesn't matter what project it is, whether it's a gaming token, a meme coin, a network, an L1, L2, it is represented through this token. But what's powerful about the token concept is that it actually represents network effects that are actually combined between both the financial and the application utility. So when you think about, for instance, networks in the classical sense of Web 2, take, for instance, in the Web 2 world, where you have all this power concentrated in these network effects, those network effects are separated from the value of the business. For instance, you could have 1 million followers on Instagram, but it has no bearing on any value that you might have in Facebook, the company. Likewise, you could be a big shareholder in Facebook. It has zero bearing on your influence on Instagram, for instance. These are completely separated concepts. And actually, Web3 and tokenization combine them and create this new network asset class. But all this value that they're generating comes from the fact that they own these network effects. You have to pay a fee to enter Apple, and you have to use and follow their rules. You have to pay a fee, or basically follow the rules of X or whatever, so that you can actually partake in these network effects. That's actually what makes them powerful. So in Web3, however, we have a couple things that are different. Through the token effect, you actually own a piece of the network. For instance, you're not buying, an Ethereum or whatever token because of the fact that it generates incredible yield. In some cases it might, but in most cases, you're buying it because you want to partake in the benefits of the network. That can include financial utility, but also other things. And what the other thing is also interesting about Web3 is that because the network is permissionless, basically basically it becomes very interoperable. So in the example I gave you before, there is no interoperability between Google or Facebook or Apple. They don't talk to each other. They talk over very thin permissioned rails. But at Web3, which you can see now with basically whether it's staking, cross liquidity chains, interoperability of assets, transfer, they go all over the place. Meaning that when one ecosystem in Web3 accelerates in value and growth, the entire ecosystem grows as a result. And that's what we mean when we say the shared network, right? So kind of like rising tide lifts all boats. But one other thing, when we look at essentially projects and how we think of them in terms of success, we look at the generation of these network effects because we think of tokens as essentially representations of network effects. And it's important to then be able to measure the value generated from each connection. So for instance, You're not joining an Ethereum network because Vitalik sings really good Japanese. Not really, but anyway, as an example, right? You're not doing it because he's doing it. You're doing it because there's other people joining, because there's other people in the network that you're participating in. And the successful networks are the ones where you join for the network effect of the entire ecosystem rather than the job of one company or one person or one group. That's kind of what you're looking for, and that's what we're looking for in projects. And it's important to also understand that network effects are not viral effects. So for instance, when you see what's happening with Telegram, it's great for user acquisition, and you should absolutely leverage that in your projects. But just because you have lots of users doesn't mean that they become network effects. That's a big distinction. So for instance, lots of chain traffic doesn't necessarily mean that they're actually creating a network effect where they trade or transact really with each other, especially when they're maybe botted, right? And there are different types of network effects to think about as well. So when you look at, for instance, the classic form of most of the network effects that we see in many projects, they follow more like Sarnoff's law, which is more like a centralized entity. It's using a token to basically try to create a network, but all of the value and all of the power seems to be coming from the one entity. You're following that one institution or that group. When you're actually trying to break something that's much more closer to Reed's law, where the network effects come from within the ecosystems themselves, that you can basically hopefully then more measure. And that's kind of a way to measure the value of a network that really isn't classical, right? It's not like a PE model. It's not like a typical growth model. Measuring network effects is, I think, a new skill that our industry actually should be very good at, for instance. All right. Now, other types of network effects that we see comes in the form of cultural capital. So brands, for instance, is a kind of network effect as well. When you think about basically cultural capital, things like sort of a Birkin bag versus a Bored Ape, you're not buying these things for their utility. You're buying them because they have a type of emanating network effect that comes from the brand power that's inherent. You don't buy a Rolex to tell the time, but you do buy it because it gives you some kind of network effect to the community, a recognition, for instance. And that's actually the role that NFTs play here as well. And in the gaming world, we already do this. We spend about $100 billion a year on virtual gaming assets that are all really about cultural capital and social capital, meaning they give us status, they give us reputation in the games that we play. And that's also one of the reasons why Web3 gaming is so exciting, because we can now take these rental goods and actually potentially put them on chain and create them into actual real assets. There's 3.4 billion people who play games today, and so obviously that's one area of growth market that we see driving mass adoption, not only through the type of Telegram games that you see, but also with more sort of, more sophisticated AAA games, most recently like Off the Grid. And this kind of gives you an idea of the market, right? So the gaming industry currently is almost $300 billion in size, which is bigger than music and movies combined. Whereas when you take a sort of imperfect analogy of what's the Web3 gaming companies are like, through the form of their token market cap, is a little bit about $18 billion, which kind of gives you sort of an idea of the state of the market of Web3 gaming and the potential where it might be able to go. So I kind of want to talk a little bit also about sort of meme coins and NFTs. For our interpretation, meme coins are basically the NFTs of 21, in effect, basically, in this current narrative. They are actually very much related to each other. And notice also how many of the meme coins today are now issuing NFTs as a result of having a token. So whereas previously, it was a lot of NFT collections issuing basically meme coins of their own or tokens. So it's kind of now they're kind of cross-bridging with each other. But there is a part where they function slightly differently, meaning that with meme coins, most of the activity, although there's culture and social capital involved, it's mostly economic. People are basically trading, hoping for gain, a bit of speculation, maybe some fun, a lot of gambling. Whereas with the NFT collections, once you reach a certain level, it becomes much more about cultural capital, about reputation. And that's kind of how we see that evolution over time. So that is the reason why we think we're long-term bullish on the high-value NFTs over time, because when you think about you generating value and income of some sort, eventually you want to progress to the kind of asset classes that you think give you a distinguishing factor in terms of status and cultural capital that pure fungible assets don't provide. Meaning you could have 1 million cat tokens, but what's the difference between having 1 million cat tokens, 2 million cat tokens, and 10 million cat tokens? At one point, it's going to be something where you start to distinguish between the unique assets that you have, for example. And that's kind of how we think of the state of NFTs. And frankly, we spend more money on culture than we spend on anything else in at least the physical world. So if we think of the transplanting the physical world in the digital world, we certainly think that that will be true over time. So meme coins to us is a measure of a way to mass adopt people into basically this framework. All right. So quickly, you know this already. Why does Web3 matter? Web3 matters because value is more cross-shared, because you have ownership. And it's not perfect to say that it's distributed equally, but it's to say that value is shared between users, creators, builders, and investors. And it works because we're actually rewarding people to facilitate and use the network, which we don't do in Web 2. For instance, you could be using Instagram all day and you don't get paid for it, because even though you're providing value to the network, you're bringing in customers, you're bringing in users, you're bringing in content, basically Facebook receives all that value. And I'll give you an example how we do this in the gaming business. So we spend about $100 billion a year advertising to bring in gamers to play games. That's in Web 2. Most of the money goes to Facebook, Google, and Apple. How much of that money actually goes back to the gamer that you attracted? 0. How much of that money goes into the game studios that are developing these games? Almost 0 as well. So it's a highly extractive tax in the form of marketing and advertising, which is essentially basically leveraging their network effects. In Web 3, we do the same thing, except we do it in the form of airdrops. The airdrop mechanism is a way to say, I want to attract you as a customer to come basically play my game or use my chain or use my system, and I will reward you for that. And that's the point, right? This is why value is distributed. But the value comes from the marketing dollars, which is a $1 trillion market, that's actually now going back to the end user who's providing value into the network. And over the last 3 years, not including this year, close to $22 billion of so-called free money was dropped when it's actually really just the inverse of marketing. So that's really the promise and the opportunity. But we do have a problem in our space. And many of you who are thinking about token launches will notice, because it comes in the form of these Sybil attacks. Many of the recent launches have struggled because 70 to 80%, up to 70 to 80%, maybe even more, of the audiences are not actual users. So remember how I talked to you about when you build a token economy, when you build a token framework, it's about the strength of the network effect. But what kind of network effect are you building when most of the users are bots? And you can kind of see this from when people are signing up, for instance, all these users, you might have 20, 30 million users, but somehow only 1 million wallets are opened or 2 million wallets are opened. Yes, it's millions of wallets, but actually that's the issue. And then you're dropping a lot of value to people that you think are supposed to be users, but in reality are not, and they're highly extractive. So my mental model here is a little bit, they're like the airbot sort of farms are basically a little bit like locust farm, sort of locusts that go from field to field to field, right, and basically just ravaging and taking value away and moving on to the next field. And that's actually harmful, we think, to the industry as a whole. And every one of you here who's thinking about launching a token project need to be mindful about how do you make sure that you're building real network effects, not just creating sort of statistics to try to get an achievement, because the long-term value will completely dissipate. And so we think the answer towards this, and this is what we're focusing on, is around reputation. So in in Web3, we take the concept of anonymity very seriously. But there's a point where there's a limit towards that in terms of you want to be able to build trust. But if you're imagining transacting with someone for the first time, every single time you don't know who they are, then actually you can't build a trust framework. You can't build friendships, you can't build relationships with everyone in your network is entirely anonymous. There's no such thing as a society that functions on pure anonymity. So the point is not anonymity, the point is privacy. You want to make sure that your content and your background has a certain level degree of privacy, but you don't need to be anonymous in respect to your reputation. So when you think about the physical world, actually, what do you trade on? You trade mostly on your reputation. Whether you're a good programmer, what school you went to, what background you have, these are not directly measured at a form of collateral, and they are things that you invest in over time. So when you want to give an airdrop to someone, you want to give it to someone who has a reputation. You don't want to give it to just some stranger, for instance. That's how we do it in the real world, and that's kind of what's missing in the Web3 area. That's kind of an area that we're looking to build, but also every one of the projects out there, it doesn't have to be specifically Mochaverse. Think about basically how you create a reputation framework so that the customers you bring in are actual real users. And so the way we're thinking about it is we're using our network of portfolio companies to attest reputation so that over time you have a better reputation. That means you as a project are willing to work more with that individual because he's demonstrated that he's someone who is a good user, or he's adding value to the network, or he's holding your tokens longer, or whatever measure it is that you want to sort of calculate as something that you want to give value. It creates a better ecosystem, right? Because when there's more trust, right, when there's better reputation in an ecosystem, that's actually how you also create more safety and more certainty. All right, so I'm going to close it with 2 slides on this, because I actually think that trust and safety is one big area that we deal with, but we mostly focus on trust and safety in the area of, are you keeping your wallet safe, and there's a custody, and that's one aspect. But the other aspect, of course, which is really important, is really how are the counterparties I'm dealing with? What actually are the people that I can trust to do business with? And so there's a relation that I always talk about, which is that when you have good property rights, which is basically what Web3 offers to assets, you actually have stronger economies and also more freedom. I typically talk about that a lot. And right now, the Web2 world is very much at the bottom 20 percentile, no property rights, which is also the reason why our online attention is literally worth cents on the dollar, right? I mean, all of you here should not be worth $1 a click or less, right? That doesn't make sense. But that's kind of where we are because we're in a low property framework. But in Web3, you know how the ARPU is higher, how the value is higher, because there's property rights. So your time and your assets online actually are a capital asset and therefore have capital appreciation potential. And of course, if you have property ownership, you have the certainty of investing in it. If you know you own it, then it's something you can transact. If you could lose it any time, then how can you actually invest in it and give it a 10 or 20 times future forward value, for instance, right? But there's the other thing that our industry really needs on top of this and why property rights works, and that actually comes to relation to trust. And that's actually, I think, the big thing that we as an industry need to solve, which we think reputation will help, but maybe other things as well. Any economy that has a high degree of interpersonal trust, not meaning necessarily trust to the government, but trust with each other, actually has very high GDPs. Why? Because I have trust that I can do business with you. I can do business with you on a handshake. I don't have to worry that you steal something from me. It makes sense. And actually, the statistics show that the countries that have a high degree of trust have much better economies. So when you think about Web3 as an economy, as an ecosystem, think about how we can build better trust through reputation or other frameworks, and you will build better economies, whether it's for your particular project or basically just for the ecosystem as a whole. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Yat. Wow, we have amazing keynotes here on day 3 of Cosmoverse Dubai. You are really in for a treat as well. We have an amazing afternoon planned for you too. It is really back to back, so I'm gonna take this moment to continue onwards. Our next amazing speaker is from Sui Network. Unless you've been living under a rock, you would have heard about this being mentioned so much this year. It's been so topical. So please, everyone, put your hands together for Costas. Woo, come on, guys.
Hey, everybody. So happy to be in a Cosmos event. First time in my life. I used to be actually an auditor in the past, even for EVM networks. Now Sui is working with a Move language, completely different scalability and the way we're programming. However, there are a few things we can all work together to make it actually in an interchain world. And Sui, I believe it will be the settlement network for many of the things that you will see today. So a few things about myself. Work. Okay. A few things about myself. I personally lived in all of the countries in the world that are united. European Union, United Kingdom, United States, UAE today. And I used to be also the lead cryptographer at Facebook for a while. Many of you are running my software, especially if you're doing WhatsApp, maybe some Instagram and Messenger. And I'm a cryptographer by profession, so I'm the nerd of the company. And we created Sui after the Libra collapse, like there was a project from Facebook to bring a new stable coin, I would say basket of coins in the world. This didn't work well, and eventually the technology was there. We created Sui. Apart from all of this, though, I also worked on algorithmic trading, and I will explain how AI can be also the meeting point between all of the blockchains out there, and probably the Cosmos network can also take advantage of this. Because there are opportunities. You will realize even today how you can create a marriage between AI and Web3, and maybe a new startup conceptualization might start here in this room. As I said before, all of the team in Sui actually worked in so many projects in the past that technically you're bringing a technology of 15 years. I was personally part of the indirectly talking to Satoshi at the very beginning. I took my PhD, defended it in 2010, but I had the opportunity to work with some of his first developers back then, like Mike Harn, who was the creator of Bitcoin J, Java. I was a Java developer. But many of my co-founders actually worked on so many blockchains that are now part of the ecosystem, of the Cosmos ecosystem. And I will explain why and what made the difference to us to leave Facebook and eventually create something new and now bring innovation in the space. One of them is we focused a lot on white papers and actually innovation that goes to the peer-reviewed conferences. This plays a role. I've seen many blockchain at the moment that they're only having like the white paper of their network, but every new algorithm, imagine as we have continuous audits, eventually we also need to have continued papers on the evolution of the blockchain, right? And sometimes this doesn't exist. If you go and see the documentation of many protocols, they're not aligned 100% with the white paper. This is always something that you need to put effort on this, but we do it, I believe, in the most efficient way, just because like 50% of the Sui developers now, they're coming from Apple, Facebook, Google, they know how to build documentation. And in my opinion, it's one very important factor to simplify how people can enter the blockchain world. Applications now that people can build on the blockchain. Everybody's talking about trading, but it's not only trading, right? We have to think of all of the real-world assets that can go live on the Web3. And some applications include even energy sector. We're here on Dubai at the moment. There is also tourism, there is government services. You will definitely see KYC and IDs happening even now, starting from UAE, I believe, just because they're offering this regulation element, like make it easier for us. But you will see also smart cities, you will see a lot of things happening in the next few years, mostly because of transparency, and maybe because people want to have some ownership and everything can be an NFT. Imagine the certificate you all got from your universities. I don't understand why it's not an NFT at the moment. Imagine I was at Facebook getting all of these interviews. I was getting someone applying from a country that I've never heard, and they said, oh, I have this university degree. I cannot even verify that you had this. With blockchain, probably we can go to a different level. There are also more cool apps you can build, right? You will see about time capsules today. You can encrypt messages to the future. You will see some great ideas of AI. You will see virtual museums, like how you can combine all of this AR, VR with the blockchain and all of these things. And this depends on innovation. Innovation is moving a lot faster, in my opinion, compared to the startups that are emerging, and they don't have enough time to gain like momentum in the world. But you will realize we're trying to make it easier for the regular people to join. If you know, the number of developers on EVM at the moment is not even a single digit of the developers that are in the Web2 world. People who know Java are probably 100 times more than people who are writing Ethereum contracts, right, or Sui contracts at the moment. We have to bridge this gap, and in my opinion, it's the most important thing to simplify all of the operations here. Now, when we're building blockchains, what is it, right? Is it only the CPU and the RAM? Imagine that the Ethereum at the moment, Sui at the moment, is a network, and you cannot go and store there unlimited megabytes of data. It's impossible, right? Because the validators then it will be slow. Whatever systems you are using, having like gigabytes of data going on-chain, it cannot work. People are using IPFS at the moment, and even IPFS might not have some capabilities that you need from a real network because it's not a blockchain, it's something else. So we created another thing, right? And we said, okay, let's build Walrus, and Walrus will be the hard disk of the blockchain. And then we said, okay, let's build a game engine, literally like the Game Boy, which is like the Sui Play. And then we said, okay, let's try to figure out what is required for a computer and the internet of the Web 2 to build a full blockchain. And we did all of this stack in order to create something that for different people, something else is important. I will say that we even worked, if you see the bottom left side, how we can even communicate when there is no internet, right? One day there is an earthquake, there is a tsunami, what do? There is probably some governmental issues and they don't allow you to connect, right? We're trying to solve this problem as well, literally going into the internet backbone, changing many things. As I said before, Walrus, we expect this to be like one evolution on top of the IPFS, and in my opinion, something that the Cosmos ecosystem should also think about. Because now you have validators actually verifying your data. You don't need replication factor. Imagine when you're storing a file, if it's not a blockchain, you're storing it in all of the nodes. You're expecting like some nodes to exist, and with some probability the data will be there. But there is no consensus as we have in proof of stake, proof of work for storage at the moment. There was nothing, right? So we're building this layer. It's called Walrus. Obviously, now imagine someone can even build a Netflix on the blockchain, because by the time you have all of the logic on chain and all of the storage now being able to be accommodated by the centralized system, maybe some of the companies can realize, oh, I can have now subscription on chain. I can give NFTs and loyalties on chain. Maybe people can even buy movies and buy the the rights for the movies on chain. It will change completely the total world of how we're thinking about what is a blockchain, what is a new internet, Web3. The other thing that is very different from what it was before is randomness. Some people are laughing sometimes, and they say, look, you're implementing randomness, this is only useful on gambling, which is a huge mistake. Even how we're picking referees on sports games, imagine a soccer game, can affect the result of the game by a high degree. Even who is the first person who is on the penalty shootout and gets the ball. It plays a role, even if you're playing chess. You know, it's a completely different thing if you're starting with white or black. And it's completely different if you play two games and your first game is white and your second is black. So even if we think a few things are random and fair, in reality they are not. People can cheat here, right? On AI, can you imagine why randomness is required on AI? Go ask ChatGPT 10 times, you will get 10 different answers. How do you know if we put AI on chain, the answer is that random, of course, unpredictable, but deterministic at the same time. Someone didn't go and task the AI agent, the AI oracle 100 times. Use some random seed, and from now on, everything is deterministic, and we know that the answer cannot be changed. This will change how AI is embedded into the blockchain space. The other thing is, go and ask your parents, remember 12 words to have a blockchain account. There is no way it can happen. As I said, I'm coming from Facebook, and I know this is 99% of the population cannot do that. And even if they do it, they will lose a password. There will be a cleaner in the house, and the cleaner will just throw it away to the trash. So we try to find other solutions here, and this, I believe, will be the norm in the next iterations of the blockchain evolution, which is called ZK login. Login with Google, Facebook, Apple, and automatically you have an account on chain. This was not possible before, and for this we're using the technology that you probably know through the L2 technologies. It's using zero-knowledge proofs, but there is a way to create an account on chain. You only need your Google account, and Google cannot link your account to their Google login, which is crazy. Magically, it's happening. It is possible. It took us 1-2 years to actually get into a solution, but it's also super effective, 1 second, 2 seconds to get an account on chain without remembering passwords anymore. So other things that are required were under this account abstraction model, right? Sponsoring transactions. There is a green dot at the very end on the right. If we don't sponsor transactions, some of the banks cannot hold crypto at the moment. But what they can do is they can have a contract with someone who's a sponsor, then they can pay the fees on the blockchain, like Ethereum fees or SUI fees or whatever it is, and they're having a contract with fiat money, so practically they are now compliant. And imagine how people onboard on the blockchain. Can you onboard if you don't have Ethereum? How do you go and buy your first NFT? First, you have to buy Ethereum. Even if someone sends you an NFT, you need to find some Ethereum to sell it, right? So sponsoring will be a must. I don't believe freemium, whatever is the gaming industry that we're about, is important even on Web3. We have to solve this problem. So in SUI, at least, we made it native. All of the transactions can be sponsored if the person wants. Maybe you can even watch a video, like 3 seconds, and then automatically someone is sponsoring your transaction. You don't need crypto. You can play with crypto, infra and assets, but you don't need crypto to do that. Some prototypes here, very quickly, that I believe, in my opinion, excites me like every day to work in, like in the crypto space. Imagine that I named my son Cryptos. I'm literally very deep into the, like all in into the space. One of them is changing even the internet. You know, now we have TCP/IP and the routing problem and all of this stuff. We created Scion. We said, what is our biggest enemy? The enemy is speed of light. We cannot win speed of light, right? I mean, there is a definite amount of how fast we can go. We changed how routing is working on the blockchain by having the validators literally finding the optimum path by far better than what internet is working today. This is reducing the latency by far. The other thing we did, and someone might love it here if they're a collector, confidential NFTs. Imagine one of the problems of the Web 2 users, the regular users, is I own nothing. Everybody can go and download my NFT. What do I own? What if there was like some connection between encryption or partial encryption? You buy a thumbnail, but you get the real file, and only you that you paid for this. Right? This changed completely the concept of ownership now of NFTs. The other thing is, this was my PhD, by the way, time capsules. Imagine what you can do. You can have digital wheels, encrypt something that will be decrypted on the 31st of December this year, or whatever you can imagine. Give a date, and your message will automatically be decrypted for everybody. voting, sealed bid auctions, anything you can think of, right? It's crazy what you can do if these primitives are now available on the blockchain. People are thinking about just DeFi and probably some gaming. There might be gambling. There might be some other applications for real-world assets with oracles. Imagine if you have this. You can even be like a tipster for soccer games, and you say, no, only if you have a subscription, you will see what I predicted, but you will only see it after the end of the game if you didn't pay. Imagine how many things you can do, right, with time capsules now. The other part is internetless. What do we do, as I said before, if there is no internet? So practically what we managed to do is literally compressing the transactions to such a level where we can use other channels to transact. And the other channels, as you can imagine, are, can I fit a transaction in SMS? Blockchain transaction. Yes, there are ways to do it. I even had a tweet today how people can think about this, but practically we created a demo. We have mainnet transactions now that are using the SMS network. You're in the basement. You're landing in Dubai and your data plan doesn't work. Your data plan expired. You covered all of your megabytes. What do? We even managed to do with walkie-talkies. We even managed to do underwater. Imagine there is FM and AM radio signals, right? Why don't we use that? So there are many ways to actually have a real internet, even outside the borders of countries where it works everywhere, right? So these are like very cool technologies, sometimes very expensive to come up into the result, and then the device is so tiny, $5, and you can do it. The other stuff is we use the AI. And I personally found so many attacks on the EVM ecosystem. Sui, hopefully, all of this before we launch. But I even found a private key of a DeFi platform. And I even managed to see some centralized exchanges that are not solvent. Literally with AI. If I didn't have AI in my back, I wouldn't be able to do that. Which is amazing, right? AI now is almost like a human, and because it has all of this collaborative knowledge, especially for the Cosmos system, no developer can think about all of the blockchains that are in Cosmos. But AI maybe has a chance to find attacks that are like having to touch many blockchains at the same time. So we need AI. And imagine you're writing a smart contract, and at the very end, before you launch it, or if you are a centralized exchange and you are listing a token, you have AI for a final soft audit. Look, I'm listing something now. I'm Binance, I'm Bybit. Can you check before I press the button if AI can find something wrong? And the something wrong could be, oh, you know, this token is inflationary. Even the administrators don't know about it. So we literally found situations of multi-million, I would say almost billion-dollar tokens that the owners didn't know that they can inflate their token, which is crazy, right? I don't believe a human can do that. AI, in my opinion, is something that will connect. It should be part of Cosmos, in my opinion, like as part of the investigation and research. And yeah, the new thing that is coming, we found a way to get back your account even if you lose your key. This is work in progress, but it's, in my opinion, the first model that is between the custodian and the non-custodian model. Even if you don't have a backup, surprisingly, there is a solution to recover your account. We will all pass away one day. What do? How do you transfer the funds to your family? There is a solution, which is crazy that this is like a research outcome, and we hope we will make it like a standard for the world. Thank you very much.
Wow, thank you so much, Kostas. I really do enjoy when people come to this stage and actually discuss real-world problems, issues which we all face on a regular basis, and actually are utilizing blockchain in order to find a solution. Sometimes as an industry, we like to realize something's going wrong and add an extra layer on it and go down a rabbit hole, which actually isn't solving anything. And you get to relax and have some food. We have our panel, which is titled Enterprise Meets Cosmos. So, please, they're taking a nice behind-the-scenes selfie over there. Okay, so please me and welcoming to stage, we have Brian from GSR. We have a second Brian from Chorus One. We have Humayan from Fetch AI, Alexander from T-Mobile, who was actually speaking a little bit earlier, and our wonderful moderator, Layla from Yap Global. So let's get some energy, guys. Let's go for this panel.
think you're supposed to.
I know, but they're like 5 rounds.
Oh, yeah.
Welcome, everyone, to this panel on Enterprise Meets Cosmos. I'm Layla from Yap Global, and will be moderating today. I'm going to give everyone the opportunity to introduce themselves, and then we can start with the questions. So starting with Alex.
Hi, I'm Alex. I'm from Deutsche Telekom, T-Mobile, and I'm the co-founder of the Web3 infrastructure unit.
Hi, Hamayan Sheikh. I'm the CEO, co-founder of Fetch AI.
Hey everyone, I'm Brian. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Course One. So we run staking infrastructure. I've been involved in the Cosmos ecosystem since the start. I was previously like COO of Tendermint and on the board of the ICF as well for many years.
Got another Brian here, Brian Horn. Run business development at GSR, a regulated market maker. Been in the space for 11 years, coming on November. Also an investment firm and robust over-the-counter trading firm.
Brilliant, thanks for joining us today. So to start off with, I'm going quite broad, and this is to anyone, but maybe I'll call someone out. We're talking about enterprise and meets Cosmos, but why do we want enterprise in the space? Why do we want institutions joining us? Maybe, Alex, you want to start?
It's probably a good question for you.
Yeah, because I think we're one of the only enterprises here. We need enterprises, as I mentioned in our presentation before. We don't need to decouple the Web3 and the Web2 users, definitely. We need to couple them. We need to connect the Web2 users in Web3. And this can, and I think so, from my perspective, this has to happen by enterprises, by concrete enterprise use cases where the Web2 users are. So on our side, we have more than 200 million B2C users, mobile users, as well as broadband users, and we need to attract them with concrete use cases, and this is the point why we need enterprises in our ecosystem.
Just to add to that, I think there is professionalism and realism which comes with it too. We are in a very fast-paced tech development kind of atmosphere where most of the founders are quite young and inexperienced. To have enterprise engage and give some reality check on what is real, what is not, and what can be delivered. I think it's a good mix, and of course, Web3 is open for everybody, so why not enterprise?
Yeah, I mean, I think, of course, if you just take like the economic activity in the world, right, much of it is conducted through various companies that so getting them involved in crypto, I think, is key for crypto actually to start becoming the fabric of the economic activity in the world, and I think that's where we all want to go.
Yeah, I guess just to piggyback off that, right? It'll just add additional growth, mainstream adoption. Brian just alluded to additional economic activity, but you have increased liquidity and influx of capital in the space, which is what we certainly need. I think other things as well, you have to think about more enterprises come in, the more regulated this space will be, which is what a ton of other past panelists have discussed, and something that we need to kind of grow and enhance and get to and work on regulation for legitimacy, for trust, and just additional mainstream adoption in the space. So I think all extremely important.
Fantastic, and really leads into my next question well, because as we know, there's sort of a almost political or social sort of fight between the degen side of Web3. I was about to swear, but no sort of acceptance, happiness with regulators, no belief that we should be out in the system, but rather outside the system. So in your experience, do you think that there is sort of a way to marry these two, or is it working with enterprises, you sort of have to acknowledge that it will be a fight as we move on in this space? I don't know who wants to take that first, Brian.
Sure, I mean, I actually think the Cosmos tech stack is extremely well suited to kind of bring those together. Because in the end, for example, you can have chains that, let's say if you talk about asset issuance, right? You could have some kind of permission chain that's controlled by some enterprises. It can even be a private chain that then issues assets, and then you could IBC it over to a chain that's more like permissionless, and you have DeFi. I think Mantra is doing something like that, but I've long expected that. I mean, before Cosmos, I was actually working in an enterprise blockchain startup that was building on Tendermint. And we were doing all these permissioned Tendermint chains. And so I think that kind of, it's probably the best suited tech stack, I think, in crypto to really combine more more stringent regulatory needs with also the more open DeFi system. So I mean, I think so far it's still pretty limited what we see there, but I would expect that ends up becoming an area where we can see a lot of growth.
Yeah. Oh, sorry.
No, you good.
Yeah. I guess to add on to that, I do see a point where they're married, and when I say they, Web3 degens as well as institutions, but right now there's a pretty massive polarization. And certainly a dichotomy, right? When you think about Web3 degens, they don't really, not as cognizant of smart contract risk, of counterparty risk, obviously hunting for alpha wherever it is and taking the 100+% yield when farming and specific protocols, and then you look at institutions that are hyper-focused on AML, KYC, Conti looking at specific controls as to whether DEXs have OFAC controls, ensuring that they're not trading against North Koreans or geofencing US users just to abide by US regulations. So these are things that are affecting this polarization. I think maybe at some point they will be married. It will certainly take time, right? I don't know, me as an individual or degen, I don't want to constantly KYC on every platform that I'm utilizing. It just creates fragmentation and friction. Maybe there are certain solutions. Obviously, DID is something that could be implemented, people are working on, but I think it'll get there, just take time.
Yeah, I think very similar opinion there. I think it'll just take time, really. But I think we should mostly be focusing on utility because different utilities will have different requirements. Some of them don't really need regulation unless you start trading stuff. So I think one thing which Web3 is missing is a lot more use cases, a lot more utility. And I think we focus too much on solving a problem which is to come, but we're not solving the problem which is right here, which is we don't have too many places where you can actually use it. And I think that's, for me, that would be the most critical point.
Yeah, I think easy to double down this was Ryan said, because from our perspective, it's not the regulation, because we are not in DeFi, not in finance. I think the business need. Where are the business needs? These are the questions our customers ask us for use cases on top of Web3. And they don't ask for regulation. They ask, and if you can't answer this, the business need with concrete numbers, then you don't need regulations. But this is only beside of or outside of the DeFi ecosystem. So this is the point we see here.
Very interesting. Brian, you already brought it up about Cosmos, providing maybe a better environment for this marriage, this development. I was wondering across the board, what does Cosmos provide for enterprises that maybe other blockchains don't, or what specifically just by itself it does provide? Obviously, Brian, you've already answered a little bit, but maybe we can hear from Alex first. Why Cosmos?
Why Cosmos? I think what we already mentioned is the Cosmos ecosystem. At the end, the customer, so our customer, he don't ask for the technology. He asks for the, as I mentioned, for the use case and for the business and for the business case behind this. The second question is which technology. And we can't can't bring to the customer and ask, okay, here, this is the cool technology, please use this. This is the wrong approach. So at the end, yeah, there are good ideas and good advantages of Cosmos in comparison to other solutions, but I don't see that as a competition between Cosmos, Ethereum, Polkadot, anyhow. I see it more as a competition between Cosmos and the existing systems in Web 2. For example, for Fetch, the centralized AI agent or centralized AI technology in comparison to decentralized AI technology. Or, and this is the point we need to tackle. Tackle SAP, tackle Oracle as an ERP company, as this technology, centralized technology, and not in the competition between different Web3 ecosystems. Yeah.
Yeah, so we kind of started evaluating where Fetch chain would go and where would we build solutions. And Cosmos had the most depth of technical SDKs that was available at that time, which is why we decided to use it. And I think what is also quite interesting is all the projects which started after us building on Cosmos. They're very interesting. They're bringing new tools. Of course, there are other ecosystems, but we feel for AI, we are also adding to that mix. And I feel that the SDKs are well suited to actually start commercializing AI use cases.
Yeah, I guess from my perspective and a GSR perspective, I think why Cosmos is just generally the tech, as these guys alluded to, right? Like you have inherent interoperability and composability within Cosmos, particularly with IBC, and then kind of couple that with shared security just for additional kind of security comfort, particularly in the Cosmos ecosystem. It's a perfect fit, and I think gives it the ability and a great chance to marry the two, as we spoke about in the previous question.
Really interesting. I like the idea that we're maybe not fighting within chains, but rather compared to the standard Web 2 stack. In terms of AI, actually, I was curious, sort of, how have you experienced being a decentralized AI and the sort of response to that? Because AI is being treated very differently to how Web3 is, just sort of overall, it seems.
Yeah, I think it's quite interesting because we're at the beginning of it, which is the most interesting part. But also, I feel generally amongst the use cases that Web3 has been exploring, it's a very natural fit. And Fetch was set up in 2018, and we've been saying this for a while now. It's just that the market is now kind of coming to mature. Well, it's not still maturity, but it's coming to fruition a little bit more. If you are going to train AIs, you will need the compute, which if you're not looking to just buy into one single entity, then by its nature, it's going to be decentralized effectively. And then on top of that, if you're building different AI models, these models are not effectively centralized because not every entity can build one model. And you can see that in large language models because you're seeing a lot of open source models. But ultimately, at some point, these open source models stagnate. So to continue and develop them, you need to have this kind of Web3 approach, which is a bit more decentralized. And I think Web3 also has some very good incentive structures, which could be applied in this way. And from Fetch's side, we are looking at the application layer, which again is going to change in the way we develop applications, and it's going to become very agentic, which lends itself to Web3 quite nicely.
What is the experience of telling more enterprise projects that?
I mean, you can comment on it.
We already receive, so we had several partnerships together in the Fetch AI Foundation, for example, with Bosch. We had several meetings with partners from our side, so our customers in the automotive industry and in other industries. And yeah, there's a lot of education first, definitely. You need to educate them because AI is quite new for them, honestly, especially in the German market. And and they are tackling how to use ChatGPT on a data privacy way. But if you find the right people to talk to, and I guess over the last month we found the right people on our side, then they understood the problem and they understood the challenge decentralized AI can solve. And so good feedback by now. We need to push this now into concrete use cases, concrete proof of concepts, where they see the value of this in comparison to centralized AI. But you see, what is the competition? Huh? There's Microsoft with their Copilot, then you have Google and OpenAI. It's getting tough, right? But you need to convince them, or they need to see the potential here and the advantage in comparison to centralized AI.
I'm also curious from like the finance DeFi side for Brian's. What's the experience of trying to discuss sort of decentralized finance with enterprise and institutions? Because they're obviously more risk averse, so is it an uphill battle, or are they sort of starting to understand what the benefits are?
Yeah, I mean, it's not necessarily something we do very much, but I do feel like we have pretty decent visibility there, and I would say with more institutional type of organizations, they really do, the first thing would be like, okay, hold crypto, right? And then the second thing is probably staking, right? Which is also like, simple, predictable, it looks kind of like a fixed income type instrument. I think when it comes to DeFi, this is something that, they don't tend to engage with, because also this is like volatile, it changes a lot. I'm sure that it's gonna change with time, but I feel like so far it is not something, I think if you see like DeFi protocols, not really something that institutional organizations tend to engage with a lot at the moment. But, I'm sure within the next few years, this is gonna start changing.
In terms of, sorry, this is Brian, GSR. In terms of how we engage with institutions compared to sort of traditional finance outfits, what are we getting right and what are we maybe getting wrong?
Yeah. Well, first I could piggyback off what Brian said. It's baby steps, right? I think there will be a sense of comfort. I think just there are some infrastructure barriers, and what I mean by that, it's like we are working on a ton of things in the space, from scalability. Obviously, we do have like rollups and L2s, but obviously when you think about like ETH L2s, still relies on ETH final settlement, and where you have that, you have latency issues, you have gas fees, things along the lines of that. You have bridge risk as well. So these are all things institutions are thinking about, and that we will enhance. And as things mature, I think institutions will come in, but it will take some time. Outside of that, you have the regulatory side of things, and I think people have to be cognizant of institutions and their inherent kind of regulatory structure. And these are things that we have to be cognizant about and cater to that, whether it's customized middleware to be able to fully connect into those type of systems. So it will take time, and we will get there. There just needs to be a little bit more iteration, enhancement, and maturity on that side of things. From traditional perspective, in regards to engagement, I did allude to the kind of infra side, but from a capital market side, we're actually doing a great job, right? When you think of large institutions already buying Bitcoin, when you think of the approval of the Bitcoin ETF and ETH ETF, which was actually approved earlier than expected, you still have large allocators investing indirectly in the space, right? You have massive VC funds like Pantera raised $1 billion fund in, I don't know, April or May, constantly speaking to friends I know at VC funds, at Borderless, Ribbit, 10T, that once struggled to raise funds and now are raising pretty easily, right? So I think from a capital market side, we're actually doing a great job, and there is so much progression. And it will just iterate and mature even more. I think we'll get additional traditional financial institutions to come in, especially once there's more tooling and more products. And what I mean by this is, I guess, just efficiency on the infrastructure side, things like cross-margining to be able to be a little bit more capital efficient, maybe real prime brokers to be able to do this as well. Other ways to invest in the space, like different structured products or things like swaps for synthetic exposure. So large institutions don't need to hold the underlying. So these are a ton of things that I think will come. Again, it's just baby steps.
Maybe at one point, so especially in the European market, especially in Germany, one interesting use case I think it's rising over the last month is tokenized securities and especially tokenized bonds. So I saw that Siemens as well as other enterprises, especially the treasury of the enterprises, are looking or are using blockchain tech, decentralized tech to clear and settle and reconciliate their bonds. We are looking into it as well. We try to push our treasury in this direction as well, but this is interesting use case to go bind TradFi with the tech behind. It's so, at least so boring because you're only using decentralized technology to store your ownership of these bonds. So it's quite simple use case, but it's regulated and it works. And the time to market and the cost efficiency is there. You can calculate this. This is quite interesting, I see in the German market.
Brilliant. I think we need to round up now, but Kumail, Brian from Course One, anything that you're looking forward to in terms of enterprise adoption in the next 5 to 10 years? That's something you're keeping an eye on?
Well, it's a technology, and I think adoption will come when utility comes. I just always say utility is really what we need.
Yeah, I mean, I think totally. I look forward to seeing, just some of the Cosmos chains really getting a lot of traction and a lot of usage. I imagine it's not far away. I mean, we have decent usage on a whole bunch of chains already, but I feel like, I'm pretty positive that next 1 to 2 years, we're going to really see sort of inflection point and things start to really take off. I mean, I was just before looking at the IBC Explorer, for example, and already, right, the IBC volume is I don't know, 30,000 transactions a day or something, or it's a decent amount already, but I think, I'm very bullish that we're about to see things really take off.
Brilliant. Glad to end on that positive note. Thank you so much for talking today.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much to our final panel based around enterprise, meeting Cosmos. And this means that now it is time for lunch. Yes, you guys get, I think, around 45 minutes just to relax, have some food, refuel, ready for the amazing afternoon that we have in store. We still have our amazing Cosmos track coming. That's going to be 2 hours straight after lunch. We have our startup pitch final. We have some amazing closing thoughts. And yeah, I'm going to be back here in 45 minutes, so you guys better be back here too. See you then.
Sometimes there's no one else. lose me like you used to. Sometimes we're not ourselves. There's no one I can turn to. And I know all the feelings that we shared are in the past. And I know your relationships are never meant to last. And I'll take some time, but I'll be alright. We're moving on. We're moving on. I know time.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to Cosmoverse Dubai 2024, day 3. I hope you guys had plenty of food for lunch and are ready for this afternoon session. Our next track is titled Cosmos Hub. It's going to be exciting. It's a whole 2 hours this afternoon. And I just need to mention to you guys, don't forget to claim your Saga airdrop that is currently going on. All of the Cosmonauts will know exactly what I mean. So if any of you guys are out there, please do claim your Saga airdrop. Okay, so let's get back to our schedule. I would like to welcome to stage the amazing Johnny from Atom Accelerator to tell you about this track. Here you go, Johnny. Round of applause. Come on, guys.
Thank you. Can everybody hear? Okay. All right. Today we're going to take a deep dive into the future of Atom and its role as the cornerstone of the Cosmos ecosystem. Atom, as you all know, is not just about securing the hub. It's empowering the launch of sovereign chains, all secured by Atom's validators and economic security. These chains maintain their independence while utilizing Atom for security and creating a robust foundation for a decentralized innovation ecosystem. And with IBC, these sovereign chains form an interconnected world where value and information flow freely across the borders. So over the next few hours, we'll explore the vision more in detail. You'll hear from key leaders on how to launch sovereign chains on Atom and potential of the consumer chains and what's next and what this all means for the evolution of the Cosmos Hub. And by the end of this session, you'll understand how the Atom Economic Zone is setting up the stage for a more connected, decentralized future. So, if we can have the next slide real quick. Okay, so yeah, Atom gave birth to Cosmos ecosystem, and you'll see that there's over 100 blockchains, each with dozens of decentralized applications, all connected by IBC. There's about $1 billion in volume, which moves freely through the ecosystem, yet Atom doesn't profit from it directly. And the total market cap of it is around 40 billion collectively. So where's Atom's market cap and what's next for Atom? Well, I'm not going to talk about it, so I'm here to introduce those who will. So let's start off with the discussion on launching anything on Atom, and this will feature Vishal from Stride, Milos from Informal, Noam from Binary, and all moderated by Rich from Masari. So please welcome to the stage.
All right, thanks everybody. Well, we lost our pictures here. Imagine all of us here, our smiling faces, and or just pay attention to us. But so today's launch on anything on Atom, we're gonna look at this from the perspective of those contributing to the space from the tool sets, those who are utilizing this in terms of launching chains, and a little bit of the inner workings of what it takes for us to build on Atom. And we're gonna do that from a few verticals here. So we're gonna look at front end, we're gonna dive into back end and tooling and infra, as well as liquidity, and then kind of round it out with interop. So I'm Rich, I'm a protocol lead with Masari Protocol Services. We'll go down the line here, everyone do a quick intro, and then we'll jump in.
Perfect. I go first. Hi, everybody. My name is Milos. I'm the business development lead for the Cosmos Hub. My primary focus right now is the development and basically project attraction for projects like for tooling like products like Forge and Hydra. We launched Forge on Monday, so finally our long-awaited ICS has a face, which is basically a front end right now. We added a couple of new features, so adding a permissionless ICS was basically the main highlight. Unfortunately, Hydra will have to wait a little bit longer before we deal with some of the technical obstacles. That's it.
All right. Hi, everyone. My name is Noam. I work at Binary Builders.
I lead the business development team for the Interchain stack. We do this work for the Interchain Foundation. We also run the Interchain Builders program. And I guess in my free time, I've been, pretty much obsessed with trying to address some of the key issues that we're seeing in the Cosmos Hub and developing products that I think, bring value to the broader Cosmos ecosystem and maybe even the broader Web3 ecosystem. Excited to talk about it today.
Hey everyone, I'm Vishal, one of the co-founders of Stride. Stride is a liquid staking protocol for app chains. We serve tokens like Atom, DYDX, TIA, Osmo, kind of the whole host of Cosmos app chains. I've been focused for the last 2.5 years on unlocking liquidity in Cosmos and excited to keep going.
Awesome. So let's kick this off. Let's go through a little bit. We'll go very top level here. Launching a chain. What does it take from building the Genesis files, the code base, up through picking your validator sets and everything? What's some of the difficulties through that, and what are some solutions today?
Well, right now, I believe with the launch of Forge and permissionless ICS, we kind of simplify this approach very much. The idea is to basically send one transaction which will contain the params of your chain, and basically that should be enough for you to kick off and spin up your chain. So obviously, we are working relentlessly on the side of basically making it even more simple and even more automated. Yeah? So this is something that is typical for Forge, obviously. Right now, I kind of feel that the biggest question for projects is which architecture should they choose? Right now, you can be Adapt, which is like a smart contract right now, and you can choose either to be deployed on Cosmos Hub or potentially on some of the permissionless CosmoVasm platforms like Neutron. And you have ICS, which is like a full-blown chain. I kind of feel that right now with Halo coming soon to the market, you will have more options to choose on what kind of architecture is best fit for your use case as a product.
Yeah, I think it's pretty well understood, I think, in the broader space that the Cosmos tech stack or the Interchain stack is probably the best tech stack to build a blockchain. I think this is, it's almost undeniable, I would say. But the challenges lie, and I think you can speak to this a lot more because you've actually launched a chain. And Binary, we help people launch chains, but you've really been working hard on that. But I think I can imagine, and I know that a lot of the issues when it comes to getting your validators is still quite a manual process, right? So I'm imagining a marketplace for this. I think this would be very valuable. But maybe I'll put it on this. Maybe how about you tell me about how the chain launch went and what the issues were, and then maybe I'll go and say, hey, this is what I think the optimal framework is. How about we do that?
Yeah, absolutely. That sounds great. Yeah, so I totally agree with everything that's said so far. Forge has really simplified the process quite a bit, and the Cosmos SDK, I think, remains the most versatile stack to launch a chain. But I think, unfortunately, there is quite a lot of complexity in launching a chain. So running through end-to-end. So you start off, you have your code, your GitHub repo, that should function. Assume you already have that to start. When you want to create a genesis for a chain, you have to create a genesis file. So it gives all the parameters for your chain name, what your token is, what your initial balance distribution is, your inflation schedule, et cetera. Generate that. Then you have to go source a validator set. So you define, depending on your chain, 50 to 150, 200 validators. Get them to all kind of agree at once that they agree on a time to launch the chain. We have to make sure all the validators will submit something called a GenTX file. Not getting too into the weeds, is the validator ahead of time will sign a transaction that says, yes, I want to validate this chain. You distribute that to all the validators. You have to collect them and then distribute it again. So there's a two-step process there. Then you actually have the Genesis itself, which is all the validators will start running the node software. They'll generate blocks. But you're not done yet. You'll then have to provide RPC nodes for your front ends or other people that actually use your application. Sometimes validators will provide this. Sometimes people outsource this to third parties or run it in-house. There's kind of the whole gambit. Then you have to also run relayers because it's a Cosmos chain. So you have to spin up IBC relayers. So let's say you launch XYZ chain. You want to go from XYZ chain to Osmosis, to the Hub, to Stride, and a variety of other chains. And then I would say you have the bare bones functionality of a chain right now. Forge simplified this greatly. So this whole process of validators generating a GenTX file is doing that. All that kind of complexity has been abstracted away. And you can kind of just get, you can bootstrap a set from even one validator from the Cosmos Hub or 10, 20, 30, whatever you want. But I think there is still some work to be done in reducing the technical overhead, both in defining your Genesis file, but then also the relayers, RPC nodes, et cetera. I think it's still a little bit challenging for a lot of small projects.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think what would be valuable here is to imagine what would that ideal workflow look like. I'm picturing it as this. You're a chain developer. You're building maybe with a tool like Spawn or something else, Ignite, whatever you want to use. That interfaces with maybe some kind of front end that we should be building. Ideally, you just log in with maybe your wallet or something. You connect, or you pick a VM. Let's say it's EVM, CosmWasm, MoveVM, Solana, whatever you want. Oh, yeah, there you go. Or you point to your GitHub repo. And then you go to the next config website where it's like, all right, Genesis configuration, where are my tokens, where are they going? Maybe then there's like a validator marketplace where you say, hey guys, I'm gonna need this many validators. Can you come in and like offer some bids, show me your reputation, all that stuff. Same for the relayers, automatically relaying because there is some sort of settlement happening through the Cosmos Hub. And so this is interesting. I think there are also other approaches where we can serve not just Halo light chains or ICS chains. We could serve all of Cosmos, where I feel like we could build a relayer marketplace. That's the simple version of it, or even a relayer network where the chain itself functions as a relayer to all the other networks, where literally you just say, hey, I need to go to that connection. How much do I need to pay for that? And then you agree, and then boom, your connection is good. You know?
Yeah, totally agree. I think we're actually not that far from having a relayer marketplace. Like I think theoretically you could have like tips on IBC packets,
right?
And then the first relay them gets the tip. And I think it's actually like not that far from reality. I'd expect we're going to get there relatively soon.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And this is like, when we're talking about all this stuff, the way I sort of picture the Cosmos Hub, because we're always talking about narrative and like what's important here. And in this lens, it sounds to me that the hub is actually a blockchain as a service provider, if you think about it. And there's probably more to it. There are other topics that we'll probably be talking about that are part of that as well. But yeah, I think this is an interesting way to frame the Cosmos Hub and to position ourselves.
Now, and from that relayer standpoint, you're saying integrating that into part of the stack, it was that kind of the aha moment of this is something we need and let's build and start conceptualizing around this, or?
Yeah, well, yeah, the way I look at product and the way I look at any sort of like business that you're trying to set up, and let's be real, the Cosmos Hub is actually a business if you think about it. It's a community, sure, it's a token, it's all these things, but it's also a business. And when it's kind of like the Apple thing, right? They say, instead of like, look at all these tech that we have, let's build something really cool. I want to look at it the other way around, which is like, look at these problems that people have, let's try to solve them. And I think that's the only angle that we should focus on, because once you start solving problems, you bring value to customers, to developers, to retail, whatever, and now that value will usually translate into value capture at some point, right? But that's maybe at a later stage. That's how I look at product, that's how I look at how we should approach the vision for the Cosmos Hub. Yeah.
Absolutely. So to keep things going kind of within this infra and tooling side, let's talk a little bit, two things here. One, some of the costs associated of maintaining and launching these chains. What do you have to be most careful or at least pertinent to? And then from there, also going into, let's talk a little bit of modularity and maybe the Celestia integration as well.
Yeah, absolutely. So I think there's a few costs in operating a chain. So the first and foremost is the cost of validators to actually operate the network. It depends on validator and their setup, but estimate something like $600 to $1,000 is like the bare minimum for a validator to like operate a node on a network profitably, or even at cost. And so depending on how many validators you have 100 validators, you're talking about like 100K a month just to kind of keep those nodes up and online. With Forge, you can operate on far fewer validators, but that's like one very primary cost. You have the cost of the relayers, which we've already talked about a little bit, like the infra of actually running the relayers, and also you have to fund the gas for the relayers. That can add up. In our experience, it can be like a few $1,000s a month if you're maintaining lots of relayers. And then one kind of hidden cost is you often also want to maintain archive nodes or RPC and LCD. Like basically you want to maintain access to your blockchain state to the public. So over front ends or whatever can hit that. A lot of validators and community members will run RPC and LCD endpoints for free. But often, some people run archive nodes as well, but often teams will want to have backup archive nodes. These actually can be quite large. A lot of Cosmos chains have over 10 terabytes of state today. And having a node that can handle all that is quite challenging. Like, as an example, I think GCP and AWS don't even give you large enough nodes or storage space to store all of that on one machine. So you often have to do like more complicated setups or do something on bare metal. That can end up being a few $1,000s a month as well.
Great. So what led into that? So to keeping that in mind, what kind of led you to go with the DA route of involving Celestia?
Yeah, absolutely. So, but for us in particular, it was less a cost measure and more a safety measure. So to start, we always prioritize safety over liveness. It's been a kind of core principle of Stride ever since we launched, and I think it will continue to be forever. Always want to make sure liquid staking is like as safe as possible. And as we launched STTO, one piece of feedback we got was how can you align the security of that product, like STTO, closer with the Celestia base layer, so they have very similar trust properties. And it has very high trust properties right now because we have ICS with the Cosmos Hub. But we're exploring a vision with Strangelove that would basically allow you to post data to Celestia and then still use the Cosmos Hub for basically consensus or to generate blocks. And then if either the data on Celestia wasn't posted or the blocks weren't generated, the chain would stop. And it kind of gives you the max of the two securities. So it kind of aligns a little bit better. You can also imagine a world, though, where validators don't have to store data locally, and instead they can pull it all from Celestia, which could theoretically decrease their node costs. But I think this is still a little bit theoretic right now.
Gotcha. And I guess one more point to round this out. When you're factoring and you're going through some of the costs of the validator side, is that having a major impact into, say, your tokenomics model of having to adjust emissions accordingly based on what we're hoping for in terms of what token is in the market? Is that a large factor, minimal, somewhere in between?
Yeah, I would say it's definitely a very important factor. So when we think of like what emissions should be like, or how validators should get like a commission or get paid, it definitely, like we get feedback from validators all the time on, hey, the commissions or like the yields are too low, or the yields are actually really great. We're all, everyone's super happy. And that definitely like changes how you think about how you might want to make tokenomics changes. So if all the validators are saying, hey, it's really hard to run the chain right now, we're not getting that much commission, you might want to think about redirecting revenue to validators, maybe like enforcing a min commission that's much higher. Because right now I think validators feel some pressure to lower commissions to stay competitive. If you enforce like a high commission, then validators can safely like get more revenue for themselves. At Stride, we direct all the Stride protocol revenue, or the protocol directs all of its revenue to stakers and validators. And so I think right now validators are relatively happy, but it's always something on our minds when we're thinking about tokenomics.
Awesome. So let's look a little bit into, let's shift towards liquidity here. So we've theoretically launched this network. We're getting some TVL, some user fees, some active users, transactional fees. What are some things what are options in terms of liquidity within the Cosmos space, and what is some ideas of how to navigate that?
Yeah, right now I think the way to go for the liquidity is basically utilizing the Hydra, which was supposed to be launched, I think, last week. Unfortunately, we had some technical difficulties. The idea around Hydra is to act as a liquidity export platform with an auction mechanism. So you have a two-sided market. On one side, you have atom holders who can stake their atom and receive voting power for the current round. On the other hand, you have projects which are competing for liquidity. So the idea is to kind of have a more structured and more transparent and more efficient way of exporting liquidity from the community pool. Right now, we have this kind of a cumbersome process of, I think, total almost 4 to 5 weeks, where you have 2 weeks on forum proposal, then 2 weeks on-chain voting. Projects are kind of guesstimating how much liquidity should they ask for, what kind of utilization strategy is going to get approved by the community, and we kind of feel that this is not the right way, and basically drives projects away from even applying for any type of liquidity export. So I think that Hydra basically is beneficial for all the projects inside the Cosmos space, for anyone who's seeking out a protocol on liquidity.
So not to sound too negative, but I think the model of Hydra needs some refining, particularly about what we're incentivizing here. So currently the way that, so for those who don't know how it works, you have a protocol that wants money and they make a bid, wants liquidity and they make a bid, and then the voters, atom holders that lock it up, they say, okay, this is where it's going to go. And what we're doing right now is those bids are going to go to those voters. And so what are we incentivizing here? We're actually incentivizing people to lock up their atom. That atom is not necessarily used for liquidity, it's just, it's locked up, right? So what I'm thinking is like, well, that's the wrong incentivization. We should be incentivizing liquidity, right? That seems much more important instead of paying these people. So what I'm trying to propose here is an alternative model that I think that we should be thinking about is that there are essentially there's a two-sided marketplace that functions a little bit differently. We have liquidity providers, which are farmers generally, and we have liquidity seekers, which are the protocols. And they both have different issues. The farmers have a discoverability issue. So they're always, and for those who are degens and farmers, you know that, you're like, where can I get the highest yield? And you're always like trying to optimize where to deploy your liquidity. Actually, Hydro or some other liquidity platform could really play in. And I think that is actually what we should be thinking and doing right now.
I mean, we can develop that so it would be more of a commercial product in that case. So right now, we are trying to solve the inefficiency of community pool distribution.
Yeah, and I totally,
and building up on, I agree with you. I mean, the end goal would be.
It's a more ambitious. Exactly. But I think it's like, from a practical point of view, like as we, and maybe this comes down to also maybe some of the organizational issues and how we sort of go about things when it comes to designing products for the Cosmos Hub. It's you know, when we launch a product like this, we need to really do think about the big picture. And we shouldn't be like, oh, let's solve this small problem right now. Because if you think about it, we have maybe a couple $1 million that we can put into Hydro with a community pool. But what we really need is billions of dollars that enter the Cosmos ecosystem in some way. And so we need to start thinking big. And the moment we launch like small projects like this or smaller platforms, I think it's dangerous because you can not really go to market very effectively. You don't have a lot of control of what's happening because it's a small amount of money. So we need to launch big. We need to think big. We need to start big.
I absolutely agree with you. I mean, the whole idea right now is to kind of validate this approach. So we want to go big. I agree with you.
Okay, cool.
And obviously, Atom is not the only asset that should end up on Hydro. We want to have all the assets inside the Cosmos ecosystem, so you could bid for any type of token, basically. But regarding the incentives, so the current model is your tributes, which are kind of posted by the projects who are competing for that liquidity, are distributed to the voters. There is a catch in that the exported liquidity needs to be returned. Obviously, it functions as a loan, and you need to provide some kind of a profit on top of it. So every protocol loan generated yield goes back to the Cosmos Hub community pool. We can expand on that. We do plan actually to add multiple features in the near future. We are currently in a test phase, or actually pilot rounds for now. We just want to validate this idea. But like I said, we are pretty much open for any suggestion, and we are collecting all the feedback from the community around how should Hydro develop in the future.
Yeah, let's definitely have that conversation. And it's not just the only way that we need to think about liquidity. I think one of the main issues why token volatility in Cosmos is maybe relatively slightly higher than in other ecosystems, because a lot of that liquidity is locked up in stake. And that's a real issue because right now it's still much more attractive to stake your tokens than it is to put it in a liquidity pool. And I think that combined with the airdrop culture that we've had has basically created a culture of, cool, I'm just going to buy and I'm going to let it stake and do nothing. And essentially that doesn't really sort of like promote and grow a very active capital efficiency seeking community that wants to make money basically. And I think that's where like getting rid of proof of stake in some way, not for Atom obviously, we need to keep that, but like for smaller light chains is a good way to approach it. And then there's the fiat on-ramping situation where there's a whole other conversation, but I've got some ideas there. Maybe we can talk about that later.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, totally agree with all that. I think Hydro is a good first step, and there's definitely lots of iterations to be done, like with any product that launches. One shout out I'd want to make to a protocol that's done this really well, Turtle Club. I don't know if you guys have heard of it or looked at it, but I would encourage everyone to kind of take a look. Incredible. They basically do exactly what you described, pairing yield farmers with protocols in a very elegant way. And I think they have over $1 billion of TVL today. It's been one of the most effective ways to kind of source liquidity.
Awesome.
Yeah, and it's the simplicity aspect of that too, because I've spoken with Essie and those guys. It's a great team, and it's generally just a single signing, no issues in terms of the actual movement of collateral, like custody. You're all safe. It's a very interesting piece of this whole puzzle.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that there's no reason that future version of Hydro and Cosmos or some way to get source liquidity in Cosmos couldn't look more like that. I mean, they've obviously spent years refining it and making it incredible UX. And I think we can definitely learn a lot from their success.
Yeah, no, it's a really good point. So appreciate it, guys. Let's move. I have no idea how we're doing on time, so let's talk a little bit of.
We're good.
Let's talk interop before we run out here. From the interoperability standpoint, obviously there's a lot of options in the space, and we have IBC here natively. But what is the current state of interop for us? Are we simply at a half-life of we're moved from these traditional bridges to now we have higher throughput and more safer options these days. Are we at the end game? Are we still a number of degrees of separation away from that? What are your guys' thoughts?
Definitely not at the end game. We have to go to the end game, but that's going to take a while. I think as long as people are still Googling how to bridge Bitcoin to TON and end up on some random website where you have some article that did SEO really well and you have 3 bridges, 2 of them are obsolete, and you go there and then we are relatively professional and like we know exactly what to do, and we still struggle with that. So imagine about retail, right? So that's already a problem. I think this issue can be sort of understood in 2 ways. There is the user-focused front-end kind of like perspective, and then there is the infrastructure perspective. On the infrastructure perspective, I think the Cosmos Hub can play a really critical role here. And for those who don't know, IBC, there's a new version coming out that's called IBC Eureka, which is a much lighter version, much easier to integrate, much easier to build. That's being deployed in the form of IBC Solidity contracts next year, at least that's the plan. Some chain will have to own these contracts. It shouldn't be a multi-sig, right? I think the Cosmos Hub is actually well suited to do this. Some infrastructure will also need to be run because in order to connect from L2 to Cosmos Hub or L2 to L1 or whatever, the bridge needs to be validated in some way. And so I think like the Cosmos Hub could play a role there. I think that we should. And then on the front end side of things, what we really should be doing, and I think that would be great to really partner with the Skip team because Skip's building an incredible user interface for and bridging APIs. What I really want to see is one beautiful bridging platform that just works with IBC, Layer 0, Wormhole, all the stuff in Chainlink and Circle and everything, Hyperlane, and your connection as well. And then basically just make that work for any route anywhere. And that's like, one is like a retail product. The second is a sort of like a B2B strategy where we start building SDKs that we can integrate with wallets, et cetera, websites and all these things. Now, I think that's a great way to solve real problems for retail and for businesses right now. So imagine we can go to Uniswap or Aave and we say, hey, you know what, if you import this widget, now you have a one-click deposit, not just from Ethereum or all the other spaces, but literally from every place in Web3. So if we do that, we can capture a lot of users. And then as we expand IBC, we can add those IBC routes in this thing. And it's a great way for distribution for IBC, actually. So I think that's like a strategy we should consider. Yeah.
So in short, IBC all the way.
Sorry?
IBC all the way, in short.
IBC all the way all in the long term, but also being also recognizing that that might not be the outcome, right? And that's okay. But then still thinking about like how can we optimize for distribution of IBC and distribution of liquidity towards and outside and inside of the Cosmos ecosystem through a platform that supports all of this.
Yeah, I think we've seen a huge explosion in the quality of bridges and the quantity as well over the last couple of years. Like the number, like in 2018, it was like impossible to bridge around. Now there's tons of bridge solutions and they all work like reasonably well. And I think as a result, the bar for being a good bridge has gone much higher. And you can imagine a world where IBC, doesn't really, dominated. It was like the best bridging standard. Doesn't really evolve, and it gets like lapped by Layer 0 or Wormhole or Hyperlane or something else. But thankfully, I think we are seeing quite a lot of innovation and building on IBC, and it is like still pushing the market forward. It's by no means, I don't think we're now at the end game yet. So it still like requires years of refining and making better. Like we still haven't deployed on Ethereum, although hopefully next year. Still haven't deployed IBC to Bitcoin, for example. Like there's so many places to grow with IBC. But I think we're definitely on the right path. But I do think all the bridges are in some way like serving slightly different niches. Like all of them want to bridge tokens, but like I think we were talking about this earlier, Layer 0 does all sorts of bridging beyond just tokens in a much more commercial way that's helpful for projects, like oracles, for example, or like sending information packets through. Hyperlane is nice because you can deploy to like the long tail of chains if you want to, or it's very permissionless. You can do it on like a wide variety of architectures. So I think we'll see like specialization in bridges, and then all of them will kind of keep pushing each other forward.
Yeah, I think that's a reasonable assumption, absolutely.
Great, so it looks like we're probably very close to end time here, so any quick closing thoughts? Launch anything on Atom? We've covered a number of areas here, so really quick last moment for you all.
You can go first.
Well, I think what's important here is that this is all a lot of really good talk, right? It's like, oh, this is exciting. These sound like great ideas, but we have to go and build them, and we have to come to an agreement about what we're building and how we're doing that. I think this is honestly the largest challenge, and I think in the next panel at 3:30, we're going to talk about that a little bit more also with Bucky, and I forgot the I'm so sorry, I forgot the other person.
The whole idea around having Cosmos Hub the best place to launch a chain, we need to kind of support this narrative, not only by the tech, but also with the environment. We need to make projects attracted to this ecosystem, and we can do this by lowering the drama on the first place and kind of creating a more appealing environment with tooling and services. I mean, launching your own chain is one step of each project journey. Like Vishal mentioned, you need relayers, you need explorers, you need bridges, you need oracles. If we could collect all of this and make it like a one point of contact for projects, it would be amazing. So each project would be able to handpick which type of services or additional tooling they need on top of their chain. So yeah, like Noam said, we need to work on it really hard.
Yeah, I mean, just to reiterate on that, like, I do think, and I think it's very important that we all really start recognizing this. Like, we need to fundamentally be able and open our minds to shift how we approach coming to an agreement on the Cosmos Hub, how we approach product design, how we approach vision and consensus. Like, we need to really, it's an organizational issue. It's partially also a governance issue, but it's also mostly an organizational issue. Like, I think this is actually the biggest existential threat to what we're doing here. And I really feel that we've prematurely decentralized. That's how I sort of describe the issue primarily. And we need to be courageous enough to want to change that as a community.
Last thing I would say, sorry, you guys should all go check out the Forge website. It's live right now. You can go launch a chain on it today if you want to.
Thank you all.
Thank you very much for that amazing discussion. Wow, you guys are still keeping the energy, which is lovely. I have to remind you of two things. One is that there will be a fire alarm between 3 and 4, but don't worry, it will not affect us. If you hear a slight noise, do not panic. We are all safe. We can all keep on sitting here. No running off, okay? You're stuck here now for the rest of the afternoon. And also, in terms of fun later, we have our amazing after party tonight. It will be starting at 8 p.m. at the Monkey Bar, which is in the 25 Hours Hotel. That one always feels weird to say. I don't know. There's not 25 hours in the day. I wish there was. But still, yes, we'll see you guys there. Please remember to keep your lanyards and your whatever these are called. Make sure to have them handy and ready to go for the event later. It's going to be a lot of fun. You guys can finally relax, have a few drinks, and enjoy. So we're going to continue with our keynotes here this afternoon on this amazing Cosmos Hub track. So please join me in welcoming to stage Ethan from Informal Systems. Big round of applause for Ethan, everyone.
Me. What's up, guys? So that fire drill is actually in case I rap. They're worried that someone might spontaneously combust again, so we just want to be ready for that. Yeah. So stoked to be out here. Thanks so much to Cito and the team for putting this on and for having me back. I'm back to talk about the Cosmos Hub Desert Edition. I need a remote here. Yeah, thank you. Desert Edition. Yeah. All right. What's up? So we're going to talk about a little bit of history just so that we can set the stage to talk about the vision and what we've been doing with the Cosmos Hub. Because what, you think the Cosmos Hub fell out of a coconut tree? No, it exists in the context of everything that came before it, right? So for years, Cosmos has had a very clear, simple vision, right? Sovereignty and interoperability, we tell it to everyone, you've heard it so many times, and this is the winning philosophy. The entire blockchain ecosystem has come behind this. Everyone believes that it's right, and we've stuck to this. We've stuck to our guns, and over the years, just everyone has gotten a chain. You get a chain. If you look under your chairs right now, you will have your own chain right there, and so it's just reckless. Everyone gets a chain, and amongst that, there's been a question. There's this clarity over the Cosmos vision, but what does that mean for the Cosmos Hub, right? And for so many years, the Cosmos Hub didn't have a team, right? It didn't have a clear vision, and we're all trying to figure out how can it really serve that larger vision of Cosmos of sovereignty and interoperability, right? And that's really what we're trying to do with the Cosmos Hub. So a few years ago, we got up here and presented Atom 2.0, and that was staunchly rejected better or for worse, depending on who you are. Maybe for a while, some folks thought that governance could be our product market fit if we just fought loudly online with each other. That would take us to the next level. I'm not sure how that's going exactly, but in the meantime, at Informo, we've been working on interchain security, right? And this was arguably the least controversial of things you could build for the Cosmos Hub. It was really part of the kind of initial vision that this would be a way to extend the core functionality of the Cosmos Hub itself, to create a developer ecosystem around it so that people could build, and you could really have fully hub-aligned services. You keep the core minimal, and you extend it in sort of a sound modular way, right? And the vision was we'd be able to have core consumer chains that were, that for each kind of virtual machine and for different kinds of core services, right? So you'd have, for each kind of virtual machine, you'd have your own fully hub-aligned consumer chain that would be able to scale with different roll-ups and would be an integration point for other sovereign chains in the ecosystem that were using that VM, and that you would also have, core service provider chains like bridging and asset issuance and so on, that were really trying to serve the wider interchain and enable, sovereign interoperability generally by providing, core sets of services, right? So that isn't, exactly, I think, the way that things have worked out. People really kind of more perceived replicated security as an offering to launch new chains by other projects. And, we did have some success with that. Of course, we got two of the top chains in the ecosystem, joining the full hub validator set, Neutron as a, permissionless hub-aligned CosmoWasm virtual machine, and Stride as the liquid staking offering. But, they both have their own token, and so there's some perception that, they're still somehow separate, right? And there's also this understanding, and really there always has been, that you don't just offer economic security, right? Again, replicated security was more about extending the core functionality of the hub, and beyond that, so people interpret it as like, okay, well, we're just offering economic security as a product. This was just a jumping off point, right, to really be able to do so much more. And so even though the hub kind of pioneered restaking and even liquid staking to some extent, there's so much competition out there. We really need to differentiate and push the envelope and take it to the next level. And so, we've been starting really earlier this year, we kind of put all the replicated security efforts on hold, stopped trying to bring new chains into replicated security, and started working on a sort of more streamlined and focused vision to make the Cosmos Hub the best place to launch a chain, right? And to make it so that, really align with the larger vision of Cosmos. I mean, Cosmos is the place where you can build a sovereign interoperable chain, and the hub is the place where you can actually launch that chain and get all the core services you need to succeed. And that's really what we've been doing. And the way we've been approaching that is with two core products that we call Forge and Hydro, who are designed to lay a foundation to make the hub the best place to launch a chain. So let's talk a bit about them, about Forge first. So Forge is a complete reconceptualization of what shared security and chain launching should be, right? We completely put replicated security on pause, took all the feedback people have given over the years on what's needed in a chain launching platform, and designed and built Forge, right? So it's fully opt-in from the consumer chain, opt-in from the validators. You don't need the whole validator set. It's permissionless, so you don't even need a governance proposal. You can just go and launch stuff. Do whatever you want. You can shape your validator set, so you can decide how many validators you want, what the max voting power is. You can have whitelists and things like that. And the goal is to really make it a one-stop shop for launching your chain and accessing all the services you need for your chain to succeed. So we actually launched the front end for Forge just earlier this week, so you can check it out now. Forge.cosmos.network, and really pushing that vision of the best place to launch a chain. There's a dashboard on there, so you can see the existing consumer chains. You can connect your wallet. You can delegate to validators on the consumer chains you like. We also had last week, we had the first permissionless launch of a consumer chain, right? So this is the dungeon chain by the Crypto Dungeon team, right? And they just showed up and said, hey, permissionless launching is coming. We're going to go and launch a chain, right? And we expect to see, I think later today, we're going to get an announcement about another one that's coming. But we expect that there will be many more of these, and we don't have to go through this high overhead process of doing governance proposal and getting all this buy-in. People can just launch. They can attract the validators. You can see all the details here. You can see the max validator power, the number of validators, and other kinds of details, and you can see the validators there. And right now, there's just a very small number of validators, right? So it's very low cost for them to run. the validators you attract, they don't even need to be in the active set on the Cosmos Hub. So they don't even need to be active. They just need to have some amount of atoms bonded, however much you want. So it's very, very flexible, totally opt-in, really a lot of flexibility for launching a chain, shaping your validator set, and getting exactly what you need. And this quarter, we'll also be working on a POA solution so that you can even have a non-staked kind of validator set and just really optimize to give devs and chains exactly what they need to launch. So we are super excited about that, and we're now in a position where you can ask not just what you can do for the hub, but what the hub can do for you, and the answer is it can launch your chain in a way that's exactly what you need. So go forth and prosper. But again, there's more to the story than just launching a chain. There's what happens after you launch a chain, right? We need to differentiate. We talk about alignment, but we really need to put like a product on alignment. What does alignment mean? One of the key things you need when you launch a chain is liquidity, right? And so that has motivated us to build a second product to complement Forge that we call Hydro. So in introducing Hydro, this is a way to actually get liquidity into your chain to support whatever application you are building. And so just to give a little bit of context on that, where's this coming from? One of the ways that projects have been seeking out liquidity is by making proposals to the Cosmos Hub for the unused Atom that are just sitting in the community pool there, right? So there's been a slew of proposals to allocate Atom from the community pool into what we call protocol-owned liquidity, right? So it's still a position that's owned by the Cosmos Hub, where any benefits or rewards kind of still come back to the Cosmos Hub, but it's deployed into some DEX or some other DeFi app to actually add liquidity to that protocol. And we've seen a bunch of these, and we've seen a whole bunch of Atom go out. But the problem with these is that they're very ad hoc, right? There's no time horizon on the liquidity that's being lent, so you don't know when it's gonna get paid back. There's no official monitoring. There's no actual payment for the liquidity. So it's just this kind of like mess of ad hoc proposals to export liquidity in this weird way where we can't even like assess how well they're doing or improve or do anything, right? So what we want to do is move away, veer away from this clubby, governance-powered, ad hoc status quo to a proper market-based mechanism for protocol-owned liquidity, right? And that's what we've been building. That's what we've been building with Hydro. So drum roll, please. I'm not allowed to rap, but I can beatbox. Hydro is open for bidders as of today. So if you're a project looking for liquidity, you can get in touch with us. You can submit a bid to Hydro. The website will be live soon. This is a sneak peek, but all the benefits here to projects that are looking to access liquidity, and just a couple screenshots of what it looks like. So we've built a whole application here. So what you do is you take your atoms, you lock it up, and with your locked atom, you can then vote on projects. And the goal is to be able to use staked Atom as well. We initially planned to launch last quarter using ST Atom as the staked Atom. Of course, there happened to be a lot of pushback for that, so we did the work to use the LSM instead, the liquid staking module. There were some recent revelations about how the LSM was developed, so we've been delaying a little bit further to address some security concerns. We've been lining up audits, so there's a couple audits happening now that we're eagerly awaiting results for. We've been introducing caps and other mitigations, so we're doing this pilot round. We'll be doing this pilot round, which is just like a test round, but with real Atom at stake. So you can lock up your staked Atom, you move it over to the Hydro contract on Neutron. You can see I'm a huge Atom whale with my 40,000 microatoms there that are locked up. This is real stuff though. And then with that locked Atom, I can now vote. So we actually already have 4 bids that have come in from projects. We've been working with projects to get some bids in advance. You can see there's one from Margin, from Neptune, from Drop, and from Demex. In this case, I actually voted. I voted for Neptune. I thought that seems cool. You can see the APR up there. That includes the staking APR, but also the tributes, the payments from the bids from the Hydro projects, and that's determined by how many voters there are and how big the tribute is. So with a small number of voters, they'll be very high APR. So there's lots of information to explore here. We really want people to get active in deciding how this liquidity ought to be exported and to who. And we'll be continuing to work on features over the course of this quarter to make it more attractive to projects to bid for liquidity, so that they can set minimum amounts. They can set a duration for how long they want the liquidity for. Right now, the pilot round is just a month, but we want them to be able to bid for 6 months, 12 months, maybe even 2 years, right? But that way we have clarity over when the funds are supposed to come back, and people can get a sense sense of, you know, how much they're paying for it, and we can manage it properly and really, again, have a proper market-based mechanism for Hydro. So we're super excited about that because, you know, the reality is that the ecosystem's a little bit dry in terms of liquidity, right? We're all like crying squirtles, you know, looking over to Solana and ETH, like how do we get the liquidity in here? But imagine with Hydro, we can tap into all the community pools across the ecosystem. We can tap into the stable coins, we can tap into the Neutron on the hub, we can tap into the TIA community pool, right? We can export all of that through Hydro, and working with our friends at TimeWave and their Valence product, we can automate a lot of this stuff and then export it everywhere it needs to go. Get stables and atoms, you know, across Cosmos chains, get Neutron into Neutron projects, get TIA into the TIA rollups, and really use Hydro as a way to export that liquidity across the ecosystem for the benefit of all the chains and realize that vision for the hub as helping chains launch and succeed. And so we want to move from, you know, crying Squirtle to strong Blastoise, you know, blasting the world with its liquidity and build, you know, a truly frictionless, automated, permissionless liquidity system in Hydro that can get this liquidity everywhere. And you know, I think this is really kind of the climax of how to build, you know, proper market-based, decentralized liquidity providing services. I gave a whole talk on this at the Modular Summit. It's called Defund the Dealers. I strongly recommend you check that out. It should really be defund or decentralize the dealers. Hydro is a way to decentralize them. Cycles is a way to defund them. But we need to do more than just build these great products. In order for all this stuff to succeed, as the last panel was just mentioning at the end, we need to address some organizational challenges in the hub. And you know, a lot of us have this feeling that the hub teams, they're pushing square blocks, right? They're uncoordinated, they're going in their own directions. And as the informal team, you know, we felt that we're really an R&D team, and you know, that's where we excel at doing engineering and R&D, but we're expected to do all this like product and business work, and we don't really have, you know, a coordinated marketing and growth and business and kind of product team. And so all these different hub teams over the years, it's just been like in hard mode, right? And so, you know, we put out this post recently, a couple weeks ago, saying, look, we really think there needs to be a unified, more singular, consolidated product and business lead for the Cosmos Hub that can really roll the hub forward, right? And so while we feel like we've done, you know, laid really a sound, solid foundation, taking the hub from 0 to 1, we're calling for the emergence of a very strong product and business team that can really take it from 1 to 100, take it to the next level, so that, you know, we could focus on engineering, and that we can all get together under sort of common banner, like Noam was saying. We decentralized, you know, too early, like it or not, and so we need to consolidate it, really take the hub to the next level. So, you know, this is more or less what it will look like once we have, you know, a strong leader. We think there's a really strong direction coming together, and really great opportunity for the hub. So I'm sure you'll be hearing much more about that soon. In the meantime, you know, you've heard on Twitter everywhere that Cosmos is dead. They pronounce us dead every year or two. As I'm sure you know, we're very much alive. So long live Cosmos, long live the Cosmos Hub, and thank you so much for coming out.
Thank you very much, Ethan, for bringing the humor. I'm sure your rapping was amazing. I don't think that's what's going to set off the fire alarm, but it is coming, guys. If you do hear some noise, please don't run away. Yeah, I do get a bit nervous when I have to announce this. Like, stay in the room. It's not a fire, I hope. Okay? No, it isn't. You're fine. You're safe. Okay, moving on to our next keynote. This is titled Shade Protocol, Atom-Aligned Privacy. We mentioned privacy earlier, so please join me. Let's put your hands together for Carter from Atom Accelerator. Big round of applause, everyone.
Day 3 of Cosmoverse. If the fire alarm goes off, I'm sounding another fire alarm, which is about data privacy. So Carter Wetzel here. I am the founder of Shade Protocol, big contributor at Atom Accelerator, massive Atom maxi at the end of the day. So to start things off here, let's see. Boom. All right, so today I'm going to be talking about crypto's lack of data privacy for finance. Imagine you traversed your everyday life where your debt was visible to everyone. The debt tied to a mortgage or a car loan or your credit card. This would be absurd. It would hurt the social fabric of our ability to coordinate together and to assume the best in people. What if your bank was visible to everyone? As we look around this room, I know the exact amount of wealth and every single payment you've ever made in your entire life. What if your salary was visible to everyone? How much your employer paid you, and not just your current employer, but all of your last, 10 employers. This is what blockchain is today. It's a glass house of total transparency. And so the cypherpunk ethos has gotten kind of a bad rap because, in my opinion, in order for blockchain to scale to millions of consumers, we need to protect basic data privacy. And I think Cosmos is positioned to lead on this. I believe Shade Protocol is positioned to lead on this. For any of you that are Ethereum users, you can see this on MintScan. You can see where the transactions are coming from, where they're going to, and how much money is being sent. Creativity is limited, safety is compromised, and money is at risk. And so this world of total transparency, it's extracting from users. Minor extractable value is $675 million worth of value has been extracted from user transactions. And that's because of total transparency. That's because the mempool is transparent and there's programmatic actors that can take advantage of everyday consumers and users. So blockchain transparency is a programmatic risk. Blockchain transparency is also a reputational risk. How many of you people have seen on Twitter when someone's wallet gets doxxed and everyone's parsing through the chain to see what their trading strategy is, what they've invested into, and in the world of NFTs as well, being able to tie a real-life person to on-chain data can massively hurt people's reputations. And finally, maybe much less known, is that blockchain transparency is increasingly a physical security risk. Dozens and dozens and dozens of people that are actually being attacked in person and robbed, and this is because of the connection to their wealth with crypto and their on-chain wealth. Data privacy is key to safely connecting our daily lives to crypto, and that's what Shade Protocol is here to do, to empower millions of consumers with privacy plus decentralized finance. And our motto for this is your money, your data, your decisions. Crypto is all about returning power and freedom back to individuals, away from kind of institutions that can extract from people. And so we want to empower individuals using all the tools of the Cosmos ecosystem, Secret Network, and Shade Protocol as a set of applications built on top of this. How is this privacy achieved? We use trusted execution environments. Essentially, all the different nodes on the network, they have this special hardware where the decryption seed lives inside of these hardware environments. And not even the nodes on the network can look inside of this encrypted hardware. And so an encrypted input comes in from a user performing a transaction. This gets decrypted inside of this enclave. State is then updated and an encrypted output comes out. All the nodes on the network are running the same exact transaction, so you can verify that the state was safely updated, and essentially privacy is maintained within this system. And so Shade Protocol doesn't care if you have $1 or $100 million. Encryption is an equitable protection all people can enjoy. We've built for over 3 years with this privacy technology. We've launched a privacy-preserving decentralized exchange, an over-collateralized stablecoin that's pegged to a basket of global currencies and commodities. We've launched private LSTs, a bonds product, staking, dozens and dozens of things, and we've been obsessed with improving the UX for privacy, because privacy should be easy. Privacy should be as simple as the HTTPS in the upper left-hand corner of your web browser. Privacy in crypto has gotten this bad rap that you need to jump through 40 different hoops to have basic data protection. And so Shade Protocol, with 3 years of development, we continue to take what it means to have easy privacy-preserving UX to the next level. And not only this, but we also have compliance and auditability. Users are able to, by their own sovereignty, decrypt all of their privacy-preserving transactions and you can click a CSV export button. You can work with a tax specialist. And so 99.9% of the world can't see your on-chain transactions, and you have the choice to be able to reveal that information to parties that you would like to. And the moat for Shade Protocol, in our opinion, once you experience privacy, if you have good user experience and you have good liquidity, you're not going to go back to alternatives. And we're increasingly aware that privacy, even at Cosmoverse, has been a more and more important topic for what it can unlock for decentralized finance. And we predict that there's going to be massive growth tied to not only layer 2 ecosystems, but private DeFi as a whole, which is a perfect opening for Shade Protocol. One thing we're excited to announce is we have the world's first privacy-preserving money market coming. The target launch is this upcoming January and February, which is going to be the world's first private lending, private borrowing, all of this. You won't have to worry about the whole world knowing where is your liquidation price point, and we're going to be able to bring this to thousands and thousands of consumers. And so for Shade Protocol, we're all about ultimately having a legacy of privacy together with Cosmos. Some things we want to announce is we've already accrued $30,000 worth of Atom through fee accrual and buybacks, and our plan is to be the largest Atom holding DAO in all of Cosmos. So we're on the march to $1 million of Atom, then $10 million of Atom, and we are going to be the center for Atom liquidity in Cosmos with privacy. And you can check this all out at app.shadeprotocol.io. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Carter. Okay, guys, we keep powering through. This is the end of day 3. No, it's not. We still have lots more to come, but we're almost there, guys. So please stick with us and keep enjoying as we move on to another amazing panel discussion. We're getting everything sorted out and ready on stage. Also to remind you guys, after party later on, be there, have some fun, make some connections. That's what we need to keep doing here at Cosmoverse. Reach out to as many people as possible and see how you can work together, build together, and help each other, because it really is key. If we want to keep looking into the future and what the future is in terms of the Cosmos ecosystem, we need to build it together. Okay, so moving on to our next topic, which is titled Hydro, What's in It for Me? We are finishing miking up, and then I'll be inviting to stage. We have Vishal from Stride, Metodi from Nolus, Ethan from Informal Systems, and Itcha. So please, let's put our hands together. Let's get some excitement for our amazing next panel. Guys, let's go. Woo, come on everyone, lots of energy.
What's up, guys?
What's up? What's up?
Hello, sir. Hello, sir.
Hello, sir. Hi,
Hello,
sir.
sir. All right. So, I think this is my first panel moderation experience.
Really?
So this is kind of new for me.
It's my first panel. So
it's your first panel. All right. So we're gonna go hardest on you. So we're here to talk about Hydro, but why don't you in 10 seconds? No, in one word and in one sentence, we'll get each of you to tell us about your project. Okay? One word and then one sentence. Nolus.
Nolus is a Cosmos DeFi chain.
One word.
DeFi interoperability.
Oh, okay, interoperability. Yeah. And one sentence.
So Nolus is a DeFi app chain that has one lending market on top of it, living on top of it, that is fully interoperable with other liquidity hubs across Cosmos, such as Osmosis, DEX, and Astroport on Neutron.
Lending protocol.
Yeah.
Got it. Stride.
Liquidity.
Liquidity. One sentence.
Stride is the largest liquidity provider in Cosmos, providing liquidity for Osmo, Atom, DYDX, TIA, and a whole host of Cosmos tokens.
Pretty good. Drop.
Even more liquidity.
Even one word. One word. You can also be liquidity. That's accepted.
Liquidity, yes.
Liquidity. What did it say?
Liquidity, yes. You know,
liquidity, yes. Okay, let's go with that. Liquidity, yes.
Liquidity, yes. All right. One sentence.
Drop is the liquid staking protocol for the Interchain, backed by Lido, deployed as an integrated app on Interchain.
Okay, great. So you guys are like arch enemies, and you're just like the guy smoking the bong, watching them do battle. Right? You all know the meme. Yeah. We don't do drugs. Okay, so we're going to talk about Hydro. I'm going to start. Let's start with Mitya. Why don't you explain Hydro like I'm 5?
So Hydro is an auction for giving Atom to DeFi protocols.
How do you do?
Any 5 years old?
Any 5-year-olds? That's pretty good. Okay, that was helpful. Vishal, why don't you explain Hydro like I've been in crypto for 5 years?
But you're not 5 years old.
No, I'm like 25 or 30 or whatever.
Yeah, Hydro is a way for the Cosmos community pool to basically rent out its available Atom or available liquidity to projects that might need a bootstrap. And in particular, it's like an auction mechanism that allows new protocols or existing protocols might want the temporary boost in Atom is maybe they're just launching the protocol, or maybe they have a huge increase in users, need to rapidly increase liquidity to meet that, and allows them to basically bid on available liquidity for Atom. And in return, the Atom community will lend them the Atom for a certain period of time. It also functions as kind of like a utility for Atom, because people who want to either like direct the liquidity, or people who want to vote on their favorite projects might buy or stake Atom and then use that to go vote in Hydro. So it functions as both like a token sink and utility for Atom and a bootstrapping mechanism for protocols.
So y'all understand? Does anyone not understand Hydro at this point? It's a safe place to express your lack of understanding, I promise. So you're all Hydro experts now. Okay, so as part of this conference, some of you will be randomly selected to pitch Hydro. So you've all just volunteered for that. So Metodi, why don't you tell us a little bit about, do you plan to bid on Hydro?
Yeah, Nolos is gonna bid. So for Nolos as a lending market, in general for lending markets, I see 2 good reasons to use Hydro. First, for liquidity bootstrapping reasons. If you don't have from where to get liquidity, and you expect that there would be some demand on the borrowing side for that liquidity, then Hydro is there to jump in and put in some liquidity in the corresponding lending pool for that, of course. And then when there's too much demand, like when utilization rates are sky high during bull periods, we all know lending markets in some cases reach extremely high utilization rates, like above 90%. This is where also Hydro can jump in, lower that utilization, and basically give more liquidity for borrowers to use and fully utilize the functionality of that corresponding lending platform.
So you would have atoms from the hub as supply on the Nolos lending protocol that could then be lent out.
For the time being, we have ST Atom as a lending pool, but we intend to gradually roll out new assets for lending, because we started off with only stable coin pools, but recently we introduced shorting, which requires lending pools in volatile assets. So ST Atom, we have alloyed assets from osmosis, and of course other assets will be coming up. So there will be place for Atom as well in that mix.
Right on. That's great. And so Vishal, so there's a ST Atom already on Nolos. Are you happy to see that?
I am indeed, although I believe ST Atom is available on basically every DeFi venue in Cosmos.
Okay. Now, there was a little bit of controversy with Hydro initially. The plan was to use ST Atom as a bucket rather than the LSM Atom. And there was a bunch of community pushback on that. How do you feel about that and the decision that was made to go with the LSM instead?
Yeah, I mean, obviously I'm extremely biased as a contributor to Stride. But I think Stride has partnered very closely with the Cosmos Hub since its inception. Give a very large airdrop to Cosmos Hub stakers, and Stride has a unique partnership with the Cosmos Hub with ICS, where Stride pays a portion of its revenue to the Cosmos Hub in exchange for security. So the partnership is very deep and goes back a long way. But ultimately, the Atom is run by the community, and if the community feels like they want a different way to move forward or a more neutral approach for Hydro, we're all for it. Ultimately, it's whatever is best for growing the whole pie of Atom is best for Stride.
That makes sense. Mitya, is Stride paying enough revenue to the Cosmos Hub?
That's an interesting question. How much? We
want to spice this up, right? Okay, let's try something else. What's your favorite thing about Stride?
Never enough.
Never enough.
Bring more value to Atom.
Yeah. What's your favorite thing about Stride?
Favorite thing about Stride, hats first.
Hats.
My only complaint about the hats is that they're not big enough, but
They're not big enough.
otherwise,
Your head's too
pretty
big.
cool. No, I think Stride
Can't fit your whole brain in there.
Yeah,
We're very small-brained at Stride.
You guys have small. Stride has small brains.
Yeah.
Drop has big brain.
Yeah.
Makes
Yeah,
sense.
I like that Stride is working with like really many assets. I'm a proud owner of Stride hoodie now. Yeah, I think it's a consistent strategy to like launch assets, basically like, whatever makes sense to have a staked asset of liquid staked asset of is launched on Stride. So yeah, I have respect for that. Like doubling down on the strategy, I think that's cool. So basically, every chain in Cosmos or almost every chain in Cosmos has a Stride asset to it. So yeah, it's helping to bring more liquidity to multiple assets. That's pretty cool.
And Vishal, what's your favorite thing about Drop?
Well, first the swag.
The swag. So you guys just have great swag. Do you use the same swag provider? Or?
No, different swag providers.
Different
Although,
swag
I will
providers.
say, if you guys don't have a Drop shirt, incredibly soft, like very high quality.
So he thinks you have big brains, but you're soft.
But I think Drop's also done a really good job of bringing in liquidity from outside Cosmos. I think Cosmos has suffered for a long time from having like a very insular community, a lot of like the same liquidity moving back and forth. And Drop has done a good job bringing users from Ethereum, liquidity from Ethereum, and you kind of see that with the people who hold like Diatom. I think a lot of them are new entrants to the ecosystem, which is really great to see.
Great. We'll come back to what you despise about each other in a moment.
Okay.
But Metodi, do you plan to add Drop pools as well?
Yeah, sure. So for now, we are adding like osmosis assets, but of course, along the way, we'll be adding also the Atom lending pool and any like lending pool on Astroport or Neutron that has like enough liquidity. We've already support the Atom for longing. So yeah, like shorting will be coming up as well.
So you can short Atom, everyone's favorite thing to do.
Yeah, at this point, it's kind of looking pretty bad, so I
don't
don't
give
risk
financial
it.
advice.
Yeah, but it can always go worse, right? So,
Sure.
And better.
Yeah, Murphy's
Hopefully.
Law. So when you bid on Hydro, are you going to bid for just Atom, or will you have some of the Atom converted to ST Atom or D Atom, or how are you thinking about that?
So yeah, for a time being, we'll be able to like bid for Atom, from what I've understood, yeah, that Atom would have to like be converted to like ST Atom to be able to be deposited into that the lending pool that we support. So it expects a denom that's like ST Atom coming from osmosis, so it's going to be like interesting.
Yeah, I think the original idea with Hydro and the reason we originally went for ST Atom was because of that. Most of the Atom being used in DeFi is ST Atom, but with the feedback from the community, it was no, let the market kind of determine through the bids what they want. Let them bid for Atom, and as part of the bid, say we need some of this Atom to be converted to ST Atom. Of course, now we have D Atom as well as an option. So that's great. So. Vishal, what's in it for this panel is called Hydro. What's in it for me? We don't have to talk about me, but we can talk about the general Atom staker. What's in it for the general Atom staker?
Yeah, so I think two things. One is it made three things.
1 second. Who is very rudely talking? Excuse me. Do you have something to say to the class? Yeah, you. I'm looking at you. Yeah. You have something to say to the class? Not yet. Quiet, please.
Yeah, maybe,
carry on.
Maybe three things. I think first, if Hydro succeeds and actually brings a lot of liquidity to a lot of projects, it's good for DeFi all throughout Cosmos. Atom is now used as a collateral asset. I think the best path for Atom, accruing a lot of value, is probably to be used as a unit of account, in DeFi especially. I think this is like one step in that direction. Other two are
what does that mean for Atom to be used as a unit of account?
Like if people are like think about when you go on ETH and you think of like how much does a punk cost? It costs like 50 ETH. Like you denominate things in ETH, or like that's the.
Do people denominate things in ETH?
Some people do.
Has anyone here ever denominated a debt in ETH? Yeah, what did you denominate? NFTs, okay. Anyone else that wasn't an NFT? Did you ever say like you owe me an ETH or like pay me 0.1 ETH? Have you ever done that with any cryptocurrency that's not a stablecoin? Anyone? Oh, someone's got their hand up loudly in the back. What did you do? What did you say?
Pay for drugs.
Oh no, that you Never mind.
Cut that off.
That's settlement. Yeah, we're gonna cut that.
It's a good point though, but I think like maybe one way to think about it, maybe like settling a debt is maybe the wrong term. But if you're on like ETH or Sol, like most people hold, like let's take Solana, because I think it's a very clean example. Most people hold Sol in their wallet because most of the apps you interact with, like their base thing that you do on the app is Sol denominated, and you can optionally do things USDC. But like if you're in like Pump Fund, for example, Sol. If you're like buying NFTs, they're all in Sol. If you want to go to per protocol, like you can use Sol. And so people just tend to have Sol in their wallet, and that like creates this mindset of like people think in Sol terms a little bit. Not like I think their native currency like dollars or euros, whatever, is probably still like the dominant one because people don't get paid in Sol. But I think it does do quite a lot. For Atom, I don't think you really see the same thing. Like
blockchains and smart contracts, but let's give developers that know JavaScript the ability to actually start building these smart contracts, not just building decentralized applications, and have become the standard tooling for the Interchain Foundation. And what we learned in building in Web3 was, through the different generations. We have the first generation of blockchain was digital, then it was programmable in the second generation, and Cosmos solved the third generation of blockchain was interoperability to allow these disparate blockchains to communicate with each other. Well, the problem that we found was that Web3 and Web2, they were still disparate and isolated. There's this war between Web2 and Web3. And so we believe that the next generation of the web will be the integrated web, where we can make the web whole again. So this brings us to the hyperweb, end-to-end TypeScript for Web3. And we'll have on-chain TypeScript smart contracts. Every smart contract will have a UI. And that's because of the isomorphism between the way that we'll define state. There won't be any schemas because we're going to have on-chain TypeScript interfaces. And additionally, because we already have, powered by LaunchQL, all of the transpilers for generating database software, and we have our cosmology tooling for working with smart contracts, and then other Cosmos SDK tooling, we will have automated indexers for state and scale. So one note, of course, you can do whatever you want on our chain. It will be permissionless, but please build real products, not just another perp or DEX. And again, our goal is to integrate Web 2 and Web 3 to solidify the CAP theorem. We can chat more about that if you're interested. But an awesome point, and by the way, I'm really pumped about Hydro. Definitely think that Hyperweb should get involved there. But we are going to be integrating with the Cosmos Hub Interchain Security. So we will be an L1 powered by the Interchain Security, and we will have very robust economic security on day one. And that will also give us economic ecosystem alignment with the Cosmos ecosystem, and also will be contributing to the utility for Atom. Woo! So, and you can try today. Hyperweb is available today. We've got our local net powered by Starship, 100% TypeScript boilerplate, and it's already integrated with CI/CD. We want to give developers, put them off on the foot right out of the gates with best practices. So it'll work in GitHub Actions out of the gate, and you can write smart contracts, UI, all of your tests. Everything is in TypeScript. So TypeScript smart contracts on chain, integrated UI and client-side tooling, and opening Web 3 to millions of developers. So that is Hyperweb. Join the movement.
Thank you very much, Dan. Okay, guys, so I just want to let you know we have our pitching competition coming very, very soon. And I want to ask you guys to make sure you stick around for it, because you know what makes more pressure on the startups is having all of you here. So let's make it as tough as possible for them, right? They're going to have our jury as well. So we really want them to feel that energy in here and really have to push them to be our best startup here. That was a joke. We're really nice and friendly, okay? But still, they need you here. You'll give them that energy so that they can pitch better than ever before. And now we have our last little section of panel for this one. So this
Today is to really just explore what the next 12 months of the hub might be. We'll be digging into how we can find a winning narrative that sticks and how the hub can stay competitive in a rapidly evolving ecosystem. And I'll be throwing in a few curveballs to make things interesting. So yeah, let's start with a vision check. So where do you guys all see Cosmos Hub in the next 12 months, and how do you foresee its overall direction shaping up? We can start with Carter, Ethan, and then Nolan.
Well, I think the next 12 months is a consolidation of energy, focus, and capital. I think if there's one thing I walk away with Cosmoverse this week, is the hub has an incredibly bright future between its security offering, hydro and liquidity, and other like product stuff in the works. I think we're very well prepared for 2025, maybe better than any other year, to be honest.
Yeah, I think I agree with that. Best place to launch a chain. Just gave a talk about it. Maybe you saw. That's what we've been focused on, and we think there's a lot of opportunity for growth in that, for really helping not just launching the chains, but helping them scale, access services for chains that already exist, access liquidity, connect to other ecosystems. Really let the hub solve real problems. Noam gave a great talk on that. I think on Monday in the executive lounge. You should check that out as well. Yeah.
Just watch the talk in the executive lounge sometime.
Just re-give the talk.
I mean, I can only echo that. Like, it depends on the level of granularity. Like, like at a high level, yes, we're all working together. We're launching great products. But like, what does that really mean? I think it's important that we recognize the challenges. The challenges are that there are so many different entities involved. It's like informal systems, a DAO, binary builders, ICF, HIFA, SCIP, whatever, a bunch of things. Crypto crew, all the other validators. That's hugely challenging. I think that's the biggest thing that we got to solve for, like how we approach that. Once we do, and I want to let everyone know, like we are having very, very meaningful conversations between those groups, and we're really working towards trying to do this as either a single organization or functioning as if we were a single organization. Once we do that, it's going to become a lot more easier to come forward with ideas that we can all agree to.
Okay. Well, since
what about you?
I mean, so for me, I'm really just a key supporter in the winning narrative, and that means that what community consensus is, what the leaders are aspiring to.
That's a cop-out.
So it is a cop-out.
Tell
okay.
us what you think.
Fair enough. Okay.
Be your own man.
I want Adam to be the basically the blood flow of Cosmos ecosystem.
All right.
Whether you figure out through Hydro, whether it's POL distributions, some way or another, I think Adam should be a permanent capital of the Cosmos ecosystem, where it's growing, expanding as new innovations come.
So let's talk about that.
Let's do it.
I actually don't think that we need to do that. And here's why. Because I think this is like the fundamental perspective that we've had incorrect, where it's like, we have to focus on the value of Atom. We have to bring Atom everywhere. Atom has to be capital. Atom has to be money, and like this and that. And I think when you're building products and when you're running a business, and the Cosmos Hub, I just said that, but the Cosmos Hub is a business. You just got to solve problems that exist today. And the moment you start solving problems for real people, which is like, it's still pretty hard to launch a chain. It's still pretty hard to interoperate. It's still pretty hard to obtain liquidity. Chain abstraction is still difficult. On-ramping is still difficult. Blah blah blah. Like the moment we start solving those problems and bring value to people, the value will essentially at some point, come back to Atom. But I think that it needs to be the priority focus. And I think we need to stop thinking about like, oh, Atom needs to be default capital everywhere and all that stuff. We need to just solve real problems that people experience today.
Okay. All right. Since we're on the product focus, then how do you envision the hub evolving as a product in the Cosmos ecosystem? What features are crucial for this?
Right. So I see 3 critical verticals. One is blockchain development, blockchain deployment. I think like ICS is close to making that a little easier. I think we can do it much more easier. Forge helps with this as well. Yeah, I feel like I was just here an hour ago explaining like what my ideal vision was for how to
from the top.
Yeah, from the top, exactly. But basically, I see the Cosmos Hub in that specific vertical as a blockchain as a service provider, where ideally you have a Netlify or Vercel like experience where you just click, and your chain is live, and the validators, relayers, and everything else is sorted for you. The second vertical that I think is very interesting is interoperability, and I think it's still very difficult in the general Web3 space, but not just Cosmos, but everywhere. And I think the hub can play a critical role here in the advancement of IBC. And the third one is liquidity. I think Hydro is a really great start there. I think we can do much more. And there's probably a few other verticals that we can think about, like chain abstraction and on-ramping, but that's still relatively early. But I think it's important to start analyzing those things in those different categories, and then to start developing products based on user research, based on the conversations that we have all the time with the teams that are launching chains, that are experiencing issues as they launch.
Ethan, I know you talked about Forge and Hydro, but is that your envision for 2025?
I mean, I think those are a foundation for building like a larger ecosystem around the hub. I think the big thing the hub needs to enable beyond that is really connectivity to other ecosystems, and there's kind of a mess of bridges and connections to ETH and so on, and so really providing, especially through like a canonical IBC channel, using the new IBC Eureka as a simplified version of IBC, the teams have been working on to enable a direct connection to ETH and let ETH flow through the hub to the rest of the other ecosystem, and use the hub as a kind of IBC router. Now that there's so many more chains online, have it really serve as an entry point into the ecosystem, a connection to centralized exchanges and to other chains to provide routes to the rest of the Cosmos. So I think that'll be likely a big focus, and that'll be really important for chains that are launching who want access to that kind of liquidity, and through Forge, and also for Hydro that'll want to potentially be able to export that liquidity. Possibly Hydro can take not just from community pools, but people with the capital can also put it up. So having that kind of connection will allow a lot more liquidity to flow into the ecosystem.
I think the thing that keeps me up at night is the network effects and the flywheels, right? Because to date with Cosmos, there has been kind of a dispersion throughout the interchain where people are choosing to not necessarily align with the hub, and there's a variety of reasons why that's happening. But now we're turning a corner. Now we have a better and better product offering, and how can we nail this cycle of helping, first discovering the entrepreneurs of the next generation of Cosmos chains, and help them launch in a way where they want Atom to be front and center. They want to be hub aligned from a mindshare perspective, from a liquidity perspective, from a community perspective, right? So I think we have a lot of work to do on tightening the loop and making people feel pulled to the hub once again, understanding that there's energy, momentum, passion, traction in a focused and productive way.
Okay. While we're on the topic of community, let's talk about community and governance. Governance has long been one of the major drama points for the hub, and in Cosmos Hub, we're known for drama per second instead
DPS.
of transactions per second. Yep.
Where's the DPS at right now?
I'd say it's pretty
Max.
low, right? I think we're doing.
How about
best
3
to
weeks ago?
minimize it. We'll see. But yeah, I mean, how do you think we can improve on the community involvement and streamline decision making a little bit?
Can I make a suggestion?
Go ahead.
Ban governance, no. No. So I think the issue, what happens when you have sort of a power void, or a power vacuum is the word. So there's a gap of decisions, people aren't really coming forward with there's not enough powerful projects that are being put forward. What happens is that everyone just starts coming up with stuff, right? We can't actually design by committee. Design by committee doesn't work. If you get 100 people in the room, you say, hey, come up with something cool, they're going to come up with something terrible, and they're never going to agree with anything. So we have to realize that this is a fundamental sort of flaw in how collaboration essentially works. And to address this issue, I think the pipeline of coming to an idea and coming to an agreement at the end is essentially you have a relatively small group of people that initiate ideas, and then they start finding alignment within the core teams, and then essentially slowly to a semi-public process and then to a fully public process and getting feedback. The way that it's working right now is essentially it's continuously a public process, and that just slows us down. And the moments you don't have the space to even ideate. That the best thing that I enjoy the most is to sit in a group with 2 people and be like, hey, for example with Halo, right? So I had this idea of Halo. It's okay, so I just riff on that with a bunch of people, and I will say stupid shit. I say stupid shit all the time, and I will make poor decisions all the time in the beginning. But that's the point, right? So we're talking about it. But the moment you move that to the public space, everything is constantly scrutinized, and we need to make sure that we have that process better. And that also comes with better accountability structures, better hierarchy. We need to function a little bit more like a corporation and less like a bunch of high school kids.
Amen. Yeah, I think that's a really good point. Being able to like actually structure discussion so it's not just an open free for all.
Yeah.
And then have like a coherent and clear way to bring it to then open up the discussion.
Yeah.
I mean it's hard to do that dance between like it's not that people want to be secretive. They want to be able to be productive in small group conversations. I mean everyone has the experience that small meetings are small meetings are more productive than large meetings, right? Like probably many of your meetings at companies, once there's more than like 3 people on them, they're just like not as productive anymore, right? And so figuring out how to scale that while still maintaining like transparency and accessibility, I think is the real challenge. I think we can look at kind of other communities and how they've done it well. I mean, maybe they don't have the same level of like on-chain governance, but having more rigorous processes of like long-form communication on ideas, and trying to use the forum for that. And we tried to roll out the CHIPS process, right? The Cosmos Hub improvement proposals,
Yeah.
but there's limits to how much that can do. Yeah.
Well, let's also look at like how, let's talk about Atom 2.0, like the white paper, right? And how that happened. Because what happened really was there was a small group of people that worked on this, and Carter, you were part of this as well, right? Like, no, you weren't part of it? I thought you were involved, no?
I'm a newcomer.
Oh, you're a newcomer. Right? Sorry, my bad, sorry. It's all his fault. No, but so the issue with that was, the issue with that was, it was like a bunch of different products. Some of them were really cool, and it was all put in this giant paper, and it's like, all right, go ahead and read it, yes or no. The way I would take this, what I would do, and I would think we should be doing, is like we cut that into pieces, and we have 3 layers of complexity. The first one is 5-minute videos explaining how this thing works with graphics and animation, and that's just for everybody. And then there's another one, which is like a super, like light article or a blog post, and then there is like an actual light paper for each individual vertical. And I think it's very important that, as we think about how to work together as separate organizations, we should also think much more strongly about how we go to market with vision. Exactly. And that's something we've failed in the past, and we can totally do this right. We just have to, really.
It's funny you say that. This is actually something I was advocating for with Atom 2.0, to make it less about the paper and more about the campaign, right? We're trying to create a story around a vision. We're trying to get a new narrative to catch on. It's not just like put out a paper and now adopt the paper. I think the challenge we had is just the organizational complexity, right? Organizing a go-to-market, a coherent and consistent go-to-market campaign across so many organizations without, clear funding or clear like accountability and authority has been really difficult. So, one of the key things we're looking for and advocating for in 2025 is a single consolidated like product and business leader that everyone can kind of get behind and have clear, accountability with. And that would help these sorts of things move forward.
I'll be honest, I'll say that, in my opinion, I feel like community members should have
a say.
Should have a say, but minimal say. I think the market has a say for itself, and based on reflected on the price of the token. So what I mean is, have a coordinated foundation with individual sub-DAOs for product, engineering, R&D, where we can all align and coordinate to push a single narrative. I think that coordination layer is extremely crucial for moving forward. And there are government proposals where most of the community members don't truly understand what is actually happening. There are technical sides of things that are far from understanding from an average retail perspective. So I don't think those should really be on governance proposals. Rather, those should be voted on by councils of these sub-DAOs to make it a bit more organized.
My take on this is that ultimately, community is a mirror to your leaders, right? And so there's been a lot of entropy within the hub since Atom 2.0, and so the community ends up kind of embodying that. There's like probably a dozen different micro leaders on crypto Twitter, and then above that you have your other leaders. And so it's really a mirror. So I think we have to take responsibility for the fact that it isn't the community's fault that there was a lack of clarity.
Totally.
Right? They are mirrors of our entropy. So now it's our job as collective leaders to lead decisively. And I think the community will actually appreciate that. They will mirror that values. Yes, there will be the friction of people getting used to this new, like, whoa, hub in 2025, like, clear go-to-market strategy. We're cooking. This isn't like 20 people in the kitchen running in different directions. This is unified energy, and it's going to be weird. There's going to be people that like the status quo of just infinite governance, entropy of the last 2 years. Some people thrive in that. Some people love that. But that's not winning, right? It's time for the hub to win.
So when Cosmos Hub presidential election?
That's what we're advocating for, unified leadership.
I've said it before, but we need an AI president for the hub.
AI. That's it. AI.
Truth terminal.
Truth terminal. Let it
So
run.
I've been quite inspired by the. I want your take on this, by like the Italian city-state models. So like I think the Venetians had some crazy model where they'd like randomly elect 30 guys who would then like, you know, pare it down to 9, who would then elect like 45 guys who would pare it down to 12, and they'd just keep going back and forth until there was like, you know, 9, and then the 9 would rule for like a month or something, or a year or something. And then in Florence, it was like way simpler. It was just pick 9 balls out of a hat, they rule for 2 months, and then fully change it over the next 2 months. What do we think?
Maybe that turnaround time seems a little too much for me.
I think that's too quick because like you have something you're working on. It takes many months, even years to come to fruition. And if you're going to switch coordinators around, you're going to switch the mindset, and you know it's hard to get things done that way. My idea was more of like an executive branch of the hub, run by AI, feed it all the data, all the golf props. And have it make.
What does that mean? Run by? Have it make calls, and then we have to do what it says.
No, not do what.
What if it's like delusional?
Well then,
I think we're gonna skip the AI thing maybe.
It's just more of like a. It was more of like a trial and error basis. So you see how it goes, like a pilot program.
Yeah.
But this does prove a good point that like Solana and Ethereum, they're all going with these very neutral, like we're just tech stacks. We don't want any governance. Stay away from governance. But I think the next like 20, 30 years of crypto, governance experimentation, we've literally just barely scratched the surface. We're so primitive and far off from like a digital sovereign state. So I think some of the most exciting experimentation in Cosmos in the next 20 years will be governance. But you have to have something valuable to govern first.
Yeah, exactly.
Right? That's the first step. But we shouldn't give up on governance as an experiment. It's one of the most like amazing features of Cosmos as a long tail opinionated stance on like capital management. But we maybe did it a little bit too soon, a little too aggressive, and that's the great human experiment of governance, and it's going to be fun.
Okay. So let's switch over a little bit and talk about a winning narrative. Carter, you gave a speech 2 days ago based on the pick and choose presentation. So how do we find a single winning narrative that is Lindy and sticks, right? What narrative do you guys think has the most staying power for the hub over the next year?
Do you want to list your?
Oh gosh, I mean there's multiple options. Kind of the whole point of the opening keynote is the hub could go many different directions. You could go hyper atomification where you have like selective state pruning, you get rid of gov, you get rid of the community pool, like super extreme ideas there. Or you could go a route where you say, hey, hub shouldn't try to compete with the Interchain. We invest $45 million into the Interchain and it becomes a massive like venture fund. Yeah. Or we go like aggregate security offering where we're gonna go venture plus hydro plus PSS and it's launch. That's the theme. And then maybe you have security minimalism, which is still like an open question that hasn't necessarily been entirely resolved. So point is we have to pick one direction. We have scarce capital, scarce mind share. Let's pick a direction. And I'm very curious to see what you would envision for 2025.
Well, I mean, we've been focused on best place to launch. It means launch and scale and grow. And I guess that's probably closest to your aggregate vision. I think a few years ago when after kind of the Cosmos Humpty Dumpty fell apart, and there was basically no hub team, I started pushing the ICF to really invest in the hub. Like we need to rebuild a team. And Sam and I put forth this like port city vision, which I think was really attractive. The Cosmos Hub is a port city, and with the best place to launch, we sort of feel like we're kind of boiling the port city vision down to the simplest framing, right? And I think the challenge with with realizing the port city was that we put out that vision, but then the hub still didn't have a team for like 2-3 years, right? Now it does. Now all these foundations are laid. Like we're ready to accelerate, and we can get back on that. And so whether you want to call it the aggregate offering, that's probably not very attractive.
We can come up with a better term.
Call it the port city or the best place to launch a chain. I think is
launch.
Maybe launch doesn't quite capture.
That's also true
because there's more to it than it's launch and scale or something like that. But yeah,
I've always seen the Cosmos Hub as a service provider that supports the advancement of the interchain stack.
Yeah.
So IBC expansion, Cosmos SDK expansion, Cosmosm and all these other things. In order to help this tech stack expand, we need to solve problems that people experience when using this tech stack. So to me, that does go around, again, deployment, interoperability, liquidity, all these things. To me, that makes the most sense. Again, like I said it last time, but like when we think about what we want to do, we need to not think about the tech stack and what we can do with it or what we ideally want the Atom token to be or whatever. We need to think about what are people struggling with today. They're struggling with chain launching. It's very complicated. They're struggling with interop. They're struggling with liquidity. They're struggling with fiat on-ramping. They're struggling with chain abstraction. These are issues that we can work on today, right? We know how to do these things. We know what to build. Like I myself have, with Halo, I've been like, all right, hey, this solves proof of stake. This solves the cost of launching a chain. Like these are the ways that we need to think about what to do. And I think, again, like you bring value to your customers and it comes back. And so that narrative to me is just, we're a service provider to the advancement of the interchain stack. That seems to be the most, but that's maybe not a narrative that you can sell externally. Externally, it's like, all right, I know, blockchain as a service is a tainted name, so you can't really, that sounds like a roll-up as a service provider kind of thing. But like, yeah, we need to find the right words for that to reel it so that you can find product market fit. And maybe over time, you can become like a full L1 and all that stuff. So that's Halo, and I'd love to see that be a part of it. I think that is a missing piece. If I look at the average inflation rate of Cosmos chains right now, it's about 10%. I think that's one of the reasons why token performance hasn't done so well. I think it's also one of the reasons why most of the liquidity that we want to have seen in these liquidity pools is actually stuck in staking, and I think that's like a big issue. So yeah, I think Halo is a critical part of this, but we have to see what the community agrees, of course, and then we have to see if like the collective of groups that are currently thinking about these problems, if we can all align on this. And I'm very bullish on the fact that we can, and all the other products as well. And I think in a few months from now, we'll be able to actually come forward with hopefully a cool idea.
I'd like to pose a question. What do we think the biggest edge is for Cosmos right now? Because we have many other competing ecosystems that are rapidly entering towards Cosmos ideas. And so like the window is closing, but it's also opening because we continue to innovate and push new ideas. But I'm curious from your guys' perspective, new builder comes. They have this whole world of Web3 to pick. Why are they going to pick Cosmos over some of these alternative ecosystems? What is the biggest edge, in your guys' opinion, that like our ecosystem presents to these people, to these builders?
You're all looking at me.
I would say most of the innovation has come from Cosmos, and it's likely going to continue to come from here. So on top of that, we have arguably the best tech stack. So if for teams that want to build, they want to build utilizing the best tech stack, and they want to build in an area where you have probably the most valuable developers in terms of mind share, and I think that's where we excel.
I think that's right. I mean, I still hear from devs that they tried out, some roll-up stack or they tried out some other offering and they built for a while and they said, you know what, we need more power, we need more flexibility, and there's no stack that gives it to us the way Cosmos does, and so they come for that tech stack. And some of the top chains in the ecosystem still, maybe they don't like identify as Cosmos. Like, I guess part of the ideal of Cosmos, you can identify as whatever the hell you want.
Yeah.
But they're using the Cosmos stack. They're drawn by the values of sovereignty and interoperability and the power that the Cosmos stack provides. So we can't rest on our laurels. And obviously, it's not tech alone can't win. You need the BD, you need the marketing, you need the growth, you need the distribution, and we've had like basically none of that, right? And if we can solve that and we can like create space, which we've been trying to do both at the ICF and on the hub, to create space for folks to come together in kind of a unified way, maybe for the first time, to address those issues of marketing, growth, BD, to like add that to our incredible tech stack, like we can just accelerate.
So it seems to me like we need marketing, growth, BD, and coordination as the core problems to address.
Amen.
All right. So with that, I'll close it off with a question. Cosmos recently has had negative reputation almost. Atom is associated with it. Teams don't want to be associated with it. How do we address that, and how do we make Cosmos cool as fuck again?
Something I've been wondering about is that a lot of the leaders in other ecosystems like Mert and Joe Lubin and Brian Armstrong, they're all bald. And I look around and we have so much hair.
You got to shave.
Maybe we just need to all shave our heads.
Yeah, I mean, that's what my mom is saying for a long time now.
Anyone got a razor? Let's do it, man.
I see two problems here, right here.
We're the issue.
You know, I thought it was all about Samson, but no, apparently not.
Yeah, so, I mean, this is a real, I think the moment you start, again, just bring value to people, solve problems, get people excited to do a thing, make that experience delightful and enjoyable, and have people have a good time building things. The moment that happens, that association, that positive association will start spreading. And that needs to apply to developers, needs to apply to retail, institutional as well. It's a vertical that we haven't really explored properly anyway. The thing I want to say, though, is we have been tech first for many years, and we've got great tech. It's time that we go from tech first to growth first. That's all we need to be doing, and that's going to be 2025.
Yeah, I think in my mind, the greatest edge the Cosmos has is its culture, is the people themselves. And I think to turn things around, we need to make the Cosmos Hub a center, continues to be a center for pioneering and innovation and excitement. Like the energy in the room back in 2019, 2020, 2021, you were there. I'd imagine it was electric. There was a infinite possibility. And the beautiful part is there still is infinite possibility. Like we're still ground zero, but we need to bring that passion and excitement back because the bear market has slaughtered a lot of builders, a lot of the morale, but we can be the ones to get excited again before these other ecosystems do, and to build for the sake of like building, to see how far we can push these things. That's what got us here in the first place, and that's what's going to continue to separate Cosmos from all these other ecosystems as we have the greatest experimenters, the greatest tinkerers, and the most passion.
Here.
All right.
Amen.
Thank you, everybody.
All right.
Cool. All right, cool. Thanks.
Amazing. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for discussing Cosmos in 2025. Not long until we hit 2025. There's still a lot more that's going to be happening the rest of this year. And there's a lot more to go on day 3 of Cosmoverse 2024 here in Dubai. I think this is probably the busiest crowd I've ever had on a final day at this time. You guys must be super excited for this amazing startup pitch finale on this stage. Who's excited for this? Who's excited? We need to do that one more time. I just want to keep up the energy. Who's excited? Okay, I think we're ready to go. So yesterday, our amazing startups were pitching in our executive lounge, and we have selected 3 amazing startups to pitch here for you guys. Now, it's not an easy thing to do is get up on this stage and pitch, but they're going to be assessed on their product overview and potential, user onboarding, and clarity and structure of their pitching. So let's meet our jury who has the power here this afternoon. They're going to be deciding who they think will be our winner. But you guys can have an influence as well, right? I want you guys to really have your impact, have your say, and let us know who you love as a startup. So, oh wow, this really does look like X Factor. This is like the Cosmos Factor. I think we should title that one and make a whole TV show out of it. Okay, great. So we've got to have our amazing jury. Now, they have plenty of experience in the space, so they'll know a good startup from a bad startup. Let's get lots of energy in here for our amazing panel. So please join me in welcoming Brian from Chorus One. Let's get a round of applause for Brian. Yes. Now, Brian was one of our speakers earlier as well. We have Belinda from Sharding Capital, again, one of our speakers yesterday. We have Ori from Banter Capital. Ori, I'm pretty sure we saw each other in the gym earlier as well. And we have Gabrielle from Outlier Ventures. Another round of applause, everyone. Our amazing panel. So what our startups will be doing, they'll have 3 minutes, only 3 minutes to impress our judges and you guys, and then 2 minutes of questions from our judges, okay? So I think without further ado, we kick it off with our first amazing startup. So let's make him feel nice and warm and comfortable on this stage. This is Vikram from ICO. Big round of applause, everyone, for Vikram. You have your timer. Go for it.
Hi guys, my name is Vikram and I'm co-founder at ICO. ICO provides escape velocity tool for Web3 companies to grow their community. 30 billion has been spent on airdrops. And if you look closely, 40% of these users are either fake, bots, or not relevant to your project. On the other hand, good users who want to participate in these campaigns, they're getting scammed because there is no proper way to verify these campaigns. Now, who gets blamed for it, right? Are the marketing agencies and KOLs who are helping these projects. So basically, this becomes a blame game between the project and the marketing agency because on a longer run, the project suffers. Vitalik has talked about it at multiple occasions, but according to me, this cannot be just a tech problem. This has to be solved on a tech level and also optimized on the process level. What do I mean by that is, right, like even if we give you real users in your community, and if they are not educated about your project, they are going to leave. And hence, we have built ICO. ICO is AI-powered Quest infrastructure that helps you build legendary community. And how are we doing that? By providing you 3 different tools. ICO Connect helps you directly reach out to KOLs and DAOs by which you can optimize the cost of your campaign. And not just that, you can also optimize the type of user you are reaching out to. ICO AI helps you build campaigns on the fly by just typing few words to a prompt. And finally, the heart of the system is ICO Quest, which is basically a sophisticated ID verification tool that prevents bots from entering your campaign. And fun fact, it uses DID and verifiable credentials to protect your user data, always, privacy preserving. We worked with 50 plus companies and have done over 350 plus campaigns, did around 1.5 million worth of airdrops. We are working with marketing agencies and DAOs and also engaging with the users with interesting games to engage them. And my tech team is super solid in tech, but the marketing team is equally cracked. So I feel we are a good team to help you grow and get the next million users for your project. Thank you very much. I'll take questions.
Thank you, Vikram. So judges, 2 minutes of questions. I'll give you a second to think about it. Who wants to go first? Yes, go for it.
Can you talk about what the business model is? And is it more like a SaaS thing, or do you think of a token in the long run?
Oh yeah, I did have the slide, but short time, so I missed it. So there is a token. With that token, you can buy subscription NFTs, and with that, you can basically use the product for yearly. We are early, so we are experimenting. So we have a 6-month plan and 1-year plan. And then we have a burn mechanism. So the revenue, a part of the revenue is being burned. And apart from that, with the token, you can also participate in the governance and also participate in the staking, etc. But the most important feature is that the users are using these tokens to play games. And the games are you bet on the XP how much reward you are going to get. And the second one is your, the airdrops are vested. And each user has a different vesting based on the interaction they are doing on the platform. So it won't be the same vesting for everyone. The more you interact, or it depends on the project, what kind of setup they want to do. But yeah, so that is basically our revenue model at the moment.
Thanks, Vikram, for the presentation. So obviously, this kind of user acquisition tools have already proven their product market fit in the crypto space. And you obviously also have some decent traction, so that's good news for you. I think as a new startup, especially early stage, it's very important to focus on one thing and one thing only that makes you stand out. Like this user acquisition tool, similar to Galaxy, Zilli, etc. I mean, this type of tools, this space is quite saturated. So if you want to make your product stand out, try to pick 1 or 2 offerings from your platform. For example, maybe it's ICO Connect or ICO AI, you know, because you found ways for people to interact with the platform and you automate the process. Maybe that will make your whole user acquisition process more snowball for certain project you collaborate with. So try to amplify that and really figure out also the go-to-market strategy for those and find your niche in the market.
Yeah, actually, I'm still experimenting on those parts. But one point I wanted to mention, just to add on to your point, is it started with a pain point of companies leaving Galaxy and just either doing their own or moving to some other platform. So I just talked to them, right? What is the problem? The problem is project spends money on campaigns, meaning to do market it. They are getting the users on Galaxy, but the user is not able to log in. That's the first problem. The second problem is they are going, even if they are logging in, they are going to the campaign. The project has spent the money to get the user to the campaign. The user is not doing this campaign, they are doing all the other campaign because they're right in front of them. There is another, some big company providing billions dollars of drops on. So basically, if you are a customer and you have paid for a campaign tool, you would expect a basic, feature that can help you do the task that you want to. And this is not happening right now. That's why I focused on...
Vikram, time is up. I'm really sorry to cut you off, but it was meant to be 2 minutes.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Audience, big
Thank you,
round
guys.
of
Thank you
applause.
very
You guys
much.
can discuss this later. Okay, we have to move swiftly on to our next amazing startup. So please join me in giving a big round of applause for Ada from Abstract. Big round of applause, everyone.
Hi, everyone. My name is Adair Kelly, and I am co-founder of Abstract. At Abstract, we hold one core belief very strongly, and that's that users care about the experience of interacting with applications, not the technology. And all of us being here in Cosmos, we are obsessed with the tech so we can build amazing internet-scale applications. However, a layer of abstraction is key to having adoption of the Interchain. dApps right now are struggling to onboard and retain users. When was the last time that you went on a website and you had to worry about what server you were connecting to, what routing protocols it was using? In Web3 today, I bet that the last time that you did that was with a dApp. And today, users have to worry about gas, transaction fees, routing, get their tokens into your app, all giving them the sovereignty not to use your application. Our target audience right now are all crypto users, leaving us with super low retention and isolating our dApps. Abstract's main goal is to maximize your app's market potential. We do this with our 3 core products. One is sign in with Abstract, giving your users the ability to sign in with Web 2, Web 3 from any other chain, or even email and password. It gives them a familiar experience so they don't leave your app within the first minute. Behind the scenes is an Abstract account. It's a modular, smart contract wallet that gives your users the ability to take their identity and assets with them to every other chain, connected via IBC. This is similar to Interchain accounts, but it has superpowers because of the Abstract SDK. This is our modular framework for building on top of the Abstract accounts, giving you the ability to automate, set spend limits, transaction limits, and integrate with DeFi protocols with our DeFi adapters. Abstract is working right now. We have spent the last year refining our product, building our business, and our main customer is Zion. We already have over 240,000 accounts with 750,000 cross-chain transactions all through our infrastructure. We have a highly ambitious roadmap going forward that we can only accomplish with our amazingly strong team. My co-founder, Robin, we met 3 years ago at the first Cosmoverse conference, and it's been an absolute pleasure to work together. Our team has stuck with us the entire time, and we have some of the most advanced CosmWasm and IBC engineers in all of Cosmos. The key to adoption is abstraction. And if your apps need traction, think abstraction. Thank you so much. My name is Adair Kelly.
Amazing. Thank you very much, Adair. Judges, who has any questions?
More than a question on my side, I think what you guys are doing is very useful to the space. I think the problem of private keys definitely is holding us back. It's a huge risk and it makes it like really unpleasant to onboard new users. Yeah, keen to see more of the product, see what like the user interface is like. I think it's got a lot of potential.
Thank you so much.
A comment. So we saw you yesterday. You have a very structured and clear pitch. Probably one of the most advanced startups that we saw in the yesterday and today. So because you have already revenue, you have already some MRR. What I'm concerned about and what can be the concern about VCs in general, it's the sales strategy, so the growth strategy. Can you explain very briefly what's your goal in that?
Yes. So we have a very powerful flywheel effect with abstract accounts. Because with hub chains like Zion, every single one of their users have an abstract account that's now available on all of these different chains. And now when we onboard new hub chains, that original hub chain also has access to those users and all of the new users going forward. So this means we have a huge flywheel for growth. And once Abstract has all of the users with abstract accounts on its platform, we can serve as the biggest distribution platform for apps in Web3, becoming the default place for users to discover and interact with their apps and assets across any chain.
Hi, thank you for your presentation. It's very passionate. Quick question, right? So who would you think will be competitors for Abstract at the moment? Because we see a lot of account abstraction, chain abstraction projects. It's also a really saturated space. So after launch, before launch, they can boost the numbers with a lot of partnerships. But after launch, the token kind of struggle to accrue value because still small fees and then limited space and users. So who would you see competitors, and then also how would you want to accrue value for the tokens after launch, if you have a token?
Yes, thank you. So this is a really interesting question because a lot of the chain abstraction competitors offer chain abstraction at the API level. They offer it on the UIs, and they don't offer it on the protocol level like with the Abstract SDK. So we see ourselves going revenue positive from the applications built using our SDK because you can enhance the functionality of abstract accounts. Secondly, we've been building chain abstraction for over 2 years now. If you look, for the token, we started with a service model because we knew that this was the best way to find product market fit and refine our product offering. Driving value to a token would likely be paired with liquidity that's available on chains compatible with Abstract.
Amazing. That's enough time for questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Fabulous. And now we have our final startup. Zach joined us on stage yesterday, and he's back again. This is Zach from Breadcrumbs. Clicker.
Hey, I'm Zach at Breadcrumbs, and I'm really excited to talk to you guys today about your personal data and what you can do to take control of it. Now, with every action that you take in our modern world, you are leaving a trail of breadcrumbs. Your GPS coordinates, browsing history. I know that you know that this information is very valuable, but you probably didn't know that this industry is going to be worth $500 billion in just a few years. And recent legislation is beginning to challenge these egregious business practices of stealing your data and selling it behind your back. We have current solutions like NordVPN and Surfshark. They provide VPN proxies to hide your online activity. And there's this emerging space of data removal services like DeleteMe who reach out to data brokers en masse to remove your data from databases. But this is not enough. None of these solutions allow you to actually interact with your data. And worst of all, the VPN space is operating like a cartel. What we really need is a decentralized and trustless solution. Oh, this is supposed to have music. There we go. So that's where Breadcrumbs comes in. Breadcrumbs is your personal data manager. And we've partnered with our friends at Sentinel to deliver a decentralized VPN solution, eliminating the need for you to trust a centralized authority, making us the most secure VPN solution currently available on Earth. Best of all, our VPN is free. But we are much more than a VPN. Our AI Atlas allows you to truly interact with your data for the first time. So you can Google your own data. You can ask, how much money did I spend at the Dubai airport? And get an answer without giving up your personal privacy. So we're giving away breadcrumbs as a freemium product. Our DVPN is free. This severely undermines competitors like NordVPN, who lack the infrastructure for something like Atlas. And we offer data removal services right into our core package. We're not just a VPN or an anonymization platform. Breadcrumbs is a comprehensive personal data manager. But our vision goes far beyond this. We believe in a future where people are empowered to monetize their own personal data as they see fit. That's why we've positioned Breadcrumbs to be the world's first personal data marketplace. So imagine getting paid for just walking around with a cell phone. And imagine as a business owner being able to look up how many users purchased your competitor's product in the last week, and then reaching out to these users with incentives and marketing incentives and being able to purchase their data directly from them consensually. This level of hyper-targeted data access is currently unavailable, which is why we think this is going to be completely unprecedented. And I just want to close with a recent quote from Sam Altman, who said that the killer app for AI is a super competent colleague who knows absolutely everything about my whole life, can answer questions about what I've done, but I'm not giving up any of my privacy. And when Sam said this, we felt incredibly vindicated because with things like Atlas, it's exactly what we're building. It's no secret that all of our digital breadcrumbs are scattered throughout the internet. Being able to unlock their value represents the internet's next evolutionary step. We're excited about what's to come and look forward to reclaiming our digital sovereignty together. Thank you.
Thank you, Zach. Judges, who has a question?
Sure. Yeah, great presentation. I think decentralized VPNs have both advantages and disadvantages. One of the disadvantages is that there can be malicious actors, maybe like if you're using nodes to run them. Can you just explain to me how you're going to deal with malicious actors on your decentralized VPN?
Yeah, so we don't really own the VPN piece. That's completely Sentinel. They're a service provider for us. But we're aware of some of the things that people have brought up, the potential vulnerabilities with DVPNs. But a great metaphor is like Tor has existed forever, and it's not going anywhere. And that's basically what we're doing, except we've created a bandwidth marketplace.
So I really don't get this, how you'd actually get the personal data from the people. I mean, in the end, just because I use a VPN, I mean, you have SSL, right? So you can see I go on Google, you can't see what I search, or apps use SSL.
Yeah.
So like this thing of like, it can tell you how much money I spent at Dubai airport, like how would you possibly know that?
That's a great question. And so if you want to attach your Facebook data, we have a Facebook integration. You log in with Facebook, and then we can get your data on your behalf. If you want your purchase information, we have a partnership with Plaid, so you can attach your bank account and attach your purchase information. And we've built integrations with dozens of different organizations to really empower people to aggregate all of their personal information together.
But then that doesn't have anything to do with the VPN.
Correct. No? The VPN is for data protection, not for data collection, and it's going to stay that way.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I feel like that's makes no sense to try to, because they feel like completely different products and problems. So like to try to address both of them at this early stage does not feel like the right strategy.
What we want to do is capture, protect, analyze, and monetize people's personal data. Like those are the 4 verbs that we want to enable people to do. What the VPN does is the protection factor. Our proprietary technology is the capturing, analysis, and monetization.
Okay, I don't think we have time for any more questions. What I will suggest, if there are any further questions, you guys communicate. We're going to allow our judges to count up their votes, deliberate. Big thank you to Zach from Breadcrumbs. So we're going to allow the judges to deliberate and take some time. So I think the plan is we're going to scooch the judges off stage, have a panel while you guys think, deliberate, work out who you want to be our winner, and then we're going to announce the winner after this final panel. So judges, I think we're going to shift the tables. I'm like looking like, yeah, we're shifting the tables. Yeah, we're moving the judges off stage, and then we'll welcome them back when we announce our winner very, very shortly. So straight after the panel, we will be announcing our amazing winner. I know personally how difficult it is to stand up here looking out at you guys and be pitching as well. So it's not an easy job. So I think let's give a round of applause to all three of our amazing startups here. Big round of applause. Yes, all three are amazing startups. They forget I can talk forever. They're like, no, do you want a break? Absolutely not. No, we are on our final panel of today. Final panel, really, of this whole conference. It has been an amazing 3 days here in Dubai. Do not forget, we have our after party this evening beginning at 8 p.m. happening at the Monkey Bar at 25 Hours Hotel. I hope to see you, everyone there. Have a few drinks, relax, network, celebrate the fact that you've been here for 3 amazing days. You can now relax this evening and truly enjoy the Dubai experience as well. Oh, wow, my talking went very quickly. Okay, let's get to the final panel of today. This is titled, Is Cosmos Dead? So please join me in welcoming to stage Johnny from Atom Accelerator, Zach from Breadcrumbs, Cosmic Moss from Interchain, and Candice from Espoir. Big round of applause, everyone. Our final panel. Let's go, guys.
Yeah, is Cosmos dead? Oh, let's go, it's dead. Let's go home. Nah. I hope not. I got the word Cosmos in front of my name. It's basically my name now. So, yeah, let's just get going. Quick intros.
All right. Hey, guys. I'm Joni, also known as Curious J. I'm a core contributor of Atom Accelerator DAO of Cosmos Hub.
I'm Zach Wickstrom, CEO of Breadcrumbs, and we're here to help you take control of your personal data.
I'm Candice. I'm an independent PR consultant. I used to work for Tendermint, rebranded it to Ignite. Then I work for NIM, and I now currently work across a few different projects. But in Cosmos, I work with Neptune Finance, which is a lending protocol.
Who's the most OG up here? When did you get into Cosmos?
Clinicals. So I've actually come from a clinical background. So in terms of OG, I would say you guys are.
What year?
This is our first Cosmoverse, so we are not OG. We're the newcomers.
And you're the OG.
Is it always the case now? I'm the oldest OG everywhere.
2021, you got me beat,
Well,
right?
I've been to Lisbon, went to Medellin, I was in Istanbul, I'm here. Yes, I'm the OG.
Okay. I'll have to shout out Osmosis, because I don't think I would technically be here if it wasn't for Osmosis. I came through, and it was like, God damn, that's fun. It's a good time with DGen. And it got me motivated to like even want to be a part of crypto, because before that, I thought blockchain was kind of sucked ass, to be honest with you. So Osmosis got me here, and I'm proud of it. So, anyways, I guess is it dead? And what is your interpretation of Cosmos? Like, do you think it's dead?
Well, it better not be dead, because we're building all of our stuff on Cosmos, right? I think that's a silly question. What Cosmos offers is the ability for developers to not have to reinvent the wheel. If you need decentralization, if you don't want a central authority, a central point of trust, but you don't want to have to create an entire blockchain community from scratch, you can just plug right into the Cosmos Hub, and that's an incredibly valuable thing. It's not going anywhere.
Yeah, arguably, I would say no one would say it's dead from the dev side of things. But do you think? I guess this is what I mean, like your interpretation of it. Like,
I mean, look, like from a retail or community perspective, dead to them means dead in price action, volume. But I mean, if you talk about the entire ecosystem, we're doing like $1 billion on average in IBC volume. So that's not really dead to me, right? And then you can factor in prices of certain tokens like Atom, but even Atom, historical perspective, like the ROI with all the airdrops and staking, if you've been here long enough, like you've definitely benefited from it. On top of that, if you look at all the development that is going on, like you said, from a dev perspective, it's more alive than ever. In fact, it's expanding, right? So it's the opposite of dead, if anything.
I'd like to go to you, and you can tell us your OG dev background all the way through and what you've seen. And
I think when you ask me that question, it'll be the same response as to when somebody asks me, where are you from? I'll be like, could you be more precise? If we're talking about an ecosystem point of view, I mean, look at the projects that are pitching today, right? There are still people that are building. So if you look at the ecosystem, you look at the builders, I don't think we ever, got close to dying. But if you look at the community, right, look at all these people here, I think maybe 70% of them are builders, 30% are not really builders, including myself. I had a whale of a time, the last 3 days. So from a community perspective, we're thriving. But if we look at users, like mainstream users that seem to be a measure of success in our industry these days, I don't think we were ever alive, right? And actually, is that a problem? Is that really a problem if we are a developer ecosystem and you have a lot of great projects that have been building on it and going outside of the ecosystem to thrive and, to gain that mainstream adoption and, that's the kind of success that you can say, hey, we did that as an ecosystem and it's okay if we don't get a credit. We like seeing what has happened out there.
Yeah, so I just wish everything was built around utility. I think that was the focal point of Cosmos originally, and maybe for me, from my experience as like a community and an outsider, kind of doing the janitorial work all the way up till now, I kind of wish that everything was focused on utility. Not as much as a degen, and I love DeFi, that was my background. I just think sometimes it gets a little oversaturated, and I wish if moving forward that it was just all based on utility. Everything was utility focused. As you see, I think you have, I don't want to start naming names, but there's a lot of great projects that are in Cosmos that aren't DeFi. I think that when hopefully this doesn't trigger everyone in here, but when the Terra thing happened, me personally, I was just like, what's in Cosmos that has really nothing to do with DeFi, and that's where I want my resources to go. And I kind of did that, and if you kind of look, if we're talking about prices, those projects are the ones that are kind of thriving right now. So that's kind of my take, and I don't know. You guys have any other takes on that?
Yeah, I mean, for one, I think that, there's a huge focus on builders building things for builders, and that's great. But to Candace's point, if the metric, the success metric is conventional users, we were never alive to begin with, and that's okay. But at some point, we got to be born. We need to take all of this incredible work that we've done to build tools for builders and reach the end of the food chain where we're building something for consumers, for everybody. We need to find use cases where decentralization, isn't a buzzword. It's a crucial piece of what you're building. And when you do that, I think that you're going to see a huge shift from, people building things for other builders to being inspired about all of the different things that you can do with Web3.
Yeah, I agree here. I think one of the biggest problems Cosmos has had is catering to developers and not really attracting those builders that are building products for a community, right? And there's a disconnect for that, and why the community is always, criticizing pretty much everything that we built. We have the best tech. I think we just have to repurpose it into attracting those developers that want to build fun products out there to really grow this ecosystem.
Yeah, so me too. I don't think it's dead, right? Like we had I think everyone probably remembers actually where they were at when the whole Luna UST thing happened, and it was sad to see, but it was kind of good to see as well, because you see all these great builders that were in a Terra ecosystem kind of migrate over, and it shows you how interoperable that Cosmos really is. Like it's very communitarian. The communities can kind of shift. If you don't like somewhere, you could just freely go elsewhere, and that's the beauty of Cosmos. It's very sovereign. And yeah, so I'm not going to lie, from a community perspective, I think if Adam Price does real well, it probably makes everyone a little bit more happier. So that is a thing that I would like to see. And then,
I agree with your point where you say, yes, in an ideal world, if everything that's built has utility, it's great. But, I think maybe we're a victim of our own success. So, it's the flexibility and the freedom that Cosmos gives to developers, right? And this means that Cosmos could be a great gateway into this industry. So I started working in Web3 in 2017. There was this massive struggle to find engineers who even knew what the F they were doing. Can we swear? No, we can't.
Yeah, we can. That's good.
Yeah, exactly. To know what they were doing, right? And it was such a struggle that, the project I was working with, he had great utility, right? He had great potential for mainstream adoption straight up, but we couldn't get it, fast enough, right, to the finish line because they weren't engineers who knew what they were doing. So if Cosmos can be the gateway to this industry and get more developers from Web 2, right, to kind of get in here, and then they realize the flexibility and the freedom that they have to build what they want, the joy of building, right, they can find it here. And then they can then move on, into building something that's utility for the whole world and, get that whole first principles promises that actually blockchain, started off with.
Yeah, it seems like I didn't get to listen to earlier panels, but it seems now that it's a lot easier to launch a chain in Cosmos because there's just a lot of moving parts. And I'm not gonna lie, from my perspective, it's a little complicated. I have teams reach out to me, hey, who do I reach out to? And it's, to build this or do that and do this. And then it's like this team used to be here, now they changed their name to this, and these people are here and now they're not here. And there's a lot of moving parts. And my thing is like, how do we go outside all these people that are here? It's maybe someone that's out in the lobby that has nothing to do with crypto and just go up to them and pitch them why Cosmos. Like, why should they care? Why should they come here? And I guess to maybe ask you guys that, like, what would you have to say about that?
Well, I think my colleague and his startup Abstract, it gets right to the point. People don't care that it's on blockchain. I don't think
agree.
that you can take a normal person and effectively pitch them because they just don't care, right? What they want is for the product or the service to work. And if you can build a product or service without decentralization, you probably should. But if you have a use case where that's absolutely necessary, then Cosmos is the best way to do that. And yeah, this is our first Cosmoverse. It's an amazing.
Mine too.
Yeah, well, I'm struck. It's an amazing community. There's just so much enthusiasm. But going back to like, is Cosmos dead? Has it even been born yet? I think it's giving birth to itself. It's still figuring out what it is. And as you were saying, like it used to be really, really difficult to build things on top of our tech, and now it's gradually becoming easier. So that's sort of an organic process, but I think with what we're starting to see, we're getting past that phase again of building things for builders, and we're finding those really compelling use cases.
Yeah, and to add to that, I know from me being in, basically when Osmosis launched was like June of 21, I got in shortly right after that. You had to have like a PhD just to learn how to do anything. You know how many times I had to answer, well, why is my atom not showing up on Osmosis? It's like, well, you got to send it over. And that seems to be drastically different, which is good. But to your point, I think that most people, I mean, they shouldn't care, right? Like when you go on a website, you don't give a shit that why it works and it's pinging from this server to that server. You just know it's going to work. And I agree with that. I guess like, how's your experience been just as a pure user of anything in Cosmos?
I mean, for user, I think like in terms of user experience, Osmosis was kind of like the pioneer to make it attractive, right? But going back to is Cosmos dead? Like we have to address who are we catering to, right? Because Cosmos, crypto in general, just gave like this community of people cheering for their tokens, right? And naturally, we cheer for our tokens in Cosmos ecosystem, but that's still like a small bubble. We're more like still in our own crypto Twitter bubble. We're not really finding the masses out there. For example, underdeveloped countries that can use this tech for stablecoin payments, remittance, transferring, other socials, making more socials more fun, YouTube, TikTok, anywhere else. Like we're not expanding on those aspects. And I think like marketing and narrative has been two of the biggest weaknesses. So it does come back to like, have we even, started yet? And I think this is gonna be a new way to kind of transform that narrative to start and actually grow where we need to from the tech that we have.
And I was going to add something. I know you can add more to this, but like you see these teams out here. It's like not in Cosmos. It's like complete garbage, vaporware, but they're just got a good marketing team, and then they're top 20, top 30, sometimes even go up to the top 10. So from your perspective, like how do you?
Okay, so I do PR and communications, and I'm very careful to say that's extremely different from marketing. So marketing has its place. Like meme coins have this place. Even though I don't like it, even though I don't believe in it, it doesn't mean that it doesn't have its place. I think I was in Token, and I think Sergey from Chainlink, I think he said something about how he doesn't like meme coins, but he feels that they test the infrastructure, right? And I think that was a really good point. there's a time and place for everything. So marketing activations, let me look at Barachain, right? When's their product ready? I don't know. But is everyone talking about them? Yes. Okay, is that a hype that they want? Maybe yes, and that's what their audience need. But there may be better projects, that are truly innovative and focus on certain things like, I'm working with Neptune because I really believe in them. They've launched the mainnet on Injective, right, earlier this year. They raised, 1.1 million, but, from the majority of them are Cosmos validators. So I think that kind of validation is amazing and it's truly innovative because they invented their own PID controller. And then you look at Aave, who has done all this marketing, and they invented, lending and everything. But if you look at everything that came after Aave, it's not necessarily innovative. It's just a copy and paste, adjust a little bit, and then say, okay, let's do this. There's a static market curve. Lenders and borrowers are doing things like, okay, I think I'm with Aave, so, numbers will go up. But they don't really understand what's happening. Then you have Neptune that's more innovative because it's built on Cosmos, decided not to use ICS at the start because they wanted a leaner and more mature team, and then they build it, and then, when it's time to use things like ICS or features that are very important to developers, that's when they put it into place. So time and place for everything. Today we talked about app chains at the developer lounge, okay? And one question was, should you launch an app chain, right? It's the same as should you use ICS, like, I'm going to support the Cosmos Hub and everything, right? But I think one thing that we should help developers set themselves up for success is to help them understand when and why they should use specific features that would then eventually help them scale in a way that is sustainable.
Yeah, because I think all the models currently are kind of broken all throughout crypto. I mean, you're seeing ETH scale, but like the ETH price action has been horrible. It hasn't done anything. Like the meme of ETH kind of it's like, sadly, they kind of compare it to Atom's price action. And at the end of the day, I think price action is your best form of marketing. It really is. Like if Atom was $15 billion market cap right now, we wouldn't probably have any of these questions right now. Everyone would want to come here, and you're seeing it with Solana. That's just a shitcoin factory with all the meme coins, and then they just support everything. It's like, come here and build, and even if they don't give you monetary value, they're going to give you the marketing arm. They're going to put you at Solana breakpoint. They're going to shill you, and that's what I wish. I just wish that like we can go for everything, whether that benefits Atom's token. Because I think Carter just said it, and I 100% agree with him, that everything that's built in Cosmos essentially could benefit the Atom price action, the token, and having a hub that has a strong focal point would be good, because I think looking at it from the outside perspective, a VC, if I was a VC, this is what I would think. Oh, you're pitching me and you're a Cosmos chain. Okay, so you're never going to hit, like I think we're at like 1.7 billion. You're never going to hit that. So like, let me go to Solana. It's just a weird mentality they have. I don't agree with it, but that's what they think of. And that's me rambling, so I'm going to pass it. And if anyone has any comments.
I mean, look, if we were talking about going back to community, obviously price action is the #1 way to market anything, but how do you even get that? The community wants to win. They want to feel part of something, right? They want to feel proud that they're backing something, right? Like she mentioned Barachain. Nobody even knows what the hell it is. Yeah, we have a
but they got a cool bear that goes on stage.
Right? Why? Because they organize fun events. They do memes on socials, right? You have all of their channels promoting it, and like it makes the community feel like they're truly part of something special. And I think we need to tackle that first to revitalize our ecosystem. And it even goes beyond that. There's constant complaints about venture capitalists launching these Cosmos chains at ridiculously high valuations where community doesn't really benefit from that. Focus on the community first, make them win. You will get the liquidity, the users, the traction that you need.
Do you think that like, since Cosmos is so decentralized, do you think that's a detriment in that aspect?
Honestly, I really do. I think it got decentralized too early for its own good. There's always been like the problem of too many cooks in the kitchen, governance of too many opinions being discussed, some where the proposals are so technical where the average retail doesn't even understand, but they see that the price isn't going as well and they feel inclined to comment and reply to specific posts about things. So yeah, I do think that some leadership is needed to really escalated to a point where you are sustainable and growing, for that to open up more discussions for the community. So yeah, we do need to have that first, then actively decentralized. But you know, we did it the opposite way, right? We were focused on the Bitcoin ethos of decentralization and governance, and not really trying to cater to product.
Yeah, to Zach's point, I mean, we're still very early. I always like to say that. I've been saying that since 2021. Oh, we're still early. But I think we're still early. So
Yeah, and I think that's still true. You know, we're coming out of the phase of making the tech easier for builders, and now we're in the phase of basically getting attention, like what you're saying. You know, like it's very frustrating because I think there's just so many brilliant minds here, and they're focused on like the minutia of how the thing works. But you can have a bear go on stage and have like $1 billion valuation. Just doing something silly.
it really is.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, it's interesting, right? I've been to a couple of Cosmoverses and Nebula Summit as well. And you know, it's always been, it's an echo chamber. Are we pitching to the same people? Are we pitching to our mates who already know what we're doing, right? But I have to give a shout out to, Seth from Nebula, Michael, Yuri, Fabian, Basil, this team here, right? You can see an increasingly more projects coming on stage to speak at Cosmoverse that may not necessarily be, known to the community here. But who do we have? Just at the developer lounge, because I was stuck there most of the 3 days. We had Kenny from Manta Network, a massive community there coming in. I already knew him from my work in privacy in ZK. So, he was excited to be here. He was like, "Can you take some photos of me? Like, I kind of want to share it in my community." Right? And then we have, I think it was the last minute addition, some Mattis from Solana who was here. And I think, these kind of, conferences and events, right, is a good way to kind of, open up this echo chamber and then, kind of just promote Cosmos to other projects outside the ecosystem who probably have been interested in Cosmos, but just never had the time to be integrated and find out what we're doing. I met a couple of these in the last 2 conferences in Korea and Singapore, and I have a chat with them, and it was at a Bitcoin event as well, and they were like, "Oh, you work for Cosmos." I've always been really interested in Cosmos. I don't really know how to get into it, or because it's very developer focused, right? And they're like, "But I'm still really interested." And I'm like, "Just come to Cosmoverse, come to Nebula, come for the events, and chat with the people, that would actually be the ones that educate you." They were very interested, so there is interest there, which is a good thing for us.
Yeah, we don't have any problems with the tech. I've been to all kind of different conferences, a lot that have nothing to do with Cosmos, and I'll say, "Hey, I'm Cosmos Sauce," and it'll be a Solidity dev that's an Ethereum guy, and he's like, they always have good things to say about Cosmos. So right now, like IBC is obviously, it's great. There's no one to say, but it's like we're a bunch of degen monkeys bringing tokens from here to here and back and forth, and I would just like to see the technology be used for like applications. I want to see you pull out a cell phone and 5 of the apps they're just like Cosmo apps. That's my hope, and I hope that's what people push for, not just more DeFi stuff. I love DeFi, but it gets old. So I hope that we start focusing on all the narratives that are going to come out, the AIs and the gaming and all, because I think Cosmos is ripe for the picking. And to the earlier point about like everything, I think too about how decentralized we are. For me, before this, I would want to see this. I want to know who the CEO is. First off, is he taking care of himself? Does he look gritty, or he or she? Do they look like?
Is he bald?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so like that. And are they out there just like going through the roadmap, like full steam ahead, and never getting complacent, never getting satisfied? Because it's easy, like, right? You can raise some money, spin up a chain, make your millions or whatever, then just piss off and go do something else. And I want the guy out there he or she just full steam ahead. And I think we have that here. At least I hope so.
I'd say at least for Cosmos Hub, we don't have that. We need leadership in terms of having a charismatic guy or girl that is ready to like change things around and is motivated, right? Saying, all right, this is what I propose, this is what we're gonna do updates on that, go to meetings, give presentations, organize fun events, get in touch with the community. You have to absolutely do that, it's imperative. Like you can, for me, I'd like to see like a combination of like totally for like actual deliverance, Vitalik for like the hypothesis around it, but even have some Do Kwon, which I know there might be a negative sentiment, but his charisma was undeniable, and you know, a mimetic factor of like Smokey from Verachain, right? So you kind of have to have qualities from all of them. Even for example, JP Thor from Thorchain. Thorchain was like kind of idling, and this guy came in and full stack provided products, executed by getting the new teams. You know, Kuji failed. He's like, come to me. I have some ideas for you, right? So you need a dude that just gets shit done, honestly.
I think in general, a lot of crypto is going to consolidate anyhow. I mean, there's just so many tokens. There's so many projects. To me, there's so much unlocking happen. There's not enough buy pressure. So it's inevitable, in my opinion. Maybe Atom could be that place that, you know, consolidates. It figures out. It's difficult, though, how decentralized it is. It's like the validators, are they going to vote on it? You know, I know not too long ago they were talking about an Atom and Osmo merge. You know, how would that look? You know, it's like there's no one. I think Osmosis, and I'm not just trying to show Osmosis right now, but I think there's nothing out there better than Osmosis when it comes to like just how smooth it is, how good it looks. Honestly, like I said earlier, I would not be here right now if it wasn't for that like smoothness and how fun it was. And we only have a little bit left, but I wanted you a little hot take, anything you wish, or in your journey you wish you could change or hope that changes.
I think more women leading and more women having a voice in Cosmos. I understand that the take is that, oh, maybe it's more developer focused. I mean, look, I'm not a dev, and shout out to everyone here. I've been to so many Cosmoverse, and nobody has ever made me feel like I don't belong, right? And maybe because, you know, I'm in PR, so I'm like, I don't care if I don't belong. I'm just coming here and speaking to you guys anyway, right? At some point in time, I probably would understand what you're saying to me. Don't worry, I know what you do. But maybe a lot of women find it a bit harder. You know, you have ETH Global, you know, where they have the whole regular hackathons, and the number of women developers who have been participating, or even non-developers, have actually been increasing over the past couple of years. So, you know, we laugh about how centralized Ethereum is, right? But there's still some good parts of the ecosystem, you know. And in Cosmos, I'm not saying that we're not doing a good job or not even trying. I'm just saying that we could actually do better, you know. And actually, I don't mind that we're not so focused on the token price. You look at the Bitcoiners, right? Like, I mean, we all have a place in this whole industry. But sometimes when I go to the Bitcoin ecosystem events, right, and I know they're not great for builders, unlike Cosmos, right? Yeah. We are like a builder's dream, you know. I know we were original modular ecosystem, and it made myself wonder how many people in the Bitcoin ecosystem are actually more focused on the price, the value of Bitcoin, you know, instead of building, which then, to me, like, if the price and when the price go down, are they going to stay, or are they just going to, you know, go back to whatever Web2, you know, shell they are in, right? And this is not good for Web3 as a whole. I am very personally invested in this industry because I'm a first principles maxi. You know, I believe that there's a lot more we can achieve in this world, and mainly because I want to eat my avocado and also buy an apartment, right? And you know, the freedom that is. I know. It's like my generation is like, nah, I can't afford an apartment because I'm eating smashed avocados. I want to have both, right? And this is what this industry has given me, and there's this equality side of it and freedom that I thrive on, you know. And I think that if we focus on that and get more people who are like that into this Cosmos ecosystem, I think that we'll thrive even more.
We should have ended with you. That's like a mic drop.
All right,
I'm sorry, guys. That's a lot of pressure.
All right, thank you.
Can we just walk off now?
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go to the after party.
Yeah. So I'll close it, but there's a famous tweet by a guy, Coach Bruce. He's like, I measure the success of ecosystem based on the amount of women that are engaging for them. So like, maybe Cosmos isn't dead. We just need more women in Cosmos.
Yeah. We have enough stinky guys, right?
Yeah, there we go. But yeah, look, for me, like, abstract away all the complexities, have fun user ends, because if you're targeting the retail just wants to trade, right? You make it as easy as possible to trade in the ecosystem. And if we're targeting, you know, real world problems, get out there, talk to other nations, institutions, and solve them with the tech that we build. That's it.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. You know, what I would like to see is, you know, looking at real-world applications, finding the use cases where decentralization is actually a requisite thing for what you're building. Because when you find those use cases, they're applicable to, you know, everybody. And when you find those use cases, Cosmos is the best tool for the job.
I don't have really much to, I've been rambling enough. I just wanted to thank everyone, Cosmoverse, everyone put this together. It's been great. It's my first one. Every time I try to come, something happens. So, and that must happen this time too, but I'm so grateful to be here, and it's not dead. I want to keep coming to more of these so I can't die, right?
Yeah.
So,
Right.
well, thank you, everyone.
Wait, is this the last
I
panel?
was gonna say, what?
One more, okay, never mind.
Can I just say one last thing
Yeah,
to close?
yeah. We wanted you to end anyways. We should've
Okay. So if you build it, they won't come unless you actually tell them about it. So
That's a good one.
yeah, right. Thank you,
Cosmos.
everyone.
Thank you very much to our final panel of today. So you really had impact of being the last panel on this amazing stage. Wow, what an incredible 3 days it has been here in Dubai. Now we still have one little fireside chat for you with a big announcement on this stage. So this is the best place to be for this huge announcement. Also, after party later. I feel like everyone's starting to get to that after party mood. So that's going to be happening 8 p.m. this evening. Please bring your badges with you to make sure that you can get in and just relax, have fun, connect with as many people as possible. I know that all of our speakers have been incredible. If you do want to reach out to them, please do as well. Like, they're open to have conversations. Don't bombard them too much, but like, make sure, add them on LinkedIn, ask them some questions, challenge them. That's what we're here for. We're here to grow as a community, and I'm super excited to see what 2025 holds for Cosmos. So, as I mentioned, we have our amazing fireside chat, and I believe our two amazing speakers are here. So this is titled Hot Takes on RWAs. So this is your second to last big clap of today. I have lots of faith that you guys can bring a lot of energy for this final fireside chat. Please join me in welcoming to stage Jayant from Mantra and Ran from Crypto Banter. Big round of applause, everyone. Woo!
It's always difficult being the last chat. I know everybody's very keen to go, but I was told that this announcement is so big, they're saving the best for last. I guess that's what it's about, Giant.
Yeah, that's pretty much it. And the last panel was, is Cosmos dead? I'm looking at this room, it's definitely not dead. So I'm glad to be here. And one of the things I wanted to share with everyone and what we've been building for a long period of time.
Before we share it, first of all, how long have you guys been, I know this announcement's a long time in the making, so how long have you guys been crafting every single day with one mission in mind? How long has this been?
It depends on who you ask. If I think back to where the idea came from, it's probably been a decade of thinking on my side and maybe a decade from John as well, thinking about how to make this a reality. With Mantra, it's been about 4 years that we've been building it. Crafting away at this specific announcement, it's coming up on 18 months now.
All right, so, I mean, you've kept us in suspense. We've been here for a few days. Announcement. Over to you, sir. What is the big announcement?
So let me just put it this way. The first block of the rest of my life has already been mined. And I want you in this room over here to know that Mantra's mainnet is now live. And with the mainnet coming live, it just seems like, we flipped a button and then it's come online. But that's not the case. It's been a long period of time that we've been building. A lot of partners, a lot of you in the room have been critical for us to be able to get to where we are. A lot of people like you, Ran, have been helpful in getting the message out there. Because just like the previous panel, it's not enough that you build it. You also have to tell them that you've come and built it.
So I have to ask you a few questions. So launching a blockchain today just sounds so complicated. Why do it? You've got Solana, you've got Sui, they're experts in running blockchains. Their blocks are coming out fast, they're validators. why launch a blockchain? What is it that you guys needed to build that wasn't already freely available on any other blockchain?
So this is where I think it comes down to a little bit more of a philosophical question. I love Solana, I love Ethereum. It's not that they're not suited for some of the things that we're doing.
I don't love Ethereum that much, but yes, okay.
All right, fine. I don't mind Ethereum, I don't mind Solana either, but I realize that for what we're building over here specifically, there isn't a solution that exists out there. Because like we've talked about in the past, it's not just about cannibalizing the same users. We need new users that are coming on board. New users don't care about being their own dApps. One of the pitch competitions was account abstraction. You want to abstract away that complexity. The other thing is you want a safe environment for institutional capital also to now come in and deploy. Now, a general purpose blockchain is not necessarily focused on trying to keep it safe and secure and compliant and regulatory secure and go forward. That's why we needed to have our own RWA ledger of record, because within this, we have the benefit of knowing who your counterparties are and ensuring that you're safe in all the transactions that you do, while also taking advantage of the composability that crypto has to offer. Because without composability, it's just an over-engineered Excel sheet. So for this specific solution, there wasn't a chain that existed. So we thought, why not build it ourselves? And that's where we are.
And what accompanies this chain? I mean, okay, so you have a chain.
Yep.
I'm assuming since you need to be regulatory compliant, there's an identity layer that needs to happen. What else comes with this chain?
So well, to start off with, the chain comes with the fact that we're working with modules and not with smart contracts, meaning that when there are changes that happen in a particular part of the technology, it benefits the entire ecosystem as opposed to a smart contract, which has different implementations. So from that approach, one change, many things that can also have a carry-on effect. And specifically, what you can think of in what we're doing along with this chain over here is that the bridge is now live. You can take your own from Ethereum, bring it onto Mantra mainnet, stake it to start earning a yield. We have a lot of other partners and dApps that are coming on board as well that believe in this future of compliant crypto and a pragmatic blockchain that can bring the next wave of capital as well as the next wave of users on board.
All right, let's talk about the market for real-world assets. I did a show yesterday, actually, where I spoke about Mantra and I spoke about the market for real-world assets and how exciting it actually is. The way that I understand the market for real-world assets is layer one, you're putting an asset on the chain. So the asset has a value of, say, $10 million. You have $10 million on the chain. Layer two is the spot trading around the asset. And you can trade the spot asset 1 million times, right? Like you can buy 0.1%, 0.1%. So you get spot trading. And layer three is derivatives around the asset. So I think you know where I'm going with this. You guys have launched the layer one. I'm assuming that you're going to put a whole lot of assets on chain pretty soon.
Absolutely.
So I have two questions for you. When spot exchange and when derivatives exchange?
Oh, absolutely. Because like we've talked about in the past as well, the first step is bringing the supply on chain. So it is tokenizing assets and bringing it on chain. The next part of it is how do you trade in this? So think of it as the barter system on steroids in a trustless way, where earlier you and I only in a village could trade with each other 1,000 years ago. Now I can trade with the entire world because the world is my village, and that village now lives on Mantra chain.
So are we going to get a special exchange that allows us to trade real-world assets? Is that, or is it going to be like the Uniswaps of the world or whoever the DEXs of the world, existing DEXs allowing us to trade?
So essentially, like the existing DEXs of the world, I love them in my understanding of DeFi, but most users do not like the user experience. So what you can expect is once we bring these assets on chain, tokenize it, ensure that it's done in a manner in which that there's legal recourse in case something goes wrong. The next step is that you're able to trade this on an exchange that gives you as near the equivalent of a Web 2 experience, while also allowing you exposure to the rest of the world in terms of real-world assets.
And do the existing exchanges have sufficient compliance to allow people to trade fractionalized real-world assets?
So the way that we're looking at it right now is that it's going to be a multi-cycle approach. There are jurisdictions like Dubai that are telling us how we can go ahead and regulate all of these activities. So we start off over here. And then as the regulation comes into place, having a layer one blockchain, we have a sovereign validator set that allows us to be able to comply with things as they develop. So we're developing along with the regulatory ecosystem. And as that becomes more sophisticated, so do the products that we bring on chain.
When you say you're developing with the regulatory system, the regulatory system in different countries is very different.
Yep.
is there a reason why you are working closely with the Dubai regulators? I mean, why didn't you go with the US? Why didn't you go with Europe? Why didn't you go with Korea? Why didn't you go with Japan?
So let me put it this way. Depending on who you ask, there's 190-something countries in the world.
Yeah.
It's hard to go to every single country and have the specific compliance requirements that you need to be able to tokenize assets, because it has different levels of countries also in terms of their adoption. So the way that we built it is that we have a framework that's robust that allows any country's requirements, because compliance is like exhaustive in some way, right? And then we start with the jurisdictions that are agile and capable of giving direction and being the leaders going forward. And eventually the rest of the world follows. Because at some point in time, we're going to come up with a single framework that allows all of these assets to come on chain. So whether it's Dubai or whether it's the US or whether it's anyone else, they have different reasons as to why they're slowing down. But then we know that we need to start from wherever the early adopters are. So we're here.
How has it been working with the regulators, honestly? Like, I can't imagine trying to work with the regulators in the United States. If I went to Europe, I can't even imagine which regulators I would engage. How has it been with Dubai? But tell me honestly, like.
Absolutely, man. Like, I'll tell you, regulators in most other places, the reason that things take so long is that they never reply to your emails. In Dubai, you always get a response. And if there is a lack of clarity in some place, they will be transparent about what requirements are needed from you to be able to take the next step forward. So this kind of like pragmatic approach is why we're building a pragmatic chain and operating in a jurisdiction that allows us to take that next step towards the missing link in finance.
I have two more questions for you, then I'm going to let you go. So you guys have done a great job with some amazing partners in creating hype for your mainnet. What's next?
Exactly.
What's next? I mean, like, you know, like you guys have ridden the wave of the mainnet launch. You've squeezed all the juice out of that lemon. What's next?
So building the chain and grafting for how many ever years that we've grafted is only to get to the starting line, because the journey begins just now. So mainnet is like the canvas upon which we're going to actually build this financial future on chain. So it starts off with bringing assets on chain from institutions that are crypto forward, and there are more and more coming on chain. The next step is providing liquidity for these assets so that regular retail users are able to trade this entire ecosystem. And the final step of this is actually making sure that we reach an ecosystem in which the user doesn't even realize that there's blockchain at the back. They just know that click button, get token. That's the future that we're building towards.
All right, so let's get to the most important question of the day. I think it's a question that everyone here has been wanting to ask. When after party, sir?
Oh, that's exactly. I mean, I think like, given the fact that it's been 3 days of absolutely like crazy developers and amazing builders in this space, I think we all deserve to blow off some steam. So 25 hours hotel, come to the after party, and honestly, let's get a few drinks and chat a little bit more, because I think there's been a lot of serious conversation and we all owe it to ourselves.
Well, what time is this after party?
It starts at 8 and then it goes on for the rest of the evening.
All right, guys, so that's the official after party. I also think with that, a round of applause, first of all, to Sito again, who is doing the work of an entire foundation with a very small team, an unfunded team. I think a big standing round of applause for this man. And I think anyone who's building on Cosmos or using any kind of Cosmos technology is indebted to this. And then lastly, a big round of applause to all of you guys. I must say, I've walked the halls here. I've met amazing people. I always say that the brain power per square foot at a conference is how you tell if the conference is going to succeed, if the ecosystem is going to succeed or not. And I must say, the brain power here has been absolutely amazing. So well done, guys. Thank you.
Thanks, Ran. And just one last thing I want to say to everyone that's building over here. If you are developers and you've been building through the bear market, guys, I have absolute support for you. And I hope all of you have therapists, because this is crazy to be building in this kind of an environment. The bull market starts now. The philosophy that allows us to grow begins from here. And that's how Mantra is bringing on board the next wave of builders.
Congratulations.
Thank you so much, man.
Thank you so much to Jayan and Ran. Wow, what an amazing final fireside chat. But guys, that is not all. Of course, I know you guys have been waiting for our announcement of the winner of our Startup Competition 2024 here in Dubai. Is everyone ready for me to announce the winner? Woo! Yes! Okay, you guys have still got energy. You guys are ready for the after party, okay? So let's find out the winner of our amazing startup pitch. Oh, I forgot the award. 1 second. Here we go. Just adding to the tension, okay. So, our winner of our Startup Pitch 2024 is Abstract. Big round of applause, everyone. Yeah, bring up the team, and let's also bring our judges up to this amazing stage. Judges, please come and join us. You were the ones that deliberated and made our winner Abstract. Judges, do we have you out there? Belinda, are you out there? Amazing, we've got Belinda. Any other of our judges, please come and join. Congratulations to our amazing winner, Abstract. Everyone out there, please contact our startups, any of our startups. If you have any questions for them, if you think that you can work with them, build with them, whatever it is, please do reach out to them. What a lovely photo we have here. They will be remembering this for the rest of their lives, being here at Cosmoverse 2024 and winning our startup pitch. Incredible moments. Thank you all as well for staying all day on day 3. It is extremely impressive to see your dedication to Cosmos. So it's really, really appreciated. I've had an incredible 3 days here on this stage. Genuinely, I've learned a lot about this ecosystem in those 3 days. I think all of you can agree that you have as well. It's been a true journey. I can't believe it's Wednesday afternoon already. And that means after party tonight. Yes, oh my God, I still love this screaming. I think someone's got more energy out there than I have, which is seriously impressive. I might need a nap after this, but you've got till 8 p.m. this evening to get to the after party. So you've got some time to relax, chill out, grab a drink, whatever you want to do, and then go and party. I've been Lily Dowse. It's been a pleasure to be here in Dubai with all of you. Thanks so much. Bye, guys.